All right, we're going to talk about some of our digital developments from GhanaWeb. I've already told you how we have started. We didn't just start out of anything, out of space or anything, but people actually sat down. It took hard work. Hard work, dedication. I always see Rob Bellart talking to the machine, talking to the computer. We talked about artificial intelligence. That's what's happening right now. You should be able to speak to the machine to do things for you. If you are not able to do that, forget it, please. If you can't use the machines, the machine that you have in your hand that you're using for different things to WhatsApp, it does bigger things than what you are using it for right now. Okay? Good. So we'll be talking about GhanaWeb TV. We're talking about Age Africa Agency, which will be my highlight for this morning. And then we'll be talking about GhanaWeb Club. All of these things you probably do not know, have not heard about, but we'll talk about it. We'll talk about GhanaWeb Memorial. Wow, we're even talking about the dead people and everything. We're still talking digital. What are we talking about? You see how we're developing, how innovation happens? Okay. Next, yes, GhanaWeb reporter. I will not dwell on this because my colleague Ismail would come and talk about it. He is the editor-in-chief. I'll leave that for him. When he comes, he will explain a lot more, and we'll go through some practices with you, and you get to know. Next, of course, how do we get to buy our data to do our stuff? One-stop shop. That phone that you need to do your stuff, you can always buy your data on it. Next, and then we'll do some other things that we are doing. We go to the airport and stuff like that. On the screens, you probably be seeing GhanaWeb doing some things on the screen out there. That is what the screen, those big screens are used for, and not for TV watching. The TV is in your palm. You are actually holding it. All right? Okay. Next. Great. So, and then here we will talk about my hairdo. Even in doing hair, getting styles of hair, there's digital. Move on. Good. And then how many of you know that we also have an awards scheme which is called the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards? Some of you should be nominated in the next year, because we'll finish the nomination for 2022 anyway. So next year we're hoping that once you do very well, you will be nominated, and that will be just fine. All right. Next, okay, so here is my motivation, and I'm sorry that this screen is not showing what my motivation is, but I'll tell you what it is. My motivation, that take advantage of the big tomorrow, and tomorrow is now. Did you hear me? Take advantage of the big tomorrow, and tomorrow is now. Now, if you think that the future of the new media is so far away, I'll tell you it is futuri. Some people pronounce future as futuri, right? It's a fast if you're thinking that the future is very far away. It is here now, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you that if you take advantage of the future now, you are ahead of the game. The video we watched talked about 10 years and everything, but those 10 years are here already. And that's what GhanaWeb has done. Next. All right, so we're going to talk about GhanaWeb TV. TV anytime, anywhere. How many of you always want to rush home to go and watch TV? Show me. Yesterday, some of you were rushing to go and watch the match. By the way, Charlie, yeah, and I think it was Max TV. Thankfully, we thank them so much for showing. I didn't see it on GTV because I was looking, I was watching. But do you know where I watched it? On my phone. All right? It's TV anytime, anywhere. And that is where the world is going. In 10 years or less than 10 years, those screens that you have in your home, you use it for something else. I don't know what you use it for. Whether you sell it for scrap or whatever, I don't know. But you will definitely use it for something else other than watching TV. Well, my background and everything is from traditional TV and all of that. Thank you very much, Metro, UTV. Well, they are all moving digital, and I don't feel shy or afraid to say it. That's the truth. They are all moving digital. And I'll tell you why. Because I'm coming from there. We don't know how many people were watching us. We don't know. We can't tell. The sample is too small or too vague. So it's difficult to tell how many people are watching. So GhanaWeb TV, if you move on to the next, please. GhanaWeb TV is showing the way, and we call it the AVOD. What is it? Go on to the next, please. Thank you. As part of the things that we have done at GhanaWeb is to put AVOD. How many people know what AVOD? How many of you know what SVOD is? How many of you even know what VOD is? It's called Video on Demand. Guys, okay? And we've got different types of it. We've got what we call the SVOD. I'm teaching you. Some people pay to know this, or you probably read a lot before you get it. All right? So, SVOD is subscription-based video on demand. Those ones you pay, and of course you get it. So your Netflix and whatever that you have, those even DSTV and all that are SVOD. There are no adverts on it. The only way they make money is through your subscription. Okay? So some of the things, in fact, also YouTube and all of that are more on that area. We also have the transaction video on demand. So TVOD, transaction, you make a transaction, you pay them at a point in time, and then they give you your subscription, they give you time to watch it and all of that. Okay, some hotels, when you get into some hotels, you pay, and then they show you the thing. You can't watch it anytime, anywhere. And then we have what we call the AVOD, which is the advertiser-based video on demand. Now, all you need is an internet. But how do we pay for it? That is where the matter is. So advertisers come to it and then they pay for it. And this is what GhanaWeb TV has done. All right? Or this is what it is. Go to the next for me, please. Thank you. All right. So all these programs that you see here are on GhanaWeb. We have our own platform that we show our TV. I will not give you all the secrets to it and what we have, but when you come on GhanaWeb and you click on GhanaWeb TV, it will take you to all of these programs. And they are AVOD, advertiser-based video on demand. Video on demand means that you can always click on it and watch it anytime, anywhere. In the bus, while you're waiting, while you're here and you're bored, you're waiting for people to fill this room. You don't have to go and watch, go home and watch your set to see things. But like I said, our traditional TVs are getting onto digital, and that's the way we are going. We are always showing the way. All right, go to the next one for me. Thank you. Now, next, please. So, This is it's not rocket science. It's there. I mean, if you are a researcher and you look at things, you'll be able to tell. Look at the line that is going down. That is linear TV. It's unfortunate you can't see the colors very well because of the projection. But that line over there that is coming down is linear TV. When I say linear TV, I'm talking traditional TV. It's the whole world. That's what's happening. Okay? And what didn't used to be the case, and the lady said it even in her video, you know, what didn't used to be the case is digital. It's going up. All right? So we are, and this is even just 2021. Give it some 2 more years, 3 more years. In fact, right now, you yourself set yourselves, how many of you actually sit and watch TV? You watch it on your phones, right? Digital development. Next. So that's for GhanaWeb TV. Please let's go to the next. And all of these indicate there's so many things I can't talk to you about. Come back, please. Come back one more. Thank you. So in all of these, we have. This shows, of course, that GhanaWeb has obviously the biggest numbers. There's no doubt about it. Okay, you can always check, and that's what digital does for you. All right, it gives you the reports that you're looking for in real time. All right, that's it. It's very difficult to see anyway. Let's go to next. Let's look at things that we can't see. All right, get back. Next. Right, okay. So, average daily views on other TV stations, so high. Let's not even talk about the TVs and all of that, but they're very, very high. Next, please. Now, when you put GhanaWeb into some of the TV stations, and these are old researches and everything, you find ourselves somewhere in number 8, thereabouts, before where people got to know about digital. All right, next, please. But if we put ourselves together into the digital space, see how stretched we are. And you can do the same with your TVs as well, or anything that you're doing. And I tell you, that's the reason why linear TV is moving towards this. If they don't, they'll die. And if you're working for TV stations where I have come from, I'm telling you, take advantage of the digital now. You're better. Okay? Because the future is on the phone. Right, next. Next. Thank you. Next. Now, this talks about the other places where advertising goes on. Okay? Most of you have seen SVTV, most of you have seen Kofi TV, most of you have seen Sammy Flex and Concern and all those guys, right? Right? Okay. How are they doing it? This is it. This is the reason. Okay? Advertising is on the internet. Plus it's cheaper. Okay? I am not spoiling traditional TV business. That's not exactly what I'm here to do. I'm just here to talk about the new media and the future, which is now. And I say take advantage of it. All right? Okay, next. Let's go next. So, well, in all of this, I have told you about AVOD. I have taught you what SVOD is, the TVOD is, what VOD actually is, and what GhanaWeb is doing, which is the AVOD, which is advertiser-based video on demand. Next, please. The differences here are very, very clear. With online, better selectivity, data versus no data. If there's no data, you don't see any data, but it's the data you see in real time, measurable on a daily basis. Advertising formats include a call to action. On GhanaWeb TV, when you watch any of the programs, you can actually visit the advertiser. Very simple, straight. It's just like you're watching YouTube. You can visit the advertiser. All right, and it will take you to their back office, their call center. Call center is dying anyway, but it can take you to their email or even their WhatsApp. Okay, very, very interactive. Okay. I think we can go on to the next. Let's go on, please. I've said a lot about GhanaWeb TV. Please go on to, if you can get the next. Yes, keep going. Keep going. Thank you. The formats are there. We do the squeeze backs and the crawlers and all of that also. Okay, so these are some of the presenters we have on GhanaWeb. So the hosts, you can go on, please. Let's show the sports check. Bloggers Forum now is e-forum. We've changed it. We'll talk entertainment. Also, it's fused with another e-forum. So we've got entertainment. We've got the lowdown, which is general issues. Go on. We've got moves and cuddles. Relationship type of thing. Vistec, go on. All right, Untold, some things that you don't know about. The guy comes with Untold. The Chi News is every time. So everything that is read on GhanaWeb, the news, the headlines are translated in Chi. And so you can click. For those who cannot read and those who still want to get the news, they can also get it in Chi. Say it loud. Go on, please. Go on, trending, Ghana sports. Yesterday I watched our sports there. The Eyes on the Road, around Diaspora Link. Go on, election desk. Go on, and Komo gossip show, special. Go on, and so on and so forth. Of course, yes, I also host one. Isn't that nice that I also have to host one of my business moments? Okay, so, well, obviously, Eric Lijo is here, so anytime you guys want to do any business with GhanaWeb, of course, we're here to actually do business with you. So, yes, we can talk about other things, other developments, all right? And we're talking about GhanaWeb Club. Go to the next, please. Thank you very much. What is this? Where community members actually meet to take advantage of some privileged partnerships that we have, okay? We've got partners and we've got members. Now, in GhanaWeb, we have over 800,000 members, people who have signed up to be members of GhanaWeb. Okay, so we put them in a community. And then also, we have got partners. So Melcom is a partner, Woodin is a partner, we've got other big partners coming up. Okay? Now, what we do is that we've negotiated with these partners to give discounts to our members. All right? So our members go into Melcom and they can get a very huge discount. Digitally. They do that digitally. We have not seen them before, but they are there. We know who they are because we have unique numbers for them, and that is what we have to do. The market becomes more effective and is more personal and relevant with data-driven approach. This is what GhanaWeb thrives to do. To make sure that once you are there on your phone, you can always go and do things. Okay, go on to the next. Now this is what it looks like. If you're a premium member and everything, you get to know your partners get to know you. Our partners get to know you. We get to know you through your digital card. Next. Okay. Next. Okay. Now, so for benefits to GhanaWeb, you can save up to 33% on products and services from GhanaWeb. All right, you get 5% discount shopping. What have you at Woodin has? Sorry, Melcom has just changed their brand logo. We relaunched, and so that's very nice. You can actually go there if you're a member, and you can sign up. For now, you can sign up for free. It doesn't cost anything. And you don't have to pay anything. Partners don't have to pay anything. All they have to do is just give discounts, and then we're good to go with GhanaWeb Club. One good thing about it is that you also get a card, and it's not a physical card. You have it on your phone, and you can show it at the counter to say, I'm a member, and pick up your things on a discount. Beautiful. Digital development. Next. Well, this is my hairdo, and I'm sure this we can't see a lot about it, but the point is that there's an app that we have developed, and mind you, we do these things by ourselves. All the coding and everything is done by ourselves. I talked about the digital, the development guys there. You know, they do everything so wonderful. And they make sure that they do the right thing. They're very meticulous about things. We developed an app that you can always go and look for your hairstyles. The women out here, you can always go to My Hairdo. If there's any hairstyle that you're looking for, you can actually go and click on it and see where. We've also partnered with some salons where you can find that very close to you, and then you can just get it done. We're planning to do some very innovative things around it, make it come closer to you as much as possible, and that's what makes it digital. Please move this forward, completely forward. All right. Just go on until we get to the next. Thank you. So yeah, we're planning to do some events with it and all that. Okay, go on. Thank you. Okay, so well, I talked to you about GhanaWeb Excellence Awards. We thought that, okay, our people really thought that, look, it's you guys have done so well. You guys, it's so many people on your platform, and it's about time that you come up to show us the people who really deserve, you know, to be honored. So we gave the platform to our people, and so we have given them the opportunity to nominate and then decide who are the best guys to take Ghana to the next level. And so we did that from 2021, and we have come to a new edition, which is the youth edition. Most of you fall in that category. We expect you all to be at GhanaWeb Excellence Awards on the 19th of November, where we will be giving awards to deserving youth within our space. And I'm sure that if we had time, I would have gone through a lot more of it than you know. Some of the people. Nominations have been done, and so what we're going through now is to make sure that we select 5. We have got so many nominations, over 400, Venice, 400,000, or how many? Plenty nominations, and so we just sieve them to make sure that we have 5 in each category, and then, you know, people can then vote for the best. And we are not charging any money for the voting. You just have to be a member on GhanaWeb and help to vote your best guy. Okay, next. So that's all about Excellence Awards. Let's go on to the most important part of my presentation for today, which will be linked to exactly what we are talking about. Go on, please. Thank you. Go on. Keep going. Oh, that didn't stop. Just bear with us. Don't mind me. I thought that. Great. Here we go. Now, so many of you are here. Either you are interested to be creators, or you are creators, or you want to make some business, you want to make some money, you want to develop digitally to make some money. All right? Here is the opportunity for you. Okay. Now, you're doing things by yourselves right now, and I do not know whether you are so comfortable with what you have. Age Africa Agency has come for you. All right? Now, that is an MCN. MCN is a multi-channel network employed by YouTube to make sure that they manage creators. All right, let's go to the next one. Now, we work with, if you are the next YouTube hit, then you need Age Africa Media. Next, please. We work with creators, we work with brands, we work with publishers, we work with artists. What do? We make sure that we manage your channel. We manage your channel as much as possible for you. Okay, it's not maybe you think that you're doing something. Do you know the reason why you are not even monetizing yet? My guys, this could be the reason. Age Makers Africa Web, we're connected with Africa Web. Age Media is connected with Africa Web and Africa Business Communities. All right. Now, so if you are part of the Age Agency, Age Media or Age Africa Agency, you're also part of Africa Web Group, and you're part of the Africa Business Communities. That's the largest community in Africa. And so you're part of that group. They help to build your followers as much as possible. That's all about monetization, isn't it? How many people have followed you? How many people have looked? How many watch hours do you have? That's what it is. Okay, so we know what you want to become: bigger on YouTube, to gain money with your content, and to present the best content to your audience. Age Africa offers a dedicated partner in your country who would optimize your content and help you to build the optimal content strategy. You need that strategy. Okay? You don't have it yet, or you probably don't know it yet. You need the strategy. You need help. And so we give you that help. This is Paladin. It's a software that a dashboard that we give you to be able to check, so that you also know what we are doing with your channel and how much we are monetizing your channel. This is the most important thing around what I'm sure you like to know. We've got 4 streams of revenue. Programmatic advertising, I'm sure you all know what that is. That YouTube monetizes automatic programs. They put some adverts on your content, and you make some money as well. Okay. Now YouTube keeps 45 and distributes 55 to the MCN, and the MCN now works with you to get this. You don't. How you get this is the MCN, which is a multi-channel network that works very hard to make sure that you get more money. Then they can also make some money. All right. Now direct advertising. Age and GhanaWeb will acquire local and international advertisers to show their commercials and video advertising around the video content of the YouTube publisher. Okay. Now before the video will be uploaded, the video commercial will be added. So we get advertising to add to your content, and then we share that revenue. When it comes to direct advertising, we share it 50-50. I bring people to your channel or to your content, and then they pay the money, and we share that 50-50. There's no cheating anywhere at all. Native advertising. Now, if you have created your own thing, and then you have gotten your own advertiser to put on your thing. If it's Pepsodent, and then you start brushing your teeth, and then creating something that you're brushing your teeth with a particular toothpaste. That's your own thing. If you got it by yourselves, that's it. You get 100% of it. Even though you can come and use my studio, you can come and do anything for your digital development, you still get your 100%. You get your money. All right. Then obviously content upload used by others, beautiful videos, content attractive and all that. This is where, I mean, people tend to steal your content and stuff like that, but we help you to protect that content, and then obviously you make that money for yourself. So here is the share. I just talked to you about direct advertising is 50-50. The programmatic, you, the creator, you get 65%, and then Age gets 35%. You've cheated us, but it's fine. We're developing you. Native advertising. Oh well, this one. Well, it depends on you. If we bring you the advertising, obviously you get 50%, and then we get 50%. But if it's your own thing, you get your own 100%. You can take it. Then the content upload. Well, we get 65, and then Age also get 35%. All right. So these are something we can talk about it and everything, as long as you're big. Most of you are not big yet, and this is where we come in. Next. Right. Let's go to the next. So people have said very nice things about Age Africa Agency. Okay, Age is one of the most trusted MCNs you could work with. Blah blah blah. I joined Age and it's made me wonderful. Blah blah blah. All these wonderful things have been said about Age. Why don't you also get on board and get to know us, get to understand, and get to trust us? You can find us in Africa. We're in Ghana, we're in Kenya, and we're in Tanzania. By the grace of God, if you're looking for the Ghana representative, did I put on my shoulder? Talk to me. All right. Okay, next. Let's keep going. All right. So let's start the conversation. I think there's a lot that you can do next. There's a lot that you can do. There's a lot that can happen. Oh, why? You don't like my face? It's a lot that you can do. I'm sure that we can develop together. We can't talk about everything in this room. The time is limited. I believe that you have been blessed by some of the things that we've talked about, and I'm sure that you want to enhance or further the conversation. Let's keep talking. My name is Ekow Blankson. That's my number. You can call me, or you can send me an email.
Private citizen who says he is committed to good governance and accountability on the part of state institutions with the aim of optimizing revenue mobilization for national development has petitioned the Office of the Special Prosecutor demanding an investigation into the activities of La Bianca Company Limited, a company that specializes in the importation of frozen foods in the country. Frank Asari is alleging that this company, with the help of some custom officials of the Ghana Revenue Authority, are evading taxes at Ghana's ports. We speak to him on Say It Loud today. My name is George Isi, and Frank Asari is my guest. We'll be right back. Hello, Mr. Frank. Welcome to Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. It's nice to have you today.
Thank you, George, for having me here.
Great. So let's delve right into the conversation. What prompted this petition to the SP?
Well, George, it's true. Yesterday, I petitioned the Office of the Special Prosecutor to investigate the happenings or the dealings of the La Bianca Company and the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority of Ghana, Ghana Authority from 2017 to 2021. And I made references to certain dealings that I think are not in the interest of the nation. They are against the laws of the country, and they are against international trade practices. So it is true that they have petitioned the special prosecutor to investigate the dealings of the La Bianca company and the customs division of the Ghana Revenue Authority. And when you have taken notice of provisions in the Office of the Special Prosecutor Act 2017 Act 959, you look at section 27(1), says complaints can be laid by any person who has the knowledge of the commission of corruption or any corrupt related activity. I think the activities that is happening at the Ghana ports between the La Bianca company and the customs division of the Ghana Revenue Authority is cross-corruption activity and needs to be investigated to bring a stop to it. So the particulars of or the details of it, I make mention of what happened in just last month, October 2021, where the La Bianca company, owned by Madam Eunice Henal Asoma, we all know her to be a member of the Council of State and also a member of the governing board of the Ghana Revenue Authority. So, by virtue of her position, her privileged position, she's been doing certain things that are not in the interest of the nation. One, she's into importation of frozen goods, and on 21st October 2021, she applied for consideration of the import value of an imported goods that she had already brought into the country. The Deputy Director of Operations of the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, in replying or responding to her letter for consideration, gave her or granted her 10% markdown of the legal benchmark value. And by that, and you see, he quoted Section 12 of the Customs Act 2015 Act. And you realize that even the act or the section that he quoted to support the markdown is even against the markdown that was given. Let me explain. You look at Section 6 and 7, it stipulates and it is in my petition, so I would not like to waste time to mention them, but it stipulates how it can be granted. And also, it cannot be given in vacuum, so it must be specific. But when you look at what has been given now, it is from 26th October to 31st December. What it means is that all the products that has been listed in the Exhibit A that I posted in the letter for consideration, all those products within that stipulated period, she could bring in the products and she will be given 10% markdown. That is illegal. That cannot be done. That is against international best practice, and in fact against the GRA protocols that have been used over the years. It must be specific. You see, when you are granting the markdown, you have to look at the invoice, the product that is being imported. It is a pre-shipment thing, so you don't give it in vacuum. Now, La Bianca, when she's giving this markdown, the 10% that I'm saying it is illegal, gives her an advantage over all competitors. So my reason for petitioning the special prosecutor are in three folds. One, for the fact that the nation has been crying that we are losing resources. Other people who import such frozen products are paying the actuals. They are paying the correct import duty on their products. but she is paying a 10% markdown, which is a revenue loss to the state. And by virtue of that, she gets an advantage over her other competitors. What it means is that she can sell a product below certain threshold, of which the other competitors cannot do so because they are paying the actual import duty. And another thing is that the frozen products that she is bringing, we produce same year, poultry, chicken, and what have you. So it is also going to kill, and it is killing our local industry. Right. So to me, it is very, very pertinent that the special prosecutor investigates the dealings of the La Bianca company and the customs division of the Ghana Revenue Authority in order to stop the corrupt dealings, and it will help the country to get the needed revenue. It will also take away the advantage she has over her other competitors. So it is in good faith, it is in the name of good governance and accountability that I bring this petition to the special prosecutor. My brother.
Right. So your petition focuses on one person, and we understand this company is a limited liability company. So ordinarily, you are supposed to isolate the owner from the company in some way, but then you somehow try to draw a connection between your allegation and Madame Hine. How, on what basis are you able to come to this conclusion?
So I state that the company is a limited liability, but it is owned. And yes, when you look at the company law, the company itself is a person, and the individual who owns it is also different. But we should not lose sight of the fact that the person who owns the company is in a privileged position, and whether you like it or yes, she is using her position or not, she is using her position to help her company. So you cannot isolate the two individuals, though I know that the company is separate from the individual because the company is registered as the limited liability. So you realize that I state that even last month she misdescribed goods, and you know the goods that you import into the country, you have to give a description to the customs division, and that is what will help them to come to the realization or to calculate the value, the import value that you need to pay. She misdescribed the goods, and the customs division of Ghana Revenue Authority investigation revealed that, you know what they did? When you do that, you are supposed to pay 300% as penalty. By virtue of her position, her privileged position, she just ran away from her liability, and she paid nothing and took away her goods. So that is why I am saying that the special prosecutor must investigate and come to a conclusion whether or not the activities of the Labiana company. So you realize that her name is mentioned, but the specification is on the company. So the investigation is about the dealings of the company and the customs division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, which is a public institution. So George, you realize that we are not targeting her as a person. No, I will never do that. I have nothing against her. I have never met her in person, and I will never go for her. It will not be, like I told you, it is in the name of good governance and accountability. So it is not against the person of Madam Jimmy's Hina Asoma. No, I would never do that. It is against the backdrop that the dealings of the La Bianca company is causing financial loss to the state, and it is giving the company an undue advantage over other competitors. That is all.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. Do you own a company, or do you happen to in any way be related to a company that is doing something similar to what LaBianca does?
Not at all. You see, that is the interesting thing. I have no company that is doing same business. I have no family relative that is doing same business. But as a concerned Ghanaian, I think that you don't need to have a vested interest in a particular thing before you bring it to the attention of the powers that be. You need to take interest in something just as a citizen to help the country raise revenue, to help other competitors. You don't need to have an interest. But the interest I have is that I'm a consumer of frozen food products.
Okay, I ask because pursuant to your petition, the managing director of the company has responded in an interview with Asase, and I'm talking of Mr. Gadegbeku. He says, we strongly deny the allegation of corruption and import duties evasion. LaBianca company went through all the legal and proper application process before the discount was given. The substance of their petition does not deny the practice of applying for discounts and fail to address the valuable contribution that the company is making to the society as an indigenous Ghanaian business led by a woman. Honorable Eunice Boa, the CEO of the company, did not at any point in the process influence the decision because of her status as a Council of State representative. How do you respond to this?
It is very disingenuous for the MD to state that. But like I said, the matter has been referred to the Office of the Special Prosecutor to investigate an allegation of corruption against the company and the Customs Division. The principle of natural justice allows the person whom the allegation has been made against to respond. So I am not surprised that they have responded, and they have responded the way they have done, because yes, that is what they are supposed to do. But I am convinced that there is a wrongdoing. That is why I petition the Office of the Special Prosecutor. Yeah.
You underscore the fact that they are entitled to a response, and that is actually right. But then the MD actually tries to link this to some competition related to the please let me finish. Related to the upcoming end of year shopping season. He says it is a tactic by some competition to affect their businesses in this upcoming Christmas shopping season.
George, I must reiterate the fact that I have no vested interest. I am not in competition with the LaBianca company. I have no family member who is also in competition with their company. What I have done is just to bring to fore the happenings at the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, the activities of the LaBianca company, which I think is against the laws of the country, which I think is in contravention with the Customs Act 2015. So let's allow the Office of the Special Prosecutor to investigate. I have nothing against her person, I have nothing against her company, but I think they flouted the rules. The Deputy Operations Director who granted the markdown violated the laws of the country, and I think that it is a corrupt action. And I also believe that it is by virtue of a privileged position, or the privileged position he has as a member of the governing board of the Ghana Port and Harbours Authority, and as a member of the Council of State, that has given us that opportunity, to the extent that she could misdescribe even goods and yet go away with it without paying any penalty, without facing the consequences of it. And this is not the first markdown that was granted to her company. In April this year, same was granted, and that was 5% markdown. So if she thinks that by virtue of that markdown and her
paying lesser import duty, she's being given an undue advantage over her other competitors. That is her own cup of tea. That is her own problem to solve. But I am not saying that I have a competition or I have something against it. What I'm saying is that by her getting that 10% markdown, not following international best practice, GRA's own existing protocols, violating the Customs Act, it is something that needs to be investigated and a stop must be brought to it. That is all.
Right. So this remains Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV. My guest today is Mr. Frank Asari. He has petitioned the Office of the Special Prosecutor demanding an investigation into the activities of La Bianca Company Limited, a company that specializes in the importation of frozen products. He alleges that this company has been evading tax. We speak to him further to find out what exactly he seeks to get out of this petition when we return from this break. My name is George AC. We'll be right back.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. This is still Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV. My name is George AC, and today I have with me Mr. Frank Asari. He has petitioned the Office of the Special Prosecutor, asking that an investigation be conducted into the activities of La Bianca Company Limited, a company that specializes in the importation of frozen foods. He alleges that this company is involved in tax evasion with the aid of some officials at the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority. Mr. Frank, so you've petitioned the special prosecutor, and you, in some portion, relate this to the Customs Division. To be specific, what has been the role of the Customs Division? Yes, I can hear you. So my question is, we would like to speak about the role of the Customs Division in all this. But before we do that, you talk about painstaking investigations conducted by yourself. How far have you been able to trace this allegations or this practice of La Bianca?
I told you that it is from 2017 to 2021. That is the scope of the investigation we have done and what we want the Office of the Special Prosecutor. But we provide particulars that are recent. So, for instance, I talked to you about the fact that just in October 2021, there was a description of goods. I talked to you about the fact that just in 5th April 2021, there was 5%. Am I clear?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yes, I told you that just in April 2021, there was a 5% markdown on the benchmark value for her products, and also in 2020, just in October 2021, she applied. She applied on 21st October, just 5 days after the application. She was granted the 10% markdown on the benchmark value. And if you are to go by their own protocols of the GRA, you realize that it doesn't just take 5 days to grant the markdown. It takes time, because it has, even when you are going by international best practices, you need to even confirm from the country where the product will be imported from. You need to confirm the invoices. You need to do a lot of background checks.
So on average, per your understanding, on average, how long are we talking about?
Oh, we are looking at least a month. And even that, when you grant it, it should be specific. Just to the particular products that are yet to be imported. I've told you that it is a pre-shipment thing. So this one that has been granted here, like I told you, the exhibit has been provided and you have access to it. It's from 26th October to 31st December 2021. So she's been given a blank check. It is like as I speak to you, I write a check to you, I sign and just don't state any amount. You can write any amount that you want. And that is against the law. It should be specific. So even if you are granting her a markdown, it should be specific. But this time round, she has given you a listed product from chicken, leg, quarter, whatever, about 20 products. And she says that she needs consideration on the customs import value. We said no, you cannot grant her the consideration, but based on Section 12 of the Customs Act, you are granting her a markdown. Fair enough. The markdown must go through some rigorous process. You don't go through that process. We have put it aside. Then you grant a markdown from 26th October to 31st December. What it means is that now the best practices where you have to submit your invoices, your investigation has to be done from where you are importing the product from. You have to look at the products you are bringing, the value of the product, the classification of the product, the origin of the product. All that will not be considered within this stipulated period because she's been given a blank check. And what we are saying is that that is wrong. That is illegal.
Do you happen to know how much the state has lost to this situation or this practice? Do you have any wrong?
I will leave that for now.
But then have you estimated?
I don't want to go into the specifics of the amount that the state is losing. All I want to do is to bring to fore that the activities, the dealings of the La Bianca company and the castle. You see, I don't mention only her name because she cannot do it herself, or the company cannot do it by itself. It has to be aided by someone and a public institution. So I do mention the fact that they are being aided by the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority. They are supposed to help the nation acquire or get revenue, and the budget will be read today. I don't know whether they are even reading it. We all know the revenue shortfalls that we have as a country. So the government should be interested in this matter. The special prosecutor should be interested, because at the end of the day, the money that will be that is lost, or the money that later will be accrued, will not come to my coffers. It will go into the coffers of the country. And as a citizen, that is all I can do to help in the nation building, in the name of good governance and accountability.
You at this point, the Customs Division would obviously go and answer to the special prosecutor. But do you at any point sought to get any explanation or clarification from the Customs Division on why they granted these exemptions as it will be?
Yeah, you know, one of the problems we have as a country is that most often when issues come up, we talk and we don't take action. And it is one of the reasons why corruption is festering in our country. That is why I took it upon myself to petition the special prosecutor, so that with the powers that is given him by the Act, the Office of the Special Prosecutor Act 2017, he will be able to come to the conclusion. So anything they will come to tell me or tell you, they can lie to me. I hope you get it. Yeah, and they can get away with it. But when they lie to the special prosecutor, it comes with consequences. That is why I want the special prosecutor to investigate the alleged wrongdoing.
The Office of the Special Prosecutor was set up to basically fight corruption. And we are all in this country. We know the history that has come with the establishment of the office till today. You decided to run to the special prosecutor rather than any other institution. We have the Yoko, we have all these people. Why the special prosecutor's office?
Okay, I think that personally, the current special prosecutor, being my former lecturer, has an integrity and she has a reputation to protect. This interest is issue is a public interest issue, and I have the firmest belief that the Office of the Special Prosecutor will do justice to the issues that has been raised. That is the more reason why I decided to petition the Office of the Special Prosecutor, but no other public institution. The Office of the Special Prosecutor has a low approval rating as we speak now, because people think that the noise, the issues that came up, the expectation that people had when the Office of the Special Prosecutor Act was passed and the office opened has not been met. So issues like this that are of public interest, I think that when they take it up and investigate to the conclusion that will be in the interest of the state, it will help uplift their image. It will help also give them a good approval rating. And I know from where I stand that the Office of the Special Prosecutor will not disappoint the Ghanaian people insofar as this matter is concerned.
You mentioned the fact that the company owner in question is related to the ruling party. Would you be surprised if somebody links your petition to politics? And what would be your response or reaction to such claims? You have the petition. My particulars are stated. The details to be investigated are stated. I will rather be surprised that somebody will link it to politics, because it will then mean that the person is not even interested in the issues at stake. The fact that a Ghanaian has petitioned that a state is losing an amount of money through the dealings of an individual company and a state institution. Why would you want to link it to the political affiliation of the person in question? Even if I belong to NPP or NDC, to me, it is mute. It doesn't come in because it is immaterial. The issues that I have raised are cogent, they are legitimate. I have raised issues about the violation of provisions of our own statutes, that is the Customs Act. I have raised issues about markdown that has been granted arbitrarily, that was not followed, due process was not followed. I've raised issues about the state losing money. I've raised issue about competitive advantage of the company over other competitors. I've raised issue about the state local companies losing revenue, local company not being competitive as a result of this. I think that should be what matters, and that should be what the people who want to respond or people who want to have something to do with this matter should be interested in, not the political affiliation of the petitioner. Have you received any response from the Office of the Special Prosecutor? Probably a preliminary response yet.
Yesterday, the Office of the Special Prosecutor received my petition. I'm waiting to have a copy of their response. I know they will respond. Like I told you, I personally have believed in the current Special Prosecutor that he will rise up to the occasion and he will live up to expectation, and he will bring to conclusion the dealings, the alleged corrupt dealings of the La Bianca company and the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority.
Okay, viewers, this has been another edition of Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George AC. Today I had as my guest, Mr. Frank Asari, who has petitioned the Office of the Special Prosecutor demanding an investigation into the activities of La Bianca Company Limited, a company that specializes in the importation of frozen foods in the country. He alleges that documents available, and based on his own investigations, this company is involved in the evasion of tax with the help of officials at the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority. Till we meet again for our next episode of Say It Loud. It's bye for now.
It feels good to be back on your screen once again. It's eForum on GhanaWeb TV, the maiden edition. If you've been following our social media pages and our website, you notice that there has been a change in the name of the program. We used to be Bloggers Forum, and we're coming your way from our newsroom now. We are eForum, and we're coming your way from our studios. And of course, the conversation is bigger and better. We have a tall list of a panel. Nothing has actually changed except that we are going to have a bigger conversation on the show. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantipare. Return shortly to introduce to you our guest and the issues that we have tabled for discussion. Thanks for joining us once again. It's 60 minutes of riveting conversation. Joining me on the panel is Ismail Akwe. Now, Akwe is an arts, tourism and culture advocate. Akwe, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for inviting me and being here. Yeah.
George Britton is an artist manager. The whole. Last time I read online that he says he doesn't pay for plane tickets and hotels anymore. So after the show, I'm sure you'll give me all the money.
I know, right?
So, how come you've not been paying for tickets and hotel fees?
Well, I think for the past decade, most of my travels have been sponsored by, either events organizers or products, that we go and help in, activating. So it's been, I think I've been blessed on that side, So every trip that I've made, like I said, for the past 10 years has been sponsored for, yeah.
So all the money's way that you go feel do all these things, where the money be?
No, so I mean, of course, it's being invested somewhere. It's being invested in the craft so that you can get, the free tickets. So it keeps coming.
How is Camido doing?
Oh, very well. Very well. I think it's, we are just in line what we actually anticipated for the year. We've been planning this for the past 2 years. So we're not surprised to see this, even though there are some places that we got to and we heard a song that we're a bit amazed. We're not usually songs. African music, blows in Europe, London especially, and maybe somewhere in America. But for it to be somewhere in Asia and hear people sing the song, that means that the internet has come to help us a lot.
George AC is a journalist and a PR expert. George, thanks for joining us on the show. Nice one. And when last time we went somewhere, I went with Akwe. Someone saw Romeo's video and wanted to find out who is this man. And so when I started introducing him, he says, "Oh, okay, he has heard what he wanted to hear." Guess what? Wow, any panel then and all of it. Also, sure, I was a politician. And so when I mentioned that you are Medina Social Welfare Assemblyman, he said, okay. He looked like a politician. Romeo, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
How has it been? It's really been a long time.
Exactly, it's been long, but then our opinions were never halted. We've always been around and sharing our 1 cent on issues, especially relevant to a social living, day in, day out, be it societal issues, show business, you just name it. So we've just been warming up for E-Forum. Okay. Here we are.
Romeo is an event organizer. He's also the coach for Miss Ghana. So the Miss Ghana contestants that you've been seeing, he's the one that trains them on speech and how to present yourself when you are on stage. Last time I'm here, should be the person who went blank or say, "Oh my God, oh Jesus." Romeo will not. Romeo will tell you that when you go blank, Charlie, don't let anybody see that there is you made a mistake. You need to go on, because at the end of the day, you are the one who has your script, and then you know what actually is in there. All right, so there are quite a number of issues that we will be looking at today. The first on the list is the Kirani Ayat issue with the government of Ghana, the Ghana Tourism Authority, and President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, because it was the president that first, he was reacting to the president's video, I should put it that way. And so more like he was the first person who shared the video, or the first person whose video was spotted by Ayat. And it's a video that's promoting tourism in Ghana, telling the people outside to come and visit Ghana, and then even encouraging those who are here to, you know, explore the places, the tourist sites that we have in Ghana. And according to Kirani Ayat, who is a musician, the government did not reach out to him to seek permission for the usage of his video. Meanwhile, when he released the song, he actually tried to get the attention of the Ghana Tourism Authority for them to use the video, but they didn't. It was unsuccessful, and now they used the video without his consent, and so he called them out on Twitter. Now, the Ghana Tourism Authority has also released a statement, and basically what the statement is saying is that they contracted an agency, and then so more or less it's the agency that gave them the clearance. But the agency has also come out that the video that they gave, it was not the final work. This is like this is how the face, this is how it's going to be like. So let's say it's a draft. Let's put it that way. You watch and then you need to revert. So the final video, they are not the ones that worked on it, and this has actually generated a whole lot of controversy. People are expecting that at the end of the day there's going to be a lawsuit whatsoever. But a quick one, let me just read the Ghana Tourism Authority's statement, the bit. It says, for the record, the footage in question was acquired legitimately from Biscope Spoke creative agency as part of a project in 2019. This video has thus been played severally, locally and internationally, without any issue. The content was used in accordance with the terms agreed with the agency and not as being alleged. And that's why I said the agency has come out. The agency says that the core obligation of GTA were to support the rollout of the discovery ban. Okay, so let me just skip that. It says, for the avoidance of doubt, the video which the president and the GTA have put in circulation is not the mood board we created. It contains snippets from the mood board. However, we never authorized the GTA to publish the mood board or any scenes from it. The signed MOU was explicit that our delivery obligations related to new content which would be financed by the GTA. So let me begin with Akwe. As someone who is enthused about the arts and tourism aspect of this whole industry, when you hear such news that the government has used the intellectual property of an artist without prior notice, and then you see the government come out with such communication, trying to, well, some say they are trying to push the blame to the agency. How do you dissect this? Did the government err in any way, or we should put the blame on the doorstep of the agency?
Well, I think Kirani Ayat should be congratulated for bringing up this issue, because if he hadn't, we wouldn't have known that they had already aired this severally on international platforms and other places, which he has to also track, because indeed, if he goes to court, he needs to make his money from all the other places where they've played it. Until the president released the video, or the president's handle released the video, he wouldn't have known that his own intellectual property was used without his own, approval. You know, and these are cracks that we have in our system, because for the government agency like Ghana Tourism Authority to use something without the people's consent, there's an MOU which they acted as if they didn't know it was even there. They were quick to respond without even sitting down to call Kirani and ask him, where exactly have we taken your content or intellectual property, or to ask the people they contracted to do the work, that where were you at fault? They didn't do that. They quickly came on to defend. Then now there's a ripple effect. Have they responded to Samsal?
Not yet.
Not yet, because definitely they end. You know, so these are some of the problems we have, and it comes down to open tendering. Because if you want to give someone a business, there are so many Ghanaians who would even be open to offer their videos. Kamido can give his video to show Ghana, because there are so many beautiful videos they've shot. Even Kirani himself can do same if they call him, because he said he had offered, but he wasn't taken. He wasn't given the opportunity. However, you are using it now, and then you want everything to be normal, and you want to jump to defend on the media, on social media, and everywhere. Definitely things are not right, and things need to be made right, and it's good that now people can stand up and say, hey, this is my content, you need to give me what's due me, or they have to go to court.
You see, do you think the government goofed in its communication, being a PR aspect?
That has been the situation from the get-go. I mean, this whole thing started as an issue that you need to deal with at the early stages as you can. You don't allow it to degenerate into a crisis. If you want to look at it, now the government is more or less dealing with crisis. When you have BBC reporting the president of a country being involved in intellectual property theft and all that, that is pure crisis that you are dealing with. And if Ayat says that I've seen that you've used my content, please sort me out, or whatever it is. The best thing, what do you do?
What should have the government done? What was the best thing the government should have done?
It started from when the president shared, from when Ayat came out, from when the Ghana Tourism Authority released a statement, to today that Samsal has also released a statement. At any point in time, the GTA had the opportunity to sort this out. Reach out to the person, let him, because from the very first place, he says, I don't have anything to do with the people you claim to have gotten the video with from. So from there, you just speak to him direct and try to find out how you can sort this out. And by sorting it out, there's a lot of ways to do it. Right now, I'm just reading that the CEO of GTA is on Hits FM saying that, oh, he should probably, essentially saying he should bring it on, because that thing he was supposed to seek is folklore, and if we are going to talk copyright and all that, why do we do this to ourselves? Abrante.
So, when you were speaking, I saw the reaction on George Britain's face. I mean, you are an artist, man. Assuming that your artist was in this situation, of course, let's not forget, what's his name? Pius ODG has also come out with a statement saying that he also has his videos in there, and the government did not seek permission from him. His lawyers are dealing with the case. As an artist manager, how best is an artist supposed to handle this? Because some have said that it's not a social media war, like we are seeing between Kirani and the government.
Yes, it is not a social media war, but I think that there are instances that you need to go a bit rough to get the attention that we seek. I mean, we've been complaining about copyright laws. We've been complaining about people using people's intellectual properties for their selfish gains or whatever it is, and we've still not gotten response yet. I mean, you sit down and watch TVs and you ask yourself the number of songs are being used for adverts. Are there artists even saying? I can't remember back then when I was managing Akon, and I had a song called Wash and Wear. And there was a sub company that used, a sub brand that used a song for, to advertise without even our consent. But fortunately for us, we have some few good lawyers around us. We dealt with them. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, didn't come to public for, the whole country to discuss. But this clearly shows the type of energy or how the government even sees the creatives. You understand? Because thinking, well, it is my intellectual property. Before you use my property, you have to seek my consent. Now he goes, especially the GTA boss. I mean, when you see his posture and how he's going around talking about this, looks like a careless. I mean, who are you, a musician, and nothing more? You understand? Is it because we don't have the structures to help the creatives? Because for me to be in a studio to record a song, listen, I mean, the video that Ayat's video cost them a lot of video. That was a video shot by Nicosia and his team up north. You can imagine how much money was spent. And you just pick it up and use it because, yes, it's a Ghanaian content. You understand? So I think the laws are supposed to be used here and used aggressively. If I was Ayat's manager, I think we'll hold this whole thing by the neck and try as much as we can to get every dime that we deserve from this. But
does it come to you as a surprise that we have a government, I mean, this is big, that they couldn't even take their cameras to these places that it's under them to film and use whatever they got from the place for these adverts than to take it from the music videos of these musicians? I mean, I should tell you the level of laziness, some of us, possess in this country. I mean, you claim to be GTA. I mean, it's a big thing now. Tourism is a big thing in Ghana now. And even if you are not willing to do that, and there's content out there, I mean, most of the music videos, some of the foreign content that you see in, yes, they might call it stolen shot and all that, but some of them are bought. You get me? So for you to use somebody's content, you will have to seek the person's consent or even purchase. You understand? Yes, you sit in Accra or wherever you are, and you think you can just download somebody's video and use it as your property. It's a criminal offense. This is a big criminal offense. I mean, we are just looking at the face of it and making it look like, it's your music video, so what? Imagine you have gone to, Europe or Asia to import goods, and I come and pay the goods without your knowledge to my home. How would you feel? You see, people don't really rate, when we say intellectual property or when we say content created by creatives, people don't really put value on it. That's one thing I've realized in this country. We don't put value on these things. So, yes, anybody can get up and pick somebody's content and, here he goes. So, I think I like this because, yes, it involves even the #1 person in the country, the president. So now heads are going to turn to our direction so that tomorrow, if anybody's content is going to be used, I'm sure respect is going to be put on before even the money. Romeo, what would you say is your assessment of the way industry is approaching this whole issue?
I think this nation is built on disrespect towards the creatives. Even in our schooling, structures, little or no respect are accorded to the creatives. School of Performing Arts, the kind of mindsets people hold about them. But then at the end of the day, if you check the proper structure of any tourism-related country, it's the creatives that serves as our pillars. Because if you talk about a year of return, what are people returning to? People are returning to your culture through music, through sales. That is baiting people to come celebrate. No one is returning to listen to your economic gymnastics. No one is returning to your country to study your gold trend. People are here to enjoy the arts and through music. And that is what anchors, when we talked about what we call this global citizen thing, when the whole world was Ghana, panned in to the extent that the president had to take advantage of the stage. It tells you that the creatives is sort of an element where, if properly given that attention, oil and cocoa or whatever will not match the revenue generations we are going to enjoy from that aspect. But guess what? Little or no investment is made towards that. And when young people are scratching deep ground within every means just to make ends meet and create that brand and image for themselves, and then someone sitting somewhere will just pick someone's property and thinks, oh, it's normal. Oh, they usually think this creative people are riffraffs, they are not educated, so they might not know their left from right. But I like what Ayani is doing, Kirani Ayat is doing. The reason being that he just released an album. No one is even promoting it. No one is talking about it. But you pick his video and you're pushing it. And I like it because it's also using the grounds to also remind people that, hey, I even have an album. And check out. And he's promoting his videos. That
tweet, he has actually been tweeting his album.
Exactly. And I would, it's laughable to hear someone say he should tone down on it. He's dealing with the government and a whole lot. This is an avenue he needs to leverage on to reach out to people who are even supposed to know. So you have all these quality stuff, and your people are sleeping on you. We always talk about pushing people to make the grannies. And if you check this trend of musicians, Ayani, Kamido, if you check all these young guys these days, you check their videos, there are standards that if the media or even the nation wants to focus on the arts, they're going to push these people. And when you talk about foreign exchange, you're getting forex without even destroying your land, without selling anything. You're selling people's ideas where they are coming back. You talk about the dollar price, dollar CD issues, and these are avenues where we can use to neutralize all these engagements. But then, we don't take the creative serious. And Ayani should push it to the last drop till he gets every pin he invested in this his creative idea in terms of his work. And what I saw on Twitter not long ago, I think the DTA boss is not doing any good. If he's not an expert in terms of handling communication, you should allow those meant to do that to handle, because he's actually muddying the waters. And he's actually making Ayat Kirani gain more grounds. And lawyers, people who do some pro bono job for Ayat, even if he doesn't have good lawyers, people will take up that case and push the government. Because if you check right from the onset, I'm not setting my lenses on the government, but if you remember issues of plagiarism that hits the president longer, people didn't take it serious. But it's an offense. People in Europe, leaders in Europe or Americas or elsewhere will resign. Yes, when they find themselves in such a situation. But when you come to this side of our world, the level of integrity associated to our leadership space is minimal. You get it. And it's sort of an I don't care thing. Once the person has a position, he wants to use it to tame someone or throw a shoulder about, but not to help the interests of the people. And this is a battle for all creatives, not just Ayat. It shouldn't be that, no, because tomorrow it could be another person. And once he doesn't win, if he doesn't win, nobody, no other artist will win against any government tomorrow. So it's a battle for everybody.
Akwe, do you see this issue going far and getting the results that Ayat or any industry person may want?
Well, I want to pick up on the last thing he said. This is a battle for all creatives. And this is a time we need to see Musiga and Gamro and the others who claim they serve the interest of artists and musicians come up and support. Because if they don't, it's going to affect all of them. If Ayat is not a member of any of their groups, it doesn't mean they shouldn't also protect their interest, because it's in their interest. And this issue can be killed because, you know, we are in an environment where politics plays a role. Everybody keeps quiet because they have their interest, and then everything dies out. If Kirani does not go to court, there may be a possibility of settlement on the side, but that doesn't end the issue because it would happen again. And now what George AC was talking about, the GTA boss, talking about a law. So there's a law that was an act, a 1985 act that was reintroduced in 2005, and this act says that all artworks that have any folkloric connotations should it's not free. It doesn't belong to you even if you create it. And you need to pay the National Folklore Board to have it out there. And he's now talking in that direction with the yes, he's using that to say
the president, to clean the president of the government of this mess. First and foremost, he fires the GTA boss because they pulled him into that. The president is no expert to determine as to whether this video was actually belongs to another person or not. So GTA boss failed in that regard. So for me, for the president to prove that he's free or is not to blame for that kind of a grand error, the GTA board should go. Whoever is in line with that kind of blunder should be fired. Well, that's the first statement the president should make in order to show that he really supports the creatives.
This is something that I can bet on that will never happen. But it will never happen. They should we are daring the president. Just fire somebody.
Exactly.
Fire somebody less.
Just for a start.
You know? Yeah, I think we should do that. But it won't happen. And we know how it's going to go. Either they will pay Kirani and he will not say anything about it, or they're going to use this law thing to bully him, and that's what they are doing now. Well, they should go to court, and whatever the court's decision will come out is going to help other artists to know that, hey, I'm not going to shoot at Amina Castle, because if I shoot there, the government is going to take some of the proceeds of my hardware. You know, so this is something that will help us in the future. But right now, we don't know what's going on. We don't know what's going to happen.
And but let me not cut you. If we talk about marketing in terms of tourism sites, it's the biggest avenue is through music. These musicians are just marketing the country, and you are milking so much from tourism. People come to visit your site because they saw it in a music video. People came to visit your site because they saw it in a movie. How much are they investing in a movie industry and the music industry? Nothing. That is my worry. Because at the end of the day, if these young people are putting resources together and are being overtaxed, because if George Britain, things gets maybe sort of a deal to import some good machines to shoot good videos, to make good music videos, even the clearing at the port will not be easy for him. He will not be considered as someone who is going to create content to push a sort of a business that is meant to generate employment for the youth, and also to fight this dollar weakness we've been facing that is attracting for us through our music or creatives. You get it? These are things musicians are supposed, even if you are unable to give them direct support, give them waivers, so that if they are important things that is meant to promote their work, they feel, okay, this is what we're also getting. So when they're also giving out to push the country, they know it's sort of a tit for tat. But nothing goes, but yet you want to take everything for free. It doesn't work that way.
I mean, from what I stand, what really hurts is the fact that there's no value placed on content creation in this country. Nobody plays value. Everybody thinks, I mean, yes, doctor, banker, musician or content, creative artist, you are the last at the bottom. But you see, I would say we are even the most blessed. You get me? Because the kind of attention that we bring to this country, other sectors don't. You understand? If the government is to properly run this creative industry well, I can tell you that the amount of increment that we will bring to the economy, it will surprise you. Because every now and then there's something happening. I mean, you only see GRE when you're putting up a concert. Aside that, what happens? How are you guys helping us? Do you even know how we even come together to do these shows? We live in an economy or a country where there are no support from the brands, from individuals. We are killing ourselves to get here. You get me? And for you to do your own concert, after the whole concert, even before the whole concert, you find some few gentlemen standing by the gate side taking money from the ticket and this. Fair enough, we have to pay our taxes, we understand. But when you take these things, how do you reinvest in us? You understand? It's just crazy if that's the way.
Let's wrap up on this conversation, but let me take George A.C.'s comment. Now there have been reactions, different reactions. At this stage, how should each of the parties behave or approach the issue where it's gotten to now?
I think so far the people who have handled it easily or better, I should probably say Samsung, from the way things have gone. Look at the details in their statement, and look at the details in government statements. Governments release a statement saying, and they use some English word, a bespoke, whatever. Now Ghanaians have to go out there looking out for which particular company.
Interestingly, some people thought the bespoke was the agency.
You understand? So it doesn't help anybody. Let's follow what guides every system and structure. Systems and structures in this country are not allowed to work If we are a country that allows systems and structures to work, the PR person would have done his work right. The person who was supposed to do due diligence so that the president will not be caught up in all these things would have done his work properly. We live in a country, look, Michael Jackson died ages ago. He still gets his royalties up to today. They talk about how people in the creatives are supposed to help this country. Thomas Partey signs for Arsenal, worth of millions of pounds and all that, and his family, the people close to him, and it is the same way. Ask George, when they go out to play their shows and they come back, the kind of money they bring and the people around them, the benefits they get out of these things. Why should we be doing this to ourselves? Why can't we just allow the streets? Then we allow politics to cloud just everything. In whose interest do we do this? Of course, they will say it's because of the interest of NPB, because of the interest of NBC. But NPP and NBC is not Ghana.
So, moving forward, how do they handle the communication? Ayat
should stop, probably, if not stop, he shouldn't lose focus on what the main goal is here, right? And the main goal is to get his due. He should go to court like everybody else has advised. Now, Ghana Tourism Authority should stop this social media thing and get to the table, right? Try and get your facts right. Don't come and tell us that you have all the right in this world to somebody's property that he has worked for, whilst you don't have it. Now you've been exposed. So they shouldn't just be putting out statements for putting out stake. They should make sure that their statement is rich in terms of facts, so that they will not be caught up in all these things. It's rather unfortunate that our president has become it is bad.
It's a laughing stock to the world.
It is bad.
I saw the report from BBC and it's sad. And Ayat was smart enough to tag himself with his new video.
His response.
And his response and his new video. So that you get to know the individual they're talking about. And he's riding on that to increase his numbers. It's fine.
In case you don't know which video it is, the title of the video is Buddha. That's Ayat, Kirani Ayat's video. That was used in that promotional video for the Visit Ghana campaign. You know, when this whole thing started, what I was saying was that you have someone, we have NPP people, or people in the creatives that are NPP. They could have engaged Kirani Ayat, backdoor, Charlie, okay. We mess up small, but you take this thing. Let's take a photo. Put out there, hashtag Visit Ghana. Oh, we have spoken. Everything is cool. And then not just any amount, an amount that he will be very okay with. And then you take a photo, put on social media, and say, I support the Visit Ghana campaign. I think this thing could have been could have ended.
At any point in time, they had the opportunity to end all of this.
Or maybe they are also playing to the gallery in the sense that people will try to dig to see the video and then get to know the Visit Ghana campaign and increase their numbers and later go back to what you're saying. So whichever way, but you see, this it's not easy. You see, even when you have an idea as creatives, even for advertising agencies, you have a concept, you write to them, you present to them, they act like they don't want it. 5 years down the line, before you realize they've stolen it, no one fights for you.
Okay.
Because you don't have the capacity to face them.
All right.
That's what a lot of people are facing.
That's Romeo. He's an event organizer. We'll take a break. When we return, we'll talk about the Global Citizen Festival. Welcome back. You're still watching E-Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Abrantipa. I'm doing this with Nanea Romeo, McDonald Nanea Asari is an event organizer. George AC is a PR expert. George Britton is an artist manager. I don't know whether he started going into events.
I was doing events before.
Oh, okay.
I used to run campus events.
Oh, okay.
And
okay.
You know, so many activations.
So you put that on hold.
And I'm still doing, especially with the activations. You know, we have an ad agency, an advertising agency as well.
Okay, right. And then Ismail Akwe is a tourism, arts and culture enthusiasts.
All of it.
So we're talking about the Global Citizen Festival. Now, it happened in Ghana, the 10th anniversary. There was a concert at the Black Star Square on the 24th of September. Now, the Global Citizen Festival is an annual music festival where fans take actions towards ending extreme poverty in order to earn tickets. And so we have artists who come to perform. There are world leaders who also take part in other activities in their quest or their mission to end poverty now. It's a moment both to celebrate all and we have achieved together and all we continue to achieve together. That's what the Global Citizen organizers actually say. So when it happened at the Black Star Square, we saw Ghanaian musicians perform alongside Ashare. Well, Mani Bebre Ekow, because Asha. So Jackie performed, Stonebwoy performed, Sarkodie performed. We had Stormzy also performing and bringing on stage Kwesi Arthur and Yautog to come and do the Sorry remix. Jackie was also on stage. I don't know which was your takeaway, the performances. Which one did you enjoy most, Akwe?
Well, I watched on TV, but I went there before the events and the security was tight. I really liked the entire setup and everything. You consider this of international standard, international Abagana. It's something that we've always been calling for, and a lot of people are learning from it. I watched the Sarkodie performance, and I also watched the Stormzy performance. I like the Stormzy one because he wore a T-shirt to make a statement.
That Lumba's T-shirt.
That's always, it's very artistic, and it's something that we look out from artists who always come on stage. Your dressing says something, hairstyle could say something, and everything else. And for art, you know, art illuminates culture, and culture also inspires tourism. And what did Stormzy do? He said Daddy Lumba, that's what he's going for. I think that was my best, because he also brought out these guys to sing with. So he had like a 3-in-1 performance, and it was perfect. Unlike the others who came on and did their own stuff, wearing white and all. It was beautiful too, but for me, Stormzy was on top.
A lot of conversation has been going on, and the Stormzy gesture has actually been applauded. George, did you expect any of the big guys, Stonebwoy, Sarkodie, to have mounted the stage with relatively young musicians like the way Stormzy did?
Well, unfortunately, no. I know. Listen, I know our people. I know our people in the sense that, you know, the opportunity hardly comes by. And when it comes by, they want to grab it. You know, we are not too much of the people that, you know, share a stage, especially when the time is. If it's my own concert, you know, we feel like, I need people to fill in a gap. But when I have a special 20-30 minutes for myself, I've not seen too many Ghanaian artists do that. And well, I wasn't surprised. I mean, this is typical of us. You know, not using some platforms to, you know, introduce others. So, you know, they came, of course, they did the performances, you know. I don't know whether other artists will reach out to them and said, hey, I heard you perform, and can I join you as well? You know, so they came and do what they probably wanted to do. But it was beautiful to see others bring others on.
Looking at what went into their performances, what we saw on stage, I mean, some have said that even though these artists organize their own shows, Stonebwoy has the Beam Nation, Beam concert, Sarkodie has Rapaholic, they've not seen them put in that effort that they put on stage during the Global Citizen Festival. Is that the case for you?
You know, a lot of things contribute to, you know, the final take on the stage. Now, when anyone amongst us who experience, you know, the behind the scenes of the Global Citizen, you could tell that everything was scripted, everything was well managed, time, everything was well done. So when these things are done, it helps the artist bring out his A game. You know, imagine going backstage and even your microphone is not working and you have to change your dress, it's not fitting. All these things stresses you as an artist. But when you go to the backstage and everything is so comfortable and you see a very cheerful crowd, I mean, you bring out the best in you. I wouldn't say Sarkodie did so well as compared to what he's done, sorry, over the years at Rapaholic. But it was just, you know, the stage that presented him, you know, the stage had everything to make him look good. Same way, you know, Stonebwoy as well. Because a few weeks ago when he did his performance at Ashaman, you know, you sit back and look at the number of people on stage. You know, it doesn't work anywhere. But if it's a local event, we don't even care. We'll just do anything. But because it was well organized, nobody was seen on stage. You were the main focus. This is you to giving your best to the people. You understand? So some of these things are things that we need to learn growing up, you know, in the industry. Because some of our concerts, you go and you ask yourself questions, when, until when. And you know, we travel out there, we participate in all these concerts, all these major concerts come to Ghana, and we learn very little out of it. So all these concerts are going to give us the best of performance.
Well, some have said if event organizers in the country have the necessary funds, we could put up such a show.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we need a little support because, you know, we are there but not there yet. When you listen, I was at Portugal, and before Burna Boy came, I had a band to, you know, go on stage or behind the stage. When Burna Boy came, I was told that when I step out of the confinement, I wouldn't be able to come back. Why? Because it was Burna Boy performing. I was like, no, but my pass allows me everywhere. They said no. Burna Boy's entourage or Burna Boy's team has ordered that when they start performing, there's no action on the backstage. So this allows him to know that any movement there is it's something that is planned. So when I see somebody going left, maybe I'm supposed to go right. So there's nothing that will happen that will come and affect my performance. But in our case, it's not like that. I mean, we all care about, oh, Sarkodie needs to look good, he needs to appear this way, and that's all. We don't manage a backstage well. We don't. Listen, it takes somebody, especially the lighting. Now, take a look at when Usher was performing. You could tell that the lighting, the movement of the lighting was actually in sync with his dance moves. I saw that when Chris Brown came to Ghana. After Chris Brown's performance, whoever came to control the lights, for a second I thought it was a ninja. You know? So these are things that we need. We need the institution here. I mean, people to go through the training, how to even control lights, the sound, you know, what shows on the screen. Because I think as every artist, before, all of us are learning. I mean, we need to have creative or images that run behind our screens when we are performing, something that communicates with the song. You know, some of these things we are still learning and we're going to get better. If you have the money to, you know, put ourselves together, we might be able to do it, but we need a little bit coaching. That's I can. Yeah.
Romeo, you are into events. I'm sure you've heard a number of reviews, and what do you think? Okay, first of all, did you enjoy the show?
Yeah, I enjoyed the professionalism. I enjoyed the running order. I enjoyed the crowd control. I'm highlighting these elements because it's what is usually missing in our national front when we're organizing events, and it doesn't give most of the artists a free hand to do a proper performance.
So the question I was about to ask is, what do you think we can learn from what happened?
It's a full script we need to adopt. That, okay, especially the music awards. It shouldn't just be sort of like just an ordinary outdoor event. The other time I told you it should be a festival. It should be a festival where most of our music history should have sort of a research thing, a symposium, lecture, for foreigners to come study how we started even before. So even most of the awards will start going back door. I know they use a week and then they have these parties and a whole, but I'm talking about proper research. Maybe go to Legon School of Music, if there's a School of Music in Tech, they research and then check how we came by with this word high life thing, because recently we have Grammy top guys within the space. Now when we have a template that stipulates our journey as a country, where even Nigerians were able to tap in to birth what they are enjoying now, but we are not even enjoying the kind of fame Nigerians are enjoying. then let's rewrite our scripts. And then when we have our awards, in terms of music awards, it should be well structured, so that the stage, like for instance, even if not the same as what they did, we should have something higher. When this guy, Sadiq, tried introducing something, you see, because of our level of competitiveness, we are always eager to pull someone down. We are not able to applaud people when they do the right thing, or maybe, okay, he has done well, this is his maybe first year, second year, so let's say, okay, with a little support, Sadiq can do better. But we fear competition. People are stuck with, let's say, Charterhouse. So if someone is doing something, instead of them to applaud everyone, because whatever, no matter the competition, it goes to support the countries, goes support the base. So I don't think whoever is doing good should be supported. But it's just like our pageant in Ghana. People are fighting for the same sponsors. So they would have to make you look bad in order for their brand to look better, for their sponsors to be able to dole out the money to support their quest. But if you're creating a common space,
it's an ecosystem.
Exactly. If you're creating a common space for ourselves, I should even see some Charterhouse engineers supporting Sadiq. So at the end of the day, if Sadiq also travels and gets some ideas, calls you and say, Charlie, maybe you can add this to your awards thing, it will go this way. It's for Ghana.
But you see, there was a time, I don't know whether George Quay at the time was still with Charterhouse, but I remember he made a post congratulating Sadiq when...
No, he wasn't.
He wasn't, right? He had left.
Maybe last year he came on to support, but he wasn't with Charterhouse.
You see,
I'm just to say that
George Quay
has been
vetted by the creatives. It's the son of the creatives. He was a student of a school of performing arts. So he understands the tenets of that kind of teamwork. Success in the creatives is about teamwork. It's not a one-man show. If you want to do one-man chop thing, you fail. So it's sort of a confluence of ideas. And if war merged, you get the best results. And that's what we saw at the event. They are not superhumans. They're humans like us. But they've been trained to the extent that they put people, professionals in charge of something. And the challenge we face is that if maybe I hire you as maybe a sound person, instead of a sound person to put someone in charge of microphones, to make sure that the batteries are regular, maybe after every 1 hour, you make sure you replace the batteries. No excuses. Whether the battery goes low or not, change it. So that we won't get to a point where they will have an interruption with the performance. Those are templates of professionalism that you can put aside for yourself. You get it? Now, whoever controls the polo light or whatever Pacan light is there to control on stage, there are people designated personally, but not someone who go and check the cord here, it's not working. He leaves, and then there's a problem here. We have to run. No, we don't work that way. People are situated right there. This is your job. So if it goes wrong, I know whom to hold accountable. But we don't do that because we do things boja. So we don't get the results intended. So when we saw this, you see, no one will applaud this kind of performance in Europe, but we don't see it often. We don't see it often. So it's like, you do free, Charlie, you get it. So
but you agree that the performances were nice.
It was nice. Okay. See people applauding Sarkodie. The whole country. When we talk about stagemanship, aside the Lord Kenyas, the terrible Nchakes, you talk about Shatawale, you talk about Stoneboy. You get it. But just look at the kind of energy that overwhelmed Sarkodie that day, and people realize that wow.
The way he performed the original track was serious.
Exactly.
It was serious, man.
You get it. So it tells you that no matter who you are, once you are given the right stage, the right elements in you will come out.
I have a question on communication for AEC. Now, after the event, there was an interview by Kojo. Now, Kojo Pukui is one of the... He is actually the Chief Executive Officer of Big Ideas Consult, a local partner at of the event. Now, he granted an interview to Giovanni and a question as to how the artists were paid. Because the conversation was about what they spent on the organization. Then Giovanni said he's sure that, a lot went into it, even looking at the artists, the amount that they would take. And then Kojo said, oh, the artists, they didn't pay them. And then Jackie also does an interview on the same channel, and Jackie says she was paid. So per the report from 3 News, Jackie said yes, she was paid like full amount. And when the story was done, Jackie comes out. I think I don't know whether people were bashing her or not. Now she comes out and says that we all believe in the cause and the change it will bring, hence agreeing to be part of it. Yes, Global Citizen did not pay us for our performances, but invested in our performances and made sure the team was good and comfortable. Now, before this one, she had tweeted, how on earth do we have a big event like Global Citizen and you assume everything is completely free? People worked on it for days to make this successful. When I say we were paid and everyone on the stage was paid, I only meant that there was investment in the performances.
I thought.
Diplomatic language.
I say a diplomatic language. I want to question so
I see where you're coming from. You see, you read 2 tweets.
Yes.
The one where she talks about we all know the cause and what it stands for. As an artist and in terms of communication, you need to understand what the issue is about. Being part of the program, you should have known what the program is about. This is a humanitarian program, so obviously you wouldn't want the organizers to come and tell you that we are paying our artists this much or that much. Okay, it is an event for a good cause, so and you can't put up an event of such caliber without investing. So her answer, her subsequent post on Twitter, is what is supposed to be her, supposed to have been her initial answer.
Instead of what she said in the interview.
No, of course, a humanitarian, as you would say.
But you see, with such an entity, I'm sure it's
no. You see, that's why I'm telling you that understand what the event is about. Okay, this is an event to eradicate poverty and all that. So they will not come and say that you persuade this much so that and all that. But they will sort you out.
But don't you think perhaps the amount that they give her as the
it is subjective.
I have a problem with this focusing on the money part because everybody was paid. The artists who did all the artwork, those who worked on the stage.
No, Kojo says they didn't pay them.
I mean, for the little knowledge I know that everybody was at least given something. One, I mean, like Jackie said, the performance were heavily invested. I mean, from the costuming and all these things. Yes, we know it's charity events, but then you need a lot of things to complement your performance, which were clearly taken care of. I mean, they didn't pay because if they had asked Sarkodie how much he was going to charge, and they probably said $100,000. Okay, we might not be, or we are not in the capacity to, pay you this amount. But because of the cost of the event, we want to give you X amount to assist you, put together A, B, C, and D to deliver the very best performance. Because this event was not just for the Ghanaian community; it was for the entire world to watch. I think a day after they've had about 2 million views. So clearly, you only just come and put up any performance. So for them to also be on the safer side, they had to invest well for people. But my problem is, wasn't there an NDA in whoever signed the contract?
Because I think they will.
These are not things that are supposed to come out to be discussed. Who cares about how much I get when I perform? I mean, at the end of the day, people came there, they were thrilled, they went back home. It's good, but he was paid. You know how we think as people here, the very moment that we say this person wasn't paid, they will start looking down on the person. So these are things that I was a bit disappointed they came out. Yes, we knew that was out. I mean, charity event. I mean, Jay-Z was touring the whole world with, I think a water project. He didn't charge as much as he charges for his show. But we know this is charity. It's to, assist the very needy people. But for us to come back and be discussing money, who cares about money?
You see, Abantipa, it was this thing was being baited by event organizers in Ghana. They just wanted to know that, assuming we invest so much into a performance and put up a good show, and then we don't pay you, we target charity, would you be cool? If we make your performances comfortable and everything appears classic, would you be cool? So they were digging. You see, questions were thrown at them to know, okay, so you always try to charge us huge. How much did you make from this? So they baited them. Jackie blundered with her initial comments, and then she had to go back. So I mean, I always advise artists that before you say something, consult your team, learn the details before you even say a word, so that the diplomacy around it will be highlighted, so that you don't end up hurting your brand, because you might need a damage control. So next time, Jackie is a young artist, and she shouldn't always be eager to speak to issues. She has managers, she has people, handlers. She should be able to ascertain as to every point in time what to say. You know, some of the queens, when they come for interviews, we prepare questions for you and say, you can ask them questions around this area. You're not supposed to go beyond, so that you don't put them in trouble. So these are some of the naivety that is highlighted alongside when young artists are coming up. You get it? So for me, it was just meant to test the waters for Ghanaian event organizers to know, okay, to ascertain the facts that, okay, so if we give you a better environment to perform and we don't pay you as huge as you expect, is that better? So that we rather invest in your performances.
Okay.
Rather than the way you charge. This should have been done off the record. Exactly. Some of these things affect the country's, opportunities to.
It's as if we are just focused on money. And you know, the SDGs Goal 1 is what pushes eradication of poverty. But this country, usually you don't hear our leaders even talking about the goal SDGs. Nothing comes up. But Rantipa, in every corner, I have groomed ladies in terms of any pageant. A focal point has to do with SDGs. All their projects are hinged on SDGs just to promote it. But this is an avenue where we're supposed to promote Goal 1 to eradication of poverty, hunger, whatever.
Only goes you have an NDC and MPP goals.
It hasn't been easy.
I just wanted to come in when George was making the point. Quickly, let's wrap up.
The issue, like I said before, you need to prepare yourself. You need to abreast yourself with what you are doing. Now, let's look at it this way. Jackie went there, and all her talking and everything was centered around the objective of the program, the SDG goals, eradicating poverty, helping the cause and all that. How much they pay them, she doesn't owe it to anybody. You see, artists and people who engage with the media should understand this. We are there to ask you the question, but a lot of the time you don't owe us that much to be able to put yourself in a place where how. You understand? Jackie is somebody that we are praying for, that she will go that far.
Okay.
No, I mean it comes all the time. When Kwesiata came, I think we barely see that, but the likes of Kwesiata, the likes of Camido, the likes of Jackie are the kind of Omuba, the whole country, everybody gets behind them. So when that is happening, you don't put yourself in a position where after the conversation around you is on other matters. Now they are saying, it is not necessary.
Let's do this 30 seconds each, if possible. How is this benefiting Ghana, the Global Citizen Festival?
Well, Ghana is the third African country to host, to be a host of the Global Citizen Festival. It started from Johannesburg, and then it came to Lagos, and now Accra. And we benefit from tourism, of course, because all the big guys were here. They are all spending, and a lot of people saw Ghana because the festival was held in New York, Central Park, and also in Accra at the Black Star Square. At the same time, people wanted to see what's going to happen there. And if you look at the artists who performed in New York, you see that they are not the kind of artists Ghanaians would want to follow. They are not the kind of artists Africans would want to follow, because they are normally doing these European kind of music and other music. But it will benefit us because in the future, others will see that Ghana is somewhere they could host the whole world for other events. There are so many other festivals, and we needed to take that opportunity. The booing was good. It wasn't only done in Ghana. It was also done in New York. Nancy Pelosi also held got some booing because of the same issues. I mean, political issues. She's chasing China and she's chasing other people. And Akufo-Addo, well, the poverty is killing us. And a lot of people think, well, this is an opportunity to do what we have to do. They did it. And the whole world saw it. That shows that Ghana is a liberal country. You can't go and boo in other African countries. So this is the best place to hold concerts for the world. And so many people have done it in the past. So many big stars have come to Ghana in the past. And this gives us the opportunity and shows how peaceful we are. The Johannesburg Citizen Festival had a lot of issues. 2018, so many people were robbed, so many people were stabbed in Johannesburg at the same event there. However, in Ghana, so far, so good, I think.
It's only the Houthi.
No, that's good. That's good. That's good.
Well,
yeah.
Well, I think it's good for tourism. You know, it still throws light on Ghana. I mean, for the past, I mean, what this government has done so well is to, you know, throw more light on tourism, and of course, which reflects on the creative arts. So, for a concert of this magnitude happening in Ghana, what's a plus? The world got to know Ghana. The world saw Ghana. Blaster Square has been, you know, ringing in the whole world for the past week. So it was great for us. I think we need more of this. Yeah.
And you see,
one thing, Iriasi Nyina Aba Ghana. That was exactly what the president said. Let's ask ourselves, how many times do we have Iriasi Nyina Aba Ghana? We can talk of Afro Nation, Iriasi Nyina Aba Ghana. Now, Afrochella, Iriasi Nyina Aba Ghana, and now it is Global Citizen. But we should look at the trend. And let us start advising ourselves and tell ourselves where we should be focusing on in terms of these things. We are talking about the CD dollar thing, and I think a lot of us have already spoken a lot about it. It is basically about what is leaving and what is coming. Okay? And in terms of what is coming, we import all these things and it takes the money away. But when it comes to these tourism and other things, these are the things that brings the foreign exchange. So we should be advising ourselves as a country. Look at the number of Ghanaians that were involved in putting this show together. We've already spoken about the fact that even though we don't want to call it pay, but people received something. People went home with what ordinarily you wouldn't get on the Ghanaian streets in any day. You understand? So I think it is an opportunity that we all need to see and understand that this will help us as a country. And let's invest in tourism, culture, and arts.
Romeo.
Yeah, it's an event that highlighted our space, the piece we always be marketing alongside our tourism baiting. You know, we always bait people to visit Ghana because we have that peaceful environment. It's a gateway to Africa. If you are a lost European or American, you can claim Ghana to be your home and you're welcome, we are homely. But one thing we didn't capitalize on is to sell a real identity, high life on that stage, which we didn't, because the whole world was waiting on us, was fixed on us, was looking at us. So I was thinking, even if not this urban high life artist, even let's put those old ones. At least people should hear good music. Oh, this is what they do. People would even be curious to say, okay, let's run a research into this. But we're doing everything that the regular things Akodi and Stumba did are what every Nigerian is doing. But if you had put high life on that stage, maybe we would have baited more people to say, these people are doing this good music and we don't hear it out. Then even the Grammy people would also start considering high life. But we had a big stage, no high life.
Okay.
It would be unfair not to also give credit to the fine artists who did a lot of the drawing, the design, the graffiti.
Yes, exactly.
We need to also mention them. They also put Ghana on the map.
The dancers too.
Yes.
What's his name?
DWP.
Yes. Oh, I'm trying to mention.
I hear that there is a banter between.
Afronita. Afronita and there's
I mean, they did well. I think you know, the focus has been on the artists, but the bands, you know, the choreographers, the backing vocalists, you know, this was something.
The MCs,
the DJs, you know,
hypesmen.
Yeah,
so Kojo Manuel was one of the hypesmen. OG was there. DJ Mike Smith was the official DJ. For the show, Bellamundi was the MC. Jocelyn Dumas was also there. In fact, for me, it was a beautiful show.
Costume was great.
The placement went in. So, like, 1 minute before we move, like I said, you know, if we can produce such magnitude of a concert and the artists are willing to come and perform for almost free, I think it's something that some artists will look at. We know 3 music awards. We know some few events who put in so much to make the event look good. And when the event looks good, it doesn't just make the organizer better, but the artists who equally perform there better. I mean, 3 music awards last year, costumes were provided, everything was provided for the artists to make it very nice on the night. You understand? So, and in this case, I wouldn't be chasing you for 30,000 or 40,000. You get me? So let's find a way. I think we all have to work as a team, and the Ghana agenda should be best here in Ghana before outside. And the last cry is, if the creative industry can get 50% of what the government is putting in football, we'll sell Ghana more. Yeah, more than 90 minutes. Okay,
right. So I unfortunately I have to go. I actually wanted to pick your thoughts on the booing and the cheers, but MPP says it be cheers. It no be any booing. NDC says it was booing. But you know the funny thing, those who are saying that then it be cheers, they say, oh, they're booing, then it be the NDC people way, then they do. But I mean, whichever ways, the system make what. But you see, Governor no Emma Isimo Muti se coconut in George Britain beard.
The funny thing about the booing, yesterday I had, was yesterday or 2 days ago, I had Adoy, Hopes and Adoy, making a claim that Sadiq and the people.
And Larry Dogbe hired some boys from Larry from Fadama, 70 plus boys, and paid them 120. Like, do you do this? Look, I'm looking forward to seeing Sadiq. Sadiq says his lawyers, he's taking advice for his lawyers, and I would really want to see him take them on. Because I mean, what is all this? We all know what is happening in this country. We don't need to lie to ourselves like that. But then the minister goes to say that, oh, the president, like you said, the president, they were actually cheering. Frankly, I mean, if I was the president, I wouldn't take that lightly. It's like, unless maybe the minister will say, oh, the diagram, because this is just more or less like fanfu thing.
I mean, too many jokes are around the system, because we seem not to be taking anything serious in this country. Listen, the people we are all MPP and NDC people, but they say we just have to call the spade a spade. People are going through it and they are not happy. So when they get an opportunity like this to jam to music and go and relax, and they see the same person that they see on TV, provoking them every day, of course, there's going to be a reaction. I mean, I do not support these things. You get me? Whether NDC or MP, I do not support it. But when it comes, let's find a way to address this. Listen, the youth has a power. They should never forget that.
But you see, the aftermath of it is what is baffling, what Katie Amon said. But I always say that
it's the question I wanted to ask you.
Fools die young. Fools also grow old, right? So in any case, a young fool may grow to be an adult and may remain a fool. So let's not mistake gray hair always as wisdom.
Will be a dog. Are you offended by the comment? I see Mamu Nyama about you say he's waiting my boy mine.
Well, I mean, like somebody said, I mean, listen, Katie Amon said the youth cannot help. In all.
But they go to beg Macron.
That was what I was just going. You get me? So if you're not ready to empower the youth to be able to manage your affairs well, for you as a leader to sit up there and get the praises, that means you have a problem. I mean, let me cast my mind back. In the 50s and 60s, Nkrumah was able to make available things that help the economy grow. And if today I'm not getting these things, then you are a big problem.
It's okay. Let quick one.
He talks about the youth. When Kwame Nkrumah was there, we are students of history, and we understand that back then it was student unions who would rise up and government would shake. But they themselves, they have essentially crippled the youth, and now they tell us that we can't rule.
How have they crippled the youth?
The education minister himself recently at the UN General Assembly said it, that look, it's like these days Ghanaian children are timid. The system they have structured.
That is it. Right? As I told you.
To the extent now he feels like he can tell us that.
Well, that's how we draw down the curtain for on today's edition of E-Forum on GhanaWeb TV. I've been on the show with Magduna Daniel Asari, aka Romeo, is an event organizer. George AEC is a journalist and PR expert. George Brayton is the manager, artist manager, event organizer. He manages Camido. Any other artists?
I don't manage Camido, yeah.
Not yet.
No, I don't manage Camido.
I meant to ask if there is an artist that's coming up.
Oh no, I mean we assist almost everybody, but
Okay.
you know, it's Camido that we are fully in charge.
Ismail Akwe is art and culture and tourism advocate.
Kwame Nkrumah was in his 40s when he gained independence for Ghana. Rawlings was in his 30s when he was head of state.
Youth.
And so most of them. So that's
Youth
what I was saying.
Now, if you are a lover of comedy, I have good news for you. That's because Lexi the Comic is doing the second edition of his Too Cute to Be Mute today at the National Theatre. If you were at the first edition, you don't want to miss this. And if you've seen any of his short videos online, I'm also sure that you don't want to miss this. If you've not been to any comedy show before, don't join the people that always say Ghanaian comedians are not funny. What I say, join Lexi the Comic, and we have Lexi joining us in the studio to have a conversation on how it is going down at the National Theatre. Thank you for joining me, my brother.
Thank you. You just caught me like the shortest possible because I have few hours to just jump on stage. So.
Okay. Nice one, it's good. So now every time we have a conversation, you bring my attention to the fact that there's something short that's going to happen, right?
Shortly.
Tell me, how has organization been from the time you started building up the momentum, building up the anticipation up until now?
I would say this is one of the toughest, most challenging events I've ever done, because this is the point. I just realized that I need a team, like I need a proper team. I thought last I did it all by myself with the support of just one gentleman called Francis and Tako. And this year I was moving into the National Theatre, so I employed the service of George Quay. Even with the support of George Quay, from my end, I still need like a whole team just to rally me in, because some of the things I have to take it up upon myself and do, chasing sponsors here and there, no funding, everything is coming out directly from my pocket. But as I said, this is what I want to do for myself. So basically I am just putting in my all. It's been a struggle. As you can see, it took a lot of stress for you to get me on this platform. I don't know why this thing is spinning me to the other side. You have to jump on stage. So yeah, it's been tough. It's been tough already. You know, the industry battles its way trying to find sponsors for shows. Even with a well-established industry like the movie industry and music. So for a growing industry like comedy, not too many corporate entities sees the commercial value it adds to them. So I think we have to do it to a certain point. Then they will know that no, we have a good number of people who actually follow our craft. Then they will, because they want the commercial value for whatever they put in there.
Is that the feedback you get when you go to these corporate entities for?
They might not tell you, but you can feel like you feel the energy. You clearly feel that some of them will tell you, okay, we need to come and see it for ourselves first. We need to come and see it for ourselves first. So last year the same thing, they said they saw the numbers, but I think they still need to see something extra. So the extra is what I'm trying to pump in this time.
So how are you funding it if at the end of the day you are not getting sponsors and the show needs to go on? National Theatre is not free. You have people working the set, the sound, all these people, including the ushers.
I took a loan.
Really?
Well, I treat comedy as any business anybody is trying to venture into. If a farmer will go and take loan and invest into his farm, that young entrepreneur would want to take money and pop into his new business and see growth and pay back the loan. I can also treat mine as such. So I took money from friends like who believe in the craft and they know I have the potential of bringing back the money as I promised. So I took loan and added mine to it to do this.
So exactly what's the budget for this production?
Thank God being so good. It's in line with the National Theatre's yearly festival. They have this theatre festival they do every year. So they pick people who are actively doing something within a particular discipline. Yes, felt. So they realized I'm putting a lot in my craft. So they came to last year's edition and they felt, okay, why not partner with you this year in line with our theater festival? So with venue, it is more of like percentage split.
Okay.
But with logistics, everything that is going, publicity, paying of arts that I'm building and all, everything is coming from me.
I see. You still didn't answer the question. Yeah. So what's the budget?
The budget, so far, a little over 50K.
Wow. And you are sure of recouping and even making profit?
It's a risk I'm taking.
Because mostly you hear event organizers complain that they were not even able to break even. That's the reason.
This like I did one in Kumasi. The numbers were great. I didn't make my investment back. I struggled, paid back the loan, and I'm still back on the road again.
Because you're still doing a loan.
Still doing it again. This year I ran into debt of like 25,000. The first one I did in Kumasi, it was successful. People showed up and all, but I still didn't make back because truly get proceeds. If you don't have support coming from anywhere, you won't get your money back. Because anybody that is trying to give you a helping hand wants a free ticket. I want to come and support. So you see an auditorium packed with a lot of people, but a chunk of them are like in there with a free ticket. And even the tickets, you printed it. They didn't even pay for the printed ticket. So that's one of the challenges we face as event organizers.
So if you have all these challenges, what is it that keeps you moving, that you still want to organize shows if you are running at a loss?
It took a certain gentleman, like two brothers, to test the whole aeroplane concept for I don't know the many times they tried before they got it right, and finally it has grown to this point where now it can accommodate about 200 or 300 or 400 people. So I feel like you try, you fail, you try, you fail. The harder it gets, the closer you are getting to the finish line. So I don't care the number of times I'll try and fail at it. I'll still go back. But I know very well that now Ghanaians believe in their craft, comedy, and a lot of them wouldn't mind paying any amount to come watch us. So this time, I've seen some growth in terms of ticket patronage. As we speak, I wish I could announce that the show is sold out, but you know Ghanaians, Stubborn Academy, they still want to wait till last minute. Even when you tell them you are blocking their SIM,
they still want to wait
for the
and see whether you block the SIM.
Yeah, if you block just then they see that give us 2 days, we show up. You know. So I know what my people. I know yes, some will still want to come at the gate and buy, but so far tickets sales is quite good.
Okay.
Yeah, it's quite good.
Looking at all the challenges that you face in putting together an event, if you hear some comments that people deem derogatory towards the arts and the people who are in the arts, how does that make you feel, and how do you react to such comments?
I know the people I'm dealing with already. Okay. A lot of the time, if you jump into the arts before you learn about it, that's where you face challenges. But I knew the people I'll be dealing with when I jump into this. Until they see it becoming so big, you get some of these comments coming through. So it doesn't really bother me if people come at me and oh, this thing is not really working. It's you are not putting it, you are not pulling your weight. I focus more on the people who give me constructive criticism. So some people will tell you that, oh, Lexi, you did a great show. There's some potential in there, but if you can do it this way or do it that way, it will help. Okay. Those who praise me, I love them, but I pay so much attention to the ones who give me constructive criticism. They will pull you aside and say, you did fantastic. But next time I feel like the stage, if you guys can. Because last year, one of the things people complained about was I chose a smaller venue.
That was Snap Cinema.
And that was my first time actually headlining my show with just my image. And I didn't want to take the risk of going for a bigger place when I have never tried it before.
It's good to have a small venue fully packed.
Yes.
And have a bigger venue, and you see Nipani to
So these same people told me, move into a bigger auditorium. And now I've moved into a bigger auditorium. So I'm now looking forward for them to sell me. Yeah. So I'm still expecting such comment like, why did you choose National Theatre? National Theatre is too small for you. Choose a bigger. Then maybe you move to Grand Arena. I want to every time challenge myself till it gets better. Maybe the next minute we are filling the O2 Arena.
Nice one. So today, what's happening? Lexi, we know Lexi is performing. Obviously, you are headlining the show.
Yeah.
What exactly is going to happen? Who else is billed for the show?
When he said headline, I saw how my hairline is going back, and I don't feel good about it.
It looks like you are getting into the same territory with Obi and Ponsa.
When I see Kim Promise, I know. I think Brother Machon, I'll join you soon. So I have supporting arts like holding me down this time. I have the likes of Clemento Suarez. As I said, I'm not here to tell you what Clemento Suarez can do on a night, and I have the likes of Obi and Ponsa. I'm not here to tell you what Obi and Ponsa. He's currently the best comedian, overall best comedian of the year, Kopu Awards, and I have for General Ntatia also coming through. I'm not here to tell you. See what he does on KJT and Makola, and also the almighty Funny Face, who has been away for a long while. This time he's coming on, and you know, he has a lot of things to share with us because. For this long period, he has been through a lot, and a comedian becomes way funnier when he goes through a lot of pain. So he gets to laugh at his pain more. So, and yes, the reigning stand-up comedian of the year at the Kopu Awards. I am like the headline of the show.
Okay.
And we have Mr. Drew also coming through.
I was just about asking whether it's going to be only comedy.
No,
or we are going to see
Mr. Drew is also coming through. I have a few musicians who have also promised to pass through, but they don't want to be on the artwork, so it's like a surprise for the night. And also a comedian from Kenya. He will touch down this evening. I'll pick him from the airport. And also footages will be out soon. I think they're having challenges with the weather. So Simi is from Kenya. Check him out on social media. One Baden comedian. He's also joining me. So it's going to be a night of solid laughter, because right from the entrance, if you look at the preparations, it is the only comedy show that we've started building up the stage. We started yesterday. We started building the stage, so you can imagine the kind of stage we are building. If Global Citizen Festival is better than us, they are better than us because they chose Independence Square. We are doing a solid stage. Yes, and right from the entrance to the point you enter the main auditorium, the foyer and everything, everything you see there will like entice you to anticipate for what you see in the main auditorium. It's going to be a night of solid laughter.
Okay, right, and tickets are selling at the gate.
Yes, tickets are selling at the gate, 100 Ghana cedis. But if you don't want to come and join the queue, I will entreat you to actually dial star 928 star 528 hash, star 928 star 528 hash on your mobile phone, any network. You can buy the ticket through mobile money. They send you a QR code, and that's what you show to my people at the gate, and you have a direct entry to the place.
Okay, before we go, your final words to the people watching.
I don't have any final. I'm not dying soon.
On the show. Your final words on the show.
Okay, so keep supporting GH Comedy. Come around, let's have a good time. And to that young comedian out there who is having people telling him you shouldn't do this, you don't have the potential, or your parents are even telling you that they didn't take you to school to go and fool. I'm telling you, anything that you don't get people actually oppressing you, suppressing you, compressing you, telling you it's not possible. It is not worth chasing. Let people see their vision to be very blurred. Then you try and make it materialize. They will come around. So don't give up. Just keep chasing. But see you tonight at the National Theatre. It's going to be a blast. So far, tickets are fast selling. So grab yours as soon as possible.
It reminds me of those days when they were selling VHS. Grab your copy
now.
Thanks for coming. Lexi the comic is a stand-up comedian. Which one?
But it's coming from a guy I don't like it. Thanks for coming. Like coming from a guy.
And you're correct. Lexi the comic is having his event tonight at the National Theatre. Let's go and support him. Let's go and watch, please. Men find show teams say Ghanaian comedians are not funny. In fact, even when you go there, what do you say team?
Doubting Thomas. Yes.
Right. So see you there. All right. So the Global Citizen Festival came off at the Black Star Square. A lot of things happened. You may have seen stuff on TV, online, on stage. But did you see things that went on around the stage, the backstage, and all the conversations that, our presenter Doreen had with the people who were there? Well, she has all these captured in Vogue.
Thank you so much, Abrant, for giving you a 360 of what went down at the Global Citizen Festival. It was a lot of fashion style going down, good artists, many known faces, which you will get to know soon. So let's get into it. So what really inspired your look today?
Like for me personally, I think it was like the show. I feel like if I wore it, it would be nice. So yeah, that's why I wear it. Okay, for me, I feel like my fit fits the location and the program, so I'll feel comfortable. We love the performance and everything, so yeah. For me, I feel Sarkodie and Kwesiata, yeah. Sarkodie and Storms. I feel like her outfits and everything was given, yeah.
It looks like Thames is getting in for the stylish outfits like they actually did. And you look good.
Yeah, thank you.
What inspired your look today?
Myself, like my mood, like literally, like more like my mood inspired my dressing.
And you look amazing. So tell me, how do you feel about the Global Citizen Festival?
It's quite educative at the same time, like inspiring, like at the same time entertaining. You get. I saw Thames, but I'm looking forward to Burna Boy and some other artists. Like
I heard everybody say Burna Boy, Burna Boy. He wasn't built to perform, but it looks like everybody's looking forward to him.
The giant of Africa, like literally.
So guys, I'm so happy to see Global Baga at the festival. Hey, he's gonna be telling us how he's feeling the festival.
Yeah.
So what's going on?
I mean, I'm chilling, you know what I'm saying? It's my first time coming out since I've been in Ghana, to a festival, so, I'm feeling good. Great performances, you know what I'm saying? But I can't wait to get on stage, though.
Are you gonna be performing?
Not today.
It will be so good to see you, like, with the dance moves and everything.
See them in December, you know what I'm saying? Maybe in December.
Afro Nation.
I'm not gonna say. Maybe, you know what I'm saying?
So tell me, who has been your favorite artist so far?
I mean, I only stepped in when Sarkodie was here, but I seen, what's his name? Who was our favorite again? Stormzy was lit. I'm yet to wait. Has Thames been on yet? Thames?
Yeah.
It's already been?
Yes, you have.
Oh, sad. I'm here to see Thames, so if she's already been there, sad.
Why are you sitting down here?
I've been jamming since 3 o'clock and my feet is tired, but very soon I'm going back to the front to jam again. Stoneboy was killer as usual. I also like Thames very much. Both of them killed the show and I'm happy to be here.
What are you doing, like currently here at the Global Festival?
We're having a lot of fun while we support global citizen worldwide.
Yes, we are trying to enjoy.
Who have you actually enjoyed their performance?
Everyone. It's been a great vibe, a great ambience. Everybody's having fun. It's very safe, so we're having a lot of fun.
Oh, it's true. Everyone, we enjoy with everyone, but for me, the surprising one was Uncle Waffle. Uncle Waffle.
Wow, do you know some of the songs?
I was not expecting her to come. Like, I didn't know because they have some different updates on the program. So I was like surprised, and I'm not a big fan of Amapiano, but I enjoyed.
I love how you dress. What inspired your look?
Oh, nothing really. I just wanted to feel comfortable and I wanted to just be free.
And I think you really did a good job because you really look dapper.
Thank you.
So tell me, what is your experience with the whole festival?
Oh, so far so good. Lovely performances by everybody. I mean, I'm a bit tired, but apart from that, I'm having a good time. I love Stormzy's, I love Jackie's, but there was someone before that. Who was that? Who came? Thames.
And do you know any of their songs?
Crazy things are happening.
Oh my God. So what do you think about the program so far, Global Citizen Festival?
No, I think overall it's been amazing. It's been electrifying. People brought their energy and everyone just having a good vibe. So far, I'll rate it really highly. So I was really looking forward to Stormzy and his performances were amazing. And I was looking forward to SZA and Asha as well. And right now, SZA is killing it. So I have no complaints. But kudos to all the artists as well. They did a phenomenal job as well.
You know one line in Stormzy's song?
Say, boss, you saw big chat on a big man too.
Hey, this was lit. What inspired your look?
I don't even know. I woke up this morning and these were the easiest colors to put together and I just threw it on.
And I think you did a really good job.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So we are at the Global Citizen Festival. What are you looking forward to?
I mean, so far it's been a great experience. I saw Stormzy's, my favorite performer. I saw him perform. I love the initiative. I mean, it's amazing. I would love to get involved. And yeah, it's been a great night so far. This is the first of this kind and I'm glad I'm part of history.
So it's getting lit here at the Global Citizen Festival. I'm standing in between some really handsome men, and you're going to be telling me about what they feel about this program so far.
Everything is so good. It's a very good initiative. I think they should keep it like annually to be happening in Ghana. Like, we love it.
Yeah, the show is a very nice one. Myself, I came here because I'm an artist myself. You know, as an artist, things like this are good for you to experience and see. You know, some of my colleagues and my I would say my bigger brothers were on stage, and I saw the way they nailed it. Especially Stoneboy, Sarkodie, they nailed it. You know what I mean?
This is my first time for a show to Global Citizen, and I really like it. I came from Switzerland only to the show. I wanna.
He came from Switzerland just for the show. Did you hear that? That means it's really a big deal. So far, who is or who was your favorite artist?
He likes Sarkodie. He likes Sarkodie a lot.
I like Sarkodie a lot. But my first one for what I'm there is Yosha. You know.
So you know the Sarkodie anthem?
Yeah, let's go.
Don't know I'm for my shy man, so guess what? Yeah, man, I'm a shy man. Stoneboy is like a friend, it's like a brother. Like, I know him personally. Anywhere he goes, I try to support it. You know, the dream and stuff like that. So yeah, Stoneboy and Sarkodie, straight up my favorite artists.
Aside the other artists that perform, who else caught your heart or your attention?
You know, I'm a very great fan for Usher since my yeah. So I wanna be there to do my smooth. You got me? I wanna dance. If you got me, it's something like that. So I'm there for Usher. I like it. I like it very much. So I'm there. Okay.
Well, it's been great talking to you guys, and thank you so much for talking to me. So it's Mulaga to the Viase. I'm your girl Dorina Banmabaya, reporting live.
Thanks, Doreen, for that update from the Black Star Square. And if you enjoyed it, definitely the entertainment desk is going to come your way some other time with yet another coverage. So now we are covering events. Whichever event that will be organized in town, we'll be there. We'll interact with your favorite celebrities and the people who will be at the event. We'll bring you up to speed. And we call that segment Vogue. And that's how we end this episode of eForum on GhanaWeb TV. It's been an extensive conversation. Initially, I said it was going to be 60 minutes, but of course, it happens but once. This is the maiden edition, and so we had a lot to talk about. That's how come we have a very lengthy show than usual. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa.
I'm glad you could join us in this edition of People and Places here on GhanaWeb TV. Today, we sit with a prolific playwright and lecturer who has produced some of the greatest actors and actresses you see on your screens and in the theaters. We'll have a conversation about his life and journey into lecturing and playwriting. So stay with us as we take this quick break. We'll return and I'll introduce my guest. I am Wanda Amihegan. We'll be right back. Our guest today is a legend. I like to describe him as that. He is Professor Martin Ochre Owusu. He's an associate professor of theatre arts at the School of Performing Arts, Department of Theatre Arts at the University of Ghana, Legon. He's also a prolific playwright and director, and he has wide international experience in teaching literature and drama. Good afternoon, Prof.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing?
Well, by God's grace, I'm doing well.
It's a pleasure and an honor to, have a conversation with you today. Thank you for having us. Okay, so my very first question is a little funny, but is it a common phrase for you?
Yes, it's something that I use to relax my students.
Your students, a lot of them have said it's your favorite comment.
Yeah, so for example, if a student doesn't quite behave the way I use it, you have no problems. You don't seem to have any worries. So that is it's a funny implication of to relax them, make them feel good in class.
Okay. Your students like to give you fans. Even say, oh, you're a guy.
I didn't understand that. Every person is a guy, especially for a male. So, but in Ghana, when they say you are a guy, it means that
fans,
just some. I really appreciate that, but I don't understand.
Okay. So we know you are a renowned playwright, a professor. You've taught a lot of people, but tell us, what else don't we know? Who is Professor Owusu?
Oh, a village boy, born 1943, Presbyterian Training College, which is now the Presby College of Education, in Kropong. From there I came to Legon. I studied the A-level at the same time that I was studying to become a teacher. So I combined the two and entered the University of Ghana and pursued the drama and theatre program. I was one of the first batch of 12 students who started the program, 1963. And there were 8 boys, including me, and 4 girls. And so we were the very first batch of students to begin the theatre program at the University of Ghana. And from there, I went to teach literature in Cape Coast, St. Augustine's full-time, and other schools, in Cape Coast. And then I was lucky to be selected for a British Council scholarship, and I went to the UK, Bristol University, to study for my master's in literature, MLit. And after 2 years, I came back to Ghana and I went to lecture at Cape Coast, University of Cape Coast. After 3 years, I got another fellowship. By God's grace again, this time I went to the US, Boston, Massachusetts, at Brandeis University, and I studied for my PhD in English and American literature. And from there I came back to Ghana after spending 10 years there, teaching in various universities. I came back and joined the University of Ghana's School of Performing Arts, and I've been here since then, 1987. I joined the School of Performing Arts, and I've been lecturing in drama, various aspects of drama, play analysis, interpretation, my favorite, and then playwriting, directing, and including now we have the postgraduate edition where we have the PhD. So all in all, I've climbed the ladder by God's grace, really, because I come from a modest family. When I say modest, my father was a catechist and a school teacher, headmaster in the basic schools. And my mother was a baker and a seamstress. So it isn't like I was born into some wealthy situation. It would have been okay if that was so. But even so, going to school, they, for example, had to pawn the cocoa farm. And then later on, when I completed my master's, I went back to pay back for it, to retrieve the farm. So it wasn't an easy going through. But then, somewhere along the line, I got assistance, for example, British Council coming and offering me a scholarship. And then Brandeis University offered me a full tuition-free scholarship to go for my PhD program. And all of these, I can't say it is because I was simply brilliant, but also by the benevolence of other people.
We know Prof. Can you tell us a little about your family?
Family? Oh, I have 2 children, grown up.
Okay.
My daughter, whose picture is here, is a HR director in the US. My son is a professor at Boston University, also in the media and film. And had 3, 1 passed, the last born passed, but it's God who took him away.
Okay.
And I have a wife and 2 other children adopted at home.
Okay.
We're very, very happy.
Beautiful
My brother
family.
is Mr. Benasanti, which is a lecturer here. And my other siblings, I could say half brothers and sisters, they are also all around, and we do meet once in a while and so on. So we have a large, what you could say, external family, as well as the nuclear family.
Can you tell us, I mean, in your JHS or your junior high school, your lower, your basic education, did you have any subjects that you hated?
Hated?
Yes.
Chemistry.
Okay.
I didn't like the scent of gas. In fact, in fancy school, when it was Wednesday, and it was the lesson for chemistry, and the chemistry mistress would release some nitrogen gas, and it would fill the classroom, and I couldn't take it, you know, and so I, even though it was a subject that I could have done very well, because of this prejudice against it, but I wouldn't call it hatred.
Okay.
It just didn't sit well with my soul.
Right. Talking about that, what was your favorite subject back then?
Literature.
No doubt.
Literature from the beginning.
So it was an interest from the very beginning.
From the very beginning.
Okay.
And let me bring with this in that right from Form 1, there was staff production.
Okay.
Okay. Annual staff production by the staff, including Shakespeare plays.
Okay.
And in Cape Coast at that time, the St. Augustines, for example, they used to do pantomimes. Aladdin and Aladdin's the genie, the Arabian Nights.
Yeah.
And at the Saddle, they used to do classical Greek plays.
Okay.
Including Antigone, Oedipus, and so on. So it was a very vibrant place, you know, where the ambience was right for theater to be groomed and so on. And I felt myself in the midst of all these. And I remember the British Council would come and show us films of Shakespeare's plays. I remember they showed us Henry V and then King Richard III. And I remember there were ghosts in Richard III, and I couldn't sleep that night. I got so scared, you know. But then that attracted me more to study more of Shakespeare and other playwrights. I also remember that 1957, yes, there was this new play, This Is Our Chance, by a Nigerian playwright, James N. Henshaw, which was very popular around West Africa. And I played a role in it as one of the dancers and a small boy. I was a very tiny student then. So that's how, in my formative years, I got interested in this whole idea of drama theatre.
And earlier you mentioned that you schooled in the US. You did your PhD in Boston.
Yes.
Okay. And after that, you had the opportunity to teach in a number of schools.
Yes.
So, teaching was your very first job?
My very first job was teaching at St. Augustine's, Cape Coast.
Okay.
After my undergrad here in Legon.
Okay.
And I was teaching literature. Not language.
Okay.
Literature. Even though language was part of literature, so inevitably one had to deal with the semantics of English. But then whilst there, I taught literature in various other schools, including my own school. I taught for 3 years or 2 years there after St. Augustine's. I taught at Holy Child School, Sixth Form, Whistle Girls High School, Sixth Form, Agri Memorial. I taught there too, Sixth Form. So, and other places, you know. But in the US, I lectured in the University of Massachusetts and then Emerson College and Brandeis University, my alma mater, before I came back.
So you've done a lot of teaching in your life.
Yeah.
In all, how many years would you say, how long would you say you've been teaching for?
From 1966 to date. So we're talking about how many years now? Add 44 to 20.
That's 84.
Okay.
84 years of teaching.
That is 64.
64.
64.
Okay.
I'm not even 80. I'm 77.
Okay. Wow, and you've been teaching for 64 years of your 77 years. Wow.
Wow. What else
I'm
can I do?
very impressed.
Thank you.
Okay. And that's for teaching.
Yes.
Let's talk a little about playwriting.
Yeah.
When did you get into playwriting?
When I was schooling at Legon, I began to write plays. So I always tell the students that don't complete your undergrad or postgrad before you write the first play. Start writing it as you learn and go along.
Okay.
So I remember I wrote my very first play as a student. That was The Adventures of Sasa and Nisi.
Okay.
2 plays for children.
Okay.
All right. And I remember it was published by Ghana Publishing Corporation and was performed for Ghana Television. And then after that, I wrote The Story Nancy Told when I was teaching at St. Augustine's for the Star production. And that followed up with other plays, The Mightier Sword, The Sudden Return, and other plays. One of my favorites is The Legend of Akusika, about Ghanaians' attitude to deformity. It's terrible.
Okay.
So
we'll get into your plays pretty soon, but your first day as a lecturer, can you recount that?
That's a difficult one because you're talking about sentiments, memory. But I had no difficulty. Having trained as a teacher, you see, you overcome the stage fright. So I didn't have any difficulties at all. I plunged straight into teaching literature at University of Cape Coast. And I enjoyed it, and I'm very comfortable with it in the English department.
And your plays?
Yes.
Of all the plays you've written over the years, many of them.
Yes.
What would you say are your top 3, if you are supposed to choose out of the many, the 3 that stand out the most for you? What would they be?
It's like asking a parent who has 10 children
to choose
3 favorites. And I I will reluctantly answer your question, but I also say that it's not fair to subdue other works coming from the same mind and say these are the three outstanding. Each play has its own chemistry. So however difficult it is, I will suggest that the Sudden Return is one.
Okay.
The Story and Nancy too is another. And the Legend of Akusika, if you want, three out of the many.
Okay.
But the others, like The Mightier Soul, a historical play, is a very major work.
Okay.
You know, and others that one would equally pay attention to. I'll tell you what. You know, the department did a play recently. The ASPA produced it. It was directed by Bernard Ajako, Joseph, and the Technicolor Dreamcoat. It has to do with the sons of Jacob. And Jacob had a favorite.
You're talking Jacob in the Bible,
yes,
right?
in the Bible.
Okay.
He had a favorite, Joseph.
Yes.
And he gave him this dream coat, Technicolor coat. And that didn't sit well with the other brothers. And they plotted his
downfall.
Yeah. They sold him into slavery. You see, and so when you have children, in this case, classification of plays that I have written, I hesitate to see these three are my favorite. What about the others? They may be crying without my knowledge. You understand?
Yeah.
If they were human beings.
Prof, how many plays do you have to your credit?
Many.
Can you give us a figure to it?
No. But there were those that I didn't even
record
or publish. Good plays for Ghana television.
Okay.
And we've done plays for road safety. We've done plays for AIDS. I was commissioned to write plays for the Commission on Culture, and so all these have not been counted as.
Okay.
So when I say many, I mean many.
Many. Right. Have you acted before, Prof?
Acted?
Yes.
If you come to the School of Performing Arts and you train as a theatre major, you are by default to be on stage. You begin with that. So whether you're a playwright or a director or whatever, you've got to be on stage.
Okay.
And so you began from there. And I've been acting, including Kowansan's Heritage Africa. I played a major role in that.
Right.
Okay. I played a doctor, yes, matron. And I've been acting on stage. I played the lawyer in The Witness for the Prosecution. I played the defense lawyer, several for Roberts, and many other things. I've even played my own plays, like The Story and Nancy too. I played Anansi.
Okay.
In it, I also played the narrator. And so, as for acting,
you've been there.
It is there. It is basic. You've got to do it.
Right.
So that is.
When was the last time you acted in anything? Theater, movie, anything?
The last time I acted in a play, that was last year.
Okay.
Last year.
That's very recent.
Yes, that was the Witness for the Prosecution.
Okay.
I played the role of Sir Wilfred Roberts, Defense Counsel.
Wow. Great. Let's just talk about this before we take a quick break. You starred in a commercial some time back. How was that experience like? And did it get you a lot of fortunes? Because, I mean, commercials bring money.
Unfortunately, at that time, that was 1989 or 90. I started in the advert for SIC, insurance company. But I didn't represent insurance company, SIC. I represent an imaginary company called World Insurance Company.
Okay.
And it was fun. It was the longest advert 1 minute 32 seconds or so by Kowansa. And I got a lot of fans, all right, especially with the expression, as I was saying, and count me in and so forth. But I think in terms of money at that time, well, if it were today, it would have been quite some substantial. So, but I wouldn't call it a fortune.
Okay. Prof,
yes.
We have a surprise for you after this break. But let's hold it there. Take a short break. Please stay with us and we'll return to continue the conversation.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face. It's not my brother. You are denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Wabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
When I entered the School of Performing Arts, I had already appeared on TV. I had already featured in Taxi Driver. I had already appeared in Jeje Kule. I wasn't new to the screens. I had some experience, and well, I thought I was a star. But Professor Martin also had a way of making you unlearn what you already think you know, and then you relearn what is better and would make you a complete person. By the time I was entering the University of Ghana in the year 2000, School of Performing Arts, I could say I was just an actor. But by the time I stepped out, thanks to people like Professor Martin also, I was a complete theater. Everything that we had gone through had made me ready for the market, in the sense that I was no longer just an actor, but I could also script, I could produce, I could direct. The practice of theater, if you open yourself, open your mind, and avail yourself to the teachings of people like legends like Professor Martin Owusu, and you are able to apply everything you have been taught, you'd realize that whichever field you decide to go into politics, you'd make a great politician. Because the kind of training that you get disciplines you in so many ways, and it readies you for the world. I remember one thing Professor Martin Owusu used to say all the time: a little learning is a dangerous thing, so drink deep.
Prof, I think that I can just describe him as, you know, probably as an ocean, if you will, because we know to date the ocean has still not been well explored. Scientists will tell you that about only 5% of the ocean has been explored, and that is Martin Owusu, prof for you, you know, because then there's so much that he has to offer, and yet we're not able to, you know, get enough of him. I mean, he's not the one who would the type of you know, lecturer who would spoon feed you. You know, he makes you think beyond you know, your course outline. He didn't want to produce people who were just filled with knowledge, but people who were practical with whatever knowledge that they acquired. And because of the demand of our industry, you know, especially in those times, Prof never grows. He never grows old. I mean, you kind of same way he is. He's really taking good care of himself. You know, his health has been great over the years, and sometimes we kind of want to find more information about him, and then we ask our seniors, and they're like, "Prof is the same." I mean, they describe him, he's the same. during our interactions. There's so much witty wit and a lot of fun times, especially when we get onto the stage and we mess up a bit. And, sometimes he speaks with his eyes and looks, and it speaks volumes. And
Prof's class was interesting all the time. He took his time to explain things to us better, and he would do this by telling us stories. He would sometimes demonstrate himself or call some of us out to reenact certain things. Prof was a kind man. In level 300, during a lecture, Prof told us he was staging a play at University of Ghana, and we wanted to see this play badly. We tried to secure the school's SRC bus to transport us to Legon to see the play, but we were unable to get it. And to our surprise, Prof actually hired 2 buses to transport us from Cape Coast to Legon to see the performance, and then back to Cape Coast. And we didn't pay a dime. And he cares so much about his students. There's this one thing that Prof taught me. He wouldn't mind apologizing to me when he felt he wronged me. We had our differences. Everyone does. But for an adult to actually realize that maybe he said something that it wasn't supposed to have said, to apologize, come back and apologize to you, I felt that was a good thing, and I learned that from him.
My biological father virtually handed me over to Professor Martin Owusu, who said to him that this boy is going to become what you were not. Professor Martin Owusu was one of the reasons why I wanted to go to the School of Performing Arts. And I'm telling him today, probably he doesn't know. If he'll be watching, he is one of the reasons. I used to watch him, I used to love him, and I said to myself that I would like to be like this man. So I met him at the entrance interview. To be very honest, I was I was a bit dumbfounded. I had butterflies. And so he asked questions, and there I was rather looking at the man than thinking about the questions that he had asked. I failed, but I was really determined to be with this man. I went the second time, and he remembered that, hey, you came here last year. I said yes, and here I was. I got enrolled in the School of Performing Arts. I don't know who would say anything negative about Professor Martin Owusu. He's a storyteller. He understands every literary story. When he comes to class, boy, why would you want to miss his class? Okay, don't read the book, don't read the drama, but come to class and he will tell you the story.
Professor Martin Owusu had a great impact on my life as a practitioner of theater and as a man of God. There are a lot of stuff I do in church when I'm ministering, which comes with a lot of theatrical gestures, which has really helped in putting out to people, preaching to people, for them to understand the exact thing you want to put out to them. Prof is one of the most jovial, down-to-earth personalities, but when it gets to the work, you can be his best of all, he will not spare you when you mess up. I remember there was a day we were having a production, we were on stage, I think it was a rehearsal, and I was supposed to say, if I remember, I think that was the first time I was trying to say this word correctly, creature, and I had grown up calling it creature. So I was on stage and I said, I remember it was the diary of Adam and Eve. I was Adam, and I said, creature. And he said, a creature. And I laughed. And I went back, came on stage, and I said, creature. And then he said, hey, it's creature. Say it. I said, creature. All that was fun, but when I came in the third time and I messed up again, it wasn't fun again. Anyway, he told me point blank, you're a very good actor. If you want to go far, learn how to accept corrections on the go. It's one thing for someone to just say you are good. But it's another thing for that person to not only say you are good, but believe in you and make sure that whatever he does, he involves you in it. And that's what Prof did to me.
By the way he was teaching us, I rose up to become the best student in play analysis and interpretation. And since then, I've always been with him. He's ever ready to support anything that his students are doing. So I became his TA when I was doing the masters. You could see that this man was almost always on me. And we were trying hard, and I finished. In fact, both of us enjoyed the success. So I became a full lecturer, and then now a senior lecturer, who is the head of department of this noble department. But I must say, I owe about 80% of all these things to Professor Owusu, who actually guided me. In fact, in my thesis I wrote, Professor Owusu is the Wawaba of drama in Ghana. He teaches well. So somehow we took after him. The way he would teach, the way he would bring in some humor, for students to be happy that he will be followed up and down. And sometimes we call him Martin, and I say, hey, Martin, we're a guy. And we all laugh. Something that I've learned about him is his patience and how he can go so low to any level. I was his student. Now, I am the head of department. Somehow, I also have become somebody he has to serve in a way. He has to respect. You understand? And as I'm serving him as the head of department, he has to also sometimes obey certain things that I say. And I must say that he's very submissive. He does nothing. I mean, he's not the type who would say that, hey, after all, he was my boy, he's my student, and the rest. No. The way he relates to me, I feel very bad because I don't deserve it. My professor also makes me feel I am on top of the
world. 3 words wouldn't be enough, but let me try. I'd say untapped, an ocean, and professionalism.
Intelligent, energetic, talented.
He's a disciplinarian. He's firm. He knows what to say to you. He doesn't break you down. But there's one thing he will do. He will show with his mannerisms when he's not happy.
I'm trying to find a word because I have like 30 words in my head. But in 3 words, Prof he's a genius. He's a super genius. Number 2, Prof is exceptional. The final thing I'll say is this. I don't know what others will say, but from my experience, he's a father and he's taught me humility to the last part. No matter your age, he can come down to your level just to make fun with you.
To sum up Professor Owusu is a very difficult thing. But for me, Professor Owusu is very affable, down to earth, intelligent,
and a professor.
Today, as I sit here, the level of confidence that man has imbibed in me and make me president of Ghana, and I'm sure I'll do very well. Professor Martin also is simply a legend.
Oh my goodness, thank you, sir, thank you from the depths. So I mean, I know we don't say this as often as we should, but you know, in our hearts, and I'm sure in the hearts of most of my colleagues and mates, you have been such a pillar in our journey as far as this our craft is concerned.
Meeting Professor Martin Owusu and the number of people he has impacted across the globe, I'm telling you, if people will really be sincere and come out, the number of BA people, the number of BFA people, if they all come out and be very sincere and tell you, I'm telling you what, there are over 70% of people in top places in this country who, one way or the other, so long as they found themselves in this department or as theater art students, had a feel of Professor Martin Owusu.
I'm grateful, Prof. And today I wish you long life, good health, and I want to say that I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
He's one such jolly good fellow. I can do more, I know. And I know that you have tried to push me even when I got into corporate life. I know you tried to pull me back and come in and let's do this, but I hope I've not failed you yet, because I will do it. Thank you so much.
So welcome back, and thank you for staying for that short break. Now, what you just saw was Professor Martin Owusu watching a video compiled by us. We did a few rounds to get some of his students who now are in various fields out there doing very well to share their experience and their memories of Prof, to tell us how they felt studying under him and working with him. Prof,
yes,
watching this, how does it make you feel?
Good. I congratulate you for putting this wonderful sequence together. And what I would say, the testimonies that those that the Lord has made possible for me to meet and interact with, say all these nice good things about me. I'm grateful to you and to them. And I do hope that the goodwill will carry on even as I journey towards the final destination. Only God will decide that. But I thank you all very much too.
It was a pleasure doing this. Indeed, you've produced so many good people out there, and we are proud of you. But one thing that your students usually say, and you heard from the clips, is that you are jovial, you make your class interesting and all of that. Are these traits you picked from your parents, your friends, from somewhere, or is it just you?
It's a difficult question, you know, because as in growing up in school, we had teachers who wouldn't smile, who wouldn't, and I didn't like it. I didn't feel comfortable. I mean, serious, and they would not crack it, you know, nothing. They're serious, and then you walk away, and even if you giggled a bit, you are pumped. I didn't like that. And as a teacher, if you want to reach the students with knowledge, I think one of the best ways, not the only way, is to get them relaxed, get them feel confident, and encourage them. Now, coming down doesn't mean you are belittling yourself. Simply that you have to understand the level that they are at and operate from that level as you build the edifice up. And so It is experiences that I've been through, both as a student and as a lecturer, meeting others and so forth. All together, that's what has made me. And teaching, learning how to teach in the training college, it's also a remarkable experience.
Okay.
That adds on to
who you are now.
Who I am.
Okay. Indeed, I'm going to ask you another difficult question. Of all your years of teaching, or say lecturing, would you remember any memorable experience with your students or as a lecturer?
Memorable. This was especially during the theatre season period, when we managed to establish 1 month or more, when during the long vac, that all the students came back into residence, and then we rehearsed a number of plays and sent to them to the first Theatre Center and then to the National Theatre for 1 month. And we did these productions, invited the public. Now we sent the gown to town.
Okay.
Unfortunately, at a certain point, it was brought to an end, but there are ways of seeking to revive it. So those were very memorable occasions beyond the classroom, sending productions
out
to the National Theatre.
Okay. Have you seen or watched the works of any of your students, be it theatre plays or movies?
Oh, yes, indeed. Some of the students, I cannot name names, but I have watched. Anytime I'm invited to watch a student production, I will go and watch it.
And how does it make you feel, knowing
Wonderful.
that the lens
and
from you?
for them to have me present and make a comment or two, they also love that too. So I would say that yes, attending their productions encourages them to do more.
Okay.
Yes.
Prof, having worked in a theatre field for so long, what do you make of theatre in Ghana? An assessment.
Oh yes. In every endeavor, we say there's always room for improvement. Things can be better. And I think that people are doing their various jobs here in the industry. And sometimes we need to find more time to devote to the theatre as an industry. There used to be a lot of amateur groups in Ghana. Somehow most of these have dissipated. I hope that with the new dispensation, the lifting of the ban on theatres, that more such groups will re-emerge and energize the theatre world in Ghana.
Okay. Now, there's one issue that has been consistent in Ghana as far as theatre is concerned, is venue for showing plays and other things. Now, we seem to have an edifice in this school, this prestigious school, but it looks like it's not yet open. What's the issue with that? Can you comment on that?
Unfortunately, I cannot. I don't know why.
Okay.
But it's been 17 plus years. Only a little bit more left to finish. And we do hope that the university and the government will find a little left to complete it.
Great.
The rainy season. Imagine yesterday that we have used the drama studio.
Yeah.
And yet the building is there. So we have the amphitheater, also open space. So we do hope and pray that the powers that be will complete it.
Okay. What have been some of your biggest challenges through your journey?
Theater survives on conflict. Drama is powered by people involved in a conflict of ideas, sometimes even physical. Okay, so challenges are part of man's life. And so as a playwright, as a director, as an actor, as a teacher and so forth, we learn how to handle life's challenges. Because theater is a reflection of life.
Yeah.
And so if you just have one long, peaceful existence without any challenges, then Sophocles will tell you, show me that man who has had a life without challenges till he gets to his grave. None. So it is part of life.
Okay. And what is your biggest fear in life?
Fear?
Yes.
Anyone who lives with fear cannot move forward. I take my step one at a time. And I don't think that I should be occupied by fear. Because once you have God, Christ in you, all fear, like darkness, will dissipate with the light of God and of Christ.
Okay. Now, we know teaching makes you happy. Your students, seeing your students do well out there also makes you happy. But tell us, any other thing that makes you happy? What makes you happy? What makes you have fun?
Getting up and knowing that life is still, and the heart is beating, and you get involved in all kinds of things that you didn't even anticipate. That the world can be a good, nice place, even though we know there are all these challenges that you mentioned. So as we experience God-given life, you come across the environment, you know, the beauty of the universe, the stars. You begin to wonder, my God, how did I become part of this wonderful existence? That makes me happy.
Did any of your children express interest in literature or what you do at any point in your lives?
They all do, but it's my son who took after me.
Okay.
He's also into literature and filmmaking, and he also been doing what you are doing now.
Okay. Now, Prof, you've achieved a lot in life. You're filled with so much knowledge. And I'm sure you've received a lot of laurels. But do you think you've been celebrated enough?
I should think so. Over celebration is actually an overkill. If you take a look at the things out there, Kwame Nkrumah African Genius Award for drama. That's the Fiji there. And then we have African Writers Association Award, Achievement Award. We have my own students, Clement and his group, the comedy group. They've also awarded me. Then Dr. PJ and his mates also have awarded me. Last week, this was 2 weeks ago, this was in Central Region Honor Award. As you can see, they've actually honored me on the 26th anniversary of the school. Kwabotre, yes. So I'm very proud of that. That the Old Boys Association felt the need to honor me, and I mean that is a host of them. So what else do I need to say that I've been celebrated enough? More than enough. Okay, and what we are doing right now is another celebration, and I'm overwhelmed by all of these, and I'm grateful to all those who have come to celebrate my life even as I still live.
Prof, I didn't study under you, but the impact and the testimony of others alone is enough to know that you've done so much.
Why didn't you study under me?
Unfortunately, I found myself in another school. So,
all right.
Yes, but we are grateful for your time and for sharing your life and the story about your work with us. It's a very impressive journey, and we congratulate you again.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Right.
And indeed, the honor is mine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so that's it. We've heard from I told you, he's prolific. He's produced so many actors, actresses, you name it, so many people doing marvelous things out there, and we have the privilege of having a conversation with him in today's edition of People and Places. This wouldn't have been possible without you and your company, of course. So thank you for joining us and making time with us. I am Wanda Amihegan, and it's always a pleasure to come your way with another edition of the show. Take care and be safe until we meet in another edition.
I'm swimming. I'm swimming. I'm swimming. Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. I'm right here in Kigali, Rwanda. And as you can see, this is the hotel I'm going to be lodging. It's called the Kigali Serena Hotel. This is how I look today. Yay! And yeah, we are going to be exploring this beautiful hotel together with you. My first impression here is Kigali is so neat. The country is so neat, right from the airport to the hotel. I've been saying this and I'm really impressed. You're coming along with me, so come, let's go, let's explore this place. Let's go, guys. I really like the fact that they have given me some fruits. And guys, what fruit is this? I haven't seen this fruit before. This is my first time. I'm yet to taste it. Looks like a tomato. Yeah, so it comes with, I've already settled in. It comes with a TV, a study area, a wet area, and of course the favorite part is the bed. And yeah, it also comes with a safe, so let's go and explore the hotel. I'm really excited about the hotel, so let's go and see how the entire place looks like. Yeah, so I think the environment is such that they are not used to seeing people film, so every corner everyone is like literally staring. But this is how the pool area looks like. I'll be coming here to swim soon. I really like it here. The place is so serene, so beautiful. It's so vintage. Yeah, that's the right word to use. It's so vintage. The colors are dim and the water is blue. I can't wait to dip myself into the pool. Let me know in the comment section if you like the place, as I am enjoying my time here already. To get some photos of me, and look at this. Let me show you my favorite picture so far. I got a nice photo. Yeah, this is it. This is it, guys. I got a photo just here. Yeah, so let's go. It's time for lunch. Let's go have some lunch. I'm going to get my tripod and go have some lunch. So let's go, guys. Gonna be my lunch with a beautiful view. Yeah, and there's some beautiful live ceremony in there, so yeah, you're all invited. To my hotel room, for a span of 4 hours. I've experienced 3 weather here. So when I came in the morning was very warm. Last night I didn't sleep with air condition. The room was just like room temperature, was very okay. And I went to take a short tour around the hotel and it was sunny. Just when I finished having lunch, it started getting chilly. Now I'm so cold, I needed to come back to the room. So I'm finally here. The food was it was amazing. I like the fact that they have options. So for people who like maybe like the beef sauce has a little pepper, and then they have another sauce that do not have pepper, so you have a choice. It's good. I had a good meal together with some live band. So the next thing to see is the gym center, and I'm waiting for my other colleagues that I will join later on for dinner. I'm super excited. I was supposed to get here on Thursday, but they got here on Thursday. I got here yesterday, which was on Saturday. So today is Sunday. I'm waiting for them so that we can explore Rwanda together. So yeah, this vlog, in fact, this whole experience is in partnership with the Rwanda Development Board. They brought me here. I was invited here to come explore Rwanda. In fact, at Kigali. So yeah, so I'm super excited. I'm just going to rest for a while, and yeah, chill. I wanted to swim, but it's getting chilly, so I would wait. Maybe tomorrow after we come back from town, I'm definitely going to chill with you at the poolside. So I hope you're enjoying watching this vlog as much as I'm enjoying being here already. I'm going for dinner. I decided to use the stairs this time around, so let's go. So good, I can't wait to taste it. I had some plantain, beef, and then my spaghetti. This is so good. The man did it just the way I wanted it, spicy. Since I came, the weather has been cold, a little warm, so I'm going to swim. And yeah, so I'm going to swim and have a good time. I'm already dressed in my bikini and a skirt, and this is how it looks like going to swim from the hotel. This is my view here, and yeah, so yeah, I'm going to take some pictures for the ground and also take you along while I swim. Say hi. She's having lunch.
My lunch I'm about to finish.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because it rained about an hour ago, it's so cold, but I mean, I'm leaving tomorrow and I have to swim today. So by hook or crook, I'm swimming. I'm swimming. Look at how beautiful it is at night. Dude, good to see you.
Stella, baby. I've been waiting for you to come, and now she's here. Hey, we're gonna turn up times 2.
So guys, I was supposed to come here on the Thursday just like them, but I couldn't come because I had other arrangements. And there's one other guy, Kalije from Ghana. And so it's only the 3 of us from Ghana, right? The rest are either from South Africa. You meet them soon, so let's go to the gym. Breakfast here at this hotel, and yeah, let me take you through breakfast. Good morning. Can I get your room number, please? 255. Hi Josie. Let's go. Hi Chamaka. I've been worrying her since I came. Invited. I need to thank God for a perfect weather today. Say hi to Chiamaka
Hi.
Funny enough, we've been twinning ever since, and it's so not planned.
Yeah, I'm her new sister from Nigeria.
That's my sister.
Yes. And we're here in Kigali, having an amazing experience thanks to RDB.
Yeah. Oh, we're going to leave this hotel soon, and I just wanted to share my breakfast experience. So far, we've been having amazing time here. The food has been good. What about you, Chiamaka?
Yeah, I've had an amazing experience so far, you know, from like everything we've done, the people, Kigali, Rwanda, all the places we've gone to, like the parks, oh god, it has been amazing. I'm speechless really.
This brings us to the end of this vlog here at the Serena Hotel. It's a very beautiful space, and if you're considering coming here for a week or two a day, I would highly recommend. I had a good experience. The food was amazing, and yeah, the fact that sometimes they had live band, it's pretty cool. So yeah, I'm checking out now, and I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire stay here. Until next time, on my next video, I want to say I love you all. Please subscribe, like, and share. Until next time, I love you all. Wow. Hi guys, we are back again, Chale. This is Rwanda, Kigali, the country of 1,000 hills. In today's vlog, we are going to be exploring the city of Kigali in a double-decker bus, and of course, you guys are coming along. I'm here at the tip of the city, and yeah, I can't wait for you all to see the city through my lens. Let's go, guys. Kigali is the capital of Rwanda. It's roughly in the center of the country. The city has numerous hills and valleys. The city of Kigali is one of the 5 provinces of Rwanda. Kigali has been declared as the most beautiful city in Africa and the 3rd greenest city in the world. Every last Saturday of each month, the traffic is stopped for 3 hours to clean the city. Isn't this amazing? have a feel of what Rwanda market looks like. So let's go.
Great. Here we're gonna.
Yeah. Their market, and Anaket is here with me. Say hi. So where are we now? What's the name of the market?
So we are now to Kimirongo Market.
Okay, is it a popular market here?
It's a popular market that where you can go and you get everything actually. So
okay.
It's a mix of a lot of things.
Okay.
So there are African fabrics, there are food, there are actually different things. That's whatever you need, you can find it in Kimirongo Market.
Okay,
yeah.
So since I'm here in Kigali, Rwanda, I have to get something from here at least. You know, anytime I visit a new country, I like to carry something like a souvenir or something. So we are going shopping, but then, and in as much as we are shopping, we are also taking a look of how the place looks like and what to expect when you are here in Kigali market. So he's taking me along, so let's go. Yeah.
Enter to specific things that you choose.
Interest, okay.
Yeah, or the interest. So I will be starting here. So the area.
So this is the food section.
Yeah, this is the food section. Arrange the veg together like that.
Did they complain when you film here?
No, when you come to the market like this, when you're tourists, really they don't complain. So they all want to welcome you. Come and buy things here. Come and buy things here.
Okay.
They are sweet potatoes.
Okay.
Yeah. So then they are grown from north, most of them.
Oh,
north,
okay.
Yeah. So next to the place where there are gorillas.
Oh right.
Yes.
That's where we are going soon. So I know you guys are super excited because I am very excited about visiting, seeing the gorillas. So we finally got to the section where we can see all the crafts. Oh, this is so beautiful.
So beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, even my lifetime.
Yeah. So please ask her how much is this? How much is this?
10,000.
10,000. This is for putting the food and everything on the table.
Oh no, this is for decoration to the wall.
Oh.
Yeah. So
I thought it's the thing that you put your food on.
Yeah. Just this one too. It's putting on the wall. Actually,
this is so beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see.
More things that you can. Yes.
So how much is this?
10.
I'm contemplating on getting something like this.
Like that.
And the good part is you can also hang it on the wall.
On the wall?
Because it has this.
You have that, yes.
So finally decided to get this for my wall deco. Yeah. It's close to something like this. And she says it's 10,000. But then I'm getting it for 8. After negotiation, so yeah, this is what I'm getting.
She's becoming a local at the market because she knows now how to negotiate to the market, to the local market, which is the best.
It's the best, yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So they have other beautiful artifacts, and we are going to be seeing others soon. So
she's saying, add this for 10 if you need it, if you like it. This one.
This one too. She give it to me one. If she give me 2 of this, I'll take it.
2?
Yes.
Of this?
Yes.
Okay.
And we have this one. I wonder.
I think one of the gift for you. you, my friend, will be the t-shirt.
The t-shirts.
Yeah. So, and maybe one off. So when you look at on this t-shirts,
the
you will
picture.
see the picture and the shape of the mountain gorillas.
Okay.
Yeah, the mountain gorillas, they are living in the volcanoes. So when you see this is the highest volcano, so the guy who made this was trying really to present about the volcanoes and the home of gorillas. That is where you can see trees and whatever. Where you can see this in Rwanda. That's why he's putting this.
Sister, I'm the next.
Yeah.
Forget me.
And they have to. So how much is this?
Choose after choose. I give you good price.
I'm trying to figure out what I can get for my mom, my sisters, and my friends, and my partner. So yeah. They also have some beautiful earrings here. Since this is the home of gorillas, I'm going to get this for myself and a magnet. So yeah, this is it. They have bigger ones too, like this. How much is this?
15.
15,000 rand, right?
Yes.
So when you see this gorilla,
yeah,
it's a female.
It's a female because it
can
has
hold the baby like this.
Yeah.
So when it's a male, it would have the silver back here.
Like this one.
Like this one. This is a young male.
It's a young male.
It's a young male.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a young male. It's not really. It's a still juvenile.
Yeah, this is also beautiful.
I can show you.
No.
Better that put different things here.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I have a different color.
They have others. Most of the things here at the artifact store are quite similar, but then I'm still contemplating whether to get this type of earring for my sisters. And how much is this earring?
Can you choose? After to choose, I give you good price.
This one?
Don't worry. Yeah, for first, can you choose this?
How much is this one?
Now, and also I have like these are table mats.
You said this is made of what?
Grasses.
Grass.
Grasses.
Okay.
Even these are table mats.
Oh, okay. For
It's made
table.
of grasses and posters. You see, it's a 6 pieces also.
So how much is this for the 6 pieces?
Even a posters.
How much is this?
20 for 6 pieces and that one.
Including this one?
Even
the whole set?
Yes, all set.
This is 20?
Yes.
They have local bags. How much is this bag?
This one?
Yeah.
$25.
25?
Yes. Even like this. Or like that model. See? Or like this model.
Okay. Yeah.
Say cheers.
When you come to the market,
Yeah.
like here, everyone will call you, please come and buy here, come and buy here. And sometimes you will find
end
yourself,
up-
you
yeah.
end up all the money.
Yes, all the money is gone.
All the money is
But
gone.
then I'm really happy with the things that I got. It was close to almost 360 cedis, which is very okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
as gifts. So I'm super happy, and yeah, it's raining, and this is the fruit section. This is how it looks like from here. Are we in the rainy season?
Oh, now we are starting the rain season. This is the end of summer. This is
Okay.
the end of the dry season, and now we are starting the rain season.
Okay, so guys, I realized that they have this. We see it as plantain, but they eat it as banana. So this is banana.
This is a banana. But we have also plantain. Look.
You have plantain. Oh, okay.
Plantain.
But if this is banana, then their banana is so big. Because
So
our
big.
banana is small.
Oh, they're small.
Yeah.
So the Rwandan land is fertile. That's
Very
why.
fertile land.
And the people, they know how to grow them very well.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So you grow them here in Kigali or at the north?
Yeah, even all the provinces of Rwanda, so they grow them. But the eastern province, that's where they grow more than the other areas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, just like Ghana. Even in Ghana, the eastern region is also the place that rains a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, does it rain a lot there?
The eastern Rwanda doesn't rain a lot like the north, but it's somehow hot. It's like the savannah area.
So it's time to go back to the hotel. Hope you're doing amazing. In my previous vlog, I showed my experience of seeing the rare mountain gorillas here in Rwanda. If you missed it, kindly check it out and don't forget to subscribe, like and share. Exciting top hike, we lodged at a place called Virunga Inn Resort and Spa, which is located at the northern part of Rwanda. From my hotel is a beautiful view of the mountain, of the volcanic mountain. I was here at Kankensi, the Rwanda Development Board, to experience one of the world's most important celebrations here in Rwanda. The celebration is called Kwitizina, which is a tradition to name all mountain gorillas once they are born. So guys, this is going to be my last morning here and I'm going for the event. This is how I'm dressed. Yeah, so come with me, let's have some breakfast. This naming ceremony started in 2005, which has become a global celebration of nature by giving a name to the rare mountain gorillas. It is celebrated as an opportunity to thank the communities that live around the volcanic national park, the research partners, the vets, and dedicated rangers and trackers who protect the mountain gorillas. Look at how I look. Don't I look pretty? So guys, hi guys, we are back again, Chale. I hope you're doing amazing. I'm currently here in Rwanda, at the north of Rwanda, and this is the 18th edition of the gorilla naming ceremony. And I'm super excited you all are coming along. I'm going to be seeing a lot of celebrities here today. I'm super excited. Let's go. last 15 years, more than 300 mountain gorillas have been named. Today, Kwitizina forms part of an ambitious strategy to preserve their natural heritage. This is also to expand the role of tourism in Rwanda. Some names given to the gorillas were Imani, which means cheerful, Indasago, which means values, sacrifice, liberation, expand, live.
Ministre w'intebe w'u Rwanda, nyakubahwa madamu wa perezida wa repubulika y'u Rwanda, banyakubahwa bayobozi inzego zitandukanye, banyakubahwa bashyitsi bari aha ngaha, banyarwanda banyarwandakazi, muraho.
Born on the 4th of August 2021 from the Noheri family to its mother, Umucho. I am very proud to have had the privilege of meeting this particularly special baby yesterday, and so it therefore gives me great pleasure and is an honor to give her the name of Imararungo, which means companion or cheerful. And this name was chosen to represent the joyful and entertaining nature of the mountain gorilla, and I look forward to visiting Imararungo,
which means offspring. This name was chosen to showcase the importance of the newborn gorillas as offspring that symbolize expansion and growth.
I'll meet Visionary. Hi Senna, come and say hi. How has the experience been? Share your experience.
Oh my goodness. For me, it's been phenomenal. It's my first time at Kwitizina, and my goodness, Rwanda makes a big deal about these baby gorillas.
Yes,
which is
and
amazing.
they really invested a lot. I'm really impressed. I had a good time here, and the names are really like they have good meanings. So I can't wait to visit again next time.
Definitely next time. And what I love about Kwitizina is that, like, you know, this whole gorilla conservation, 10% goes to investment in the community.
Okay.
So it's really amazing.
Oh, thank you guys. Yeah.
Lady Visionary, guys.
Thank you so much for watching this vlog. I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed sharing my experience here in Rwanda, here in Kinigi, right? Kinigi.
The northern region, the hub of tourism.
Yeah, I'm super excited about this. Until next time on my next video from Rwanda. We are currently going to end the Kwitizina with
lunch at Ellen General Center.
Yeah,
like conservation center, but we're having lunch here with like other dignitaries and stuff.
And the VVIPs. I hope to see Drogba here because I got to take a picture with him, but everybody was like wanting to take a photo with him. So yeah, this is how it looks like from here. Guys, look at this beautiful view.
Beautiful. What you should tell them, Stella, is look at God. God's beautiful creation.
This is God.
God is amazing.
Yeah.
And he did it in 7 days, guys. Please. 7 days. Our God is good. Cheers.
So guys, this space is really beautiful. And yeah, we're going to be having lunch. I think I'm the only one. Hello. Hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience here. A big shout out to the Rwanda Development Board for making this happen. Thank you so much. I'm really grateful. I really appreciate the thought of bringing me here to explore Rwanda. Thank you. I love you all. Bye.
Welcome to our final episode of Diaspora Link first season. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I am your host. I'm super excited about the episode today. Before we even get into this episode with this guest, I just want to say that I'm very grateful to all of our viewers, everybody who shared the links, everybody who's tuned in every Sunday, everybody who's given us feedback, both critical feedback and feedback to say you love it. We do this because we want to share successful stories. We want to share challenges. And we are serious about linking up the diaspora. We are totally in love with our team and our partner here at GhanaWeb. Again, this is our final episode. So we believe in celebrating the small victories, right? We've been able to do 20 episodes with all amazing guests. We want to thank all of our guests who've appeared here on Diaspora Link. And today, on our final episode, I have a very, 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 very special episode, and I have a very, very, very special guest. I'm not even going to tell you her name yet, but we're going to get into this episode, and we're going to take her through the same thing we took all of our other guests to. So, again, thank you so much. My heart is full. Thank you for the support. Thank you for this first season for Diaspora Link, exclusively on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm your host with the most. This episode is so special, I had to put my grills in for the last episode. Let's go. Welcome back to Diaspora Link. Y'all know I'm super excited. This is our last episode of our first season, and I'm going to say that I saved the best for last, right? So I've had to pull her from behind the camera and put her in front of the camera. So we're going to find out more about somebody who's been behind the camera and who's helped us design this show and has been working on all 20 episodes. I'm not even going to tell you who she is yet. I'm just going to get into her choices and her top 5. Welcome, madam.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good.
Are you nervous?
I'm nervous.
Are you nervous?
I'm
good.
Nervous,
good. I want you to be nervous because, because now you're on this side of the camera. Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't have to explain the game to you. You know what choices are.
Yes.
Okay. So, choices. I'm going to give you your choices. You come back to me.
Okay.
Long hair versus short hair.
Short hair, because it's hot outside.
So even if you're someplace when it's cold, short hair.
I still prefer short hair. I really love hats, and hats look so good on like short hair because they always get the right shape, especially like the Russian kind of hats with the long ears.
Okay. Next question. London versus Dubai.
Oh wow, that's interesting. Why did I have to think about this? I think Dubai.
Dubai over London.
I think
Why?
Dubai over London. Because I know London and the United Kingdom so well inside out, I'm no longer excited by it. Whereas I've only been a resident of Dubai for about a year. So I'm still quite excited. There's still so many things to find in the whole of the Emirates. And I'm still just figuring out Dubai. So I think that's why.
That's why? Okay.
Yeah. Plantain.
I know, I'm not, because I know plantain is your favorite food, so I'm not going to ask you anything about plantain. And I even know you're going to say that when we get to top 5. Banku versus fufu.
Okay, fufu. But that's just because I like the smooth flow of the fufu. Banku for me is a little bit grainy. It's like reaching over towards like kenke, which I'm not really a fan of.
Right, you're not a fan of kenke? No. But banku you eat?
Yeah, I have banku in my house right now.
You like banku? But you prefer fufu?
I prefer fufu.
Just because it goes down smoother,
Yeah,
that's it?
Exactly. And even then, if we were adding like TZ, then I'll be on the TZ side.
Okay.
Because the smoother the flow for me.
The smoother
but
the
always with the okra, spicy.
Always with the okra and always spicy. Okay, all right. I'm going to ask you this question, and I already know the answer. Brunch versus dinner.
Yeah, brunch.
I already knew the answer.
Yeah.
What is it about brunch? What do you like so much about brunch?
Firstly, I love an opportunity to meet with people over food and drinks, socializing and having positive energy. And when a brunch event is properly curated, it's just vibes. It's like the vibes of the evening club, but you're wearing daytime clothes. You can see people's faces clearly. You can achieve goals. You can make that sale. It can be a meeting. I find brunch is like the most flexible time of the day to meet people as well. It's a perfect time. It's not too early. It's not too late. Finish brunch, go home, get changed, chill with the family, go out again.
And brunch has to be on a Sunday. Sunday is the day for brunch.
So it's really funny because in Ghana, Sunday's the day for brunch, but in UAE for ages, Friday was my go-to day for brunch because of course Friday was a weekend and Sunday was a Monday. But now they kind of evening out, so I guess Sunday's going to be brunch day all over the world for me.
Okay, yeah. All right. Ada versus Axim.
Ooh.
East versus West.
So that's interesting. I only just first got over to XM. I went to the Baja private island a couple of weeks ago, so I now know the difference between Ada and XM. I will say XM because with Ada, of what I understand of it, it's beautiful, it's lovely. Of course, you know, it's my favorite place to be. But actually, XM, like when we were going to the private island, there was this point where the boat was going over a portion of the ocean that was lowered. So people were walking, but then when we came back in the evening, it was like a full-blown like waterbed, and the whole thing about it just fascinated me. Also, the way that the fishermen have their fishing things like positioned, like you know, you can't get those stories in Ada, right? Our boat guy, he drives us around, but there's not much to tell.
Right.
With an Axim, you know, the guy was like, yeah, and then this happens, and you know, this part of the water will be raised later, madam, please look here, and when we came back, he gave me such amazing stories that I'm now fascinated to go around Axim a lot more.
Wow.
In fact, go around the whole of the East.
I need to do that.
You do?
Check that out.
Yeah, I'll take you. You're not good.
Really? You want to take me?
And he's a good DJ.
Witness. I have a lot of witnesses here. Okay, last one for your choices. This is an easy one for you too, but I'll tell you why I'm saying this. Entrepreneurship versus being employee.
Ah, that's not an easy one. I think you thought I was going to say entrepreneurship.
Yes.
But that's because you forget that I equally care about my career as a dean.
No, I know.
So I will always do both. I actually am a hybrid. I always do both.
You got to choose one. If you could only choose one.
Okay, if I could only choose one, I'll choose entrepreneurship because I can always be well-fed and extremely wealthy.
Okay. Well-fed and extremely wealthy.
With entrepreneurship.
With entrepreneurship.
With academia, not so much, you know.
Right, well, I mean, academia is not the only salaried, employed position, but for you it is. But
yeah, for me it's where my passion goes when it comes to my career.
I want to thank our guests for playing choices, and now we're going to move to something called Top 5, and then we're going to dive into the interview. This is a special show. This is our 20th show. This is the final episode of Season 1 of Diaspora Link, so you can expect something a little bit different. Top 5.
Yes.
Favorite food.
Plantain.
Plantain. So we're not talking about appetizers. Favorite food in the whole world. Plantain.
Do you realize plantain? I think I know 15 different ways to eat plantain.
Okay.
And this is across breakfast, lunch, dinner, brunch, snacks. Plantain.
You know what? I'm gonna share something with the world who's watching about plantain. No.
Because I can have plantain with nuts.
No,
so it helps.
Listen, I wasn't even gonna talk about how much you love nuts. Yeah. Right? I was gonna talk about something else, about plantain.
Yeah.
And you know this because I shared this with you. Kelewele is a beautiful thing. And I want to thank you all for leaving the domain for me.
Oh, yes. Is you own kelewele.com, right?
Kelewele.com. I'm one of those guys. I'm crazy. We wake up in the middle of the night and buy domains. We do crazy stuff.
I think we should do something with that one day.
No, we are. Okay. We definitely are going to do something.
Yeah.
And because, and what you just said in terms of 15 ways to make plants, I'll share more with you about it. Okay, favorite food is that. Favorite artist, if you only can choose one artist in the whole world across musical genres, what artist is that?
Ooh. You know, lately, I'm just going to stick with what I've been listening to a lot lately and who I'm just fascinated by.
Give me one artist.
Buju.
Buju. Oh.
Yeah, he's really stolen it for me.
Driver. Don't stop at all.
So, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, no, not Banton.
No, Buju who?
Nigerian Buju.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Phoenix, and literally every other song that we sing now.
Got you. Oh, I thought you were talking about...
No, it would have been, no. That's because, you know, I love
all
the
wrong.
the
She let me go.
No, because, you know, I love
and
that.
I know you love reggae, so I thought...
Nah, but he's stolen it. Yeah.
Of all artists,
I'm
you
in
get
shock.
one. You get to choose one right now in the whole world, and you currently. Wow,
I'm currently in shock about it. I do wake up in the morning, and I do have a playlist that is mainly Buju at the moment.
Wow. Okay, I'm gonna get into it. Favorite book or a book that's had a serious impact on your life?
The Art of Seduction.
The Art of Seduction. Tell me why.
Robert Greene. Well, 48 Laws of Power was my first Robert Greene book, and that stole my heart for Robert. Right, and luckily I was able to meet him. And then when I met him one day, he told me that I'm one of the characters in the Art of Seduction. It's called a siren. And I didn't really get it, but he explained it to me live. And then I went back and I read the book and I got it, because the Art of Seduction is mainly a business book, but people usually read it for more manipulative processes outside of business. But in actual fact, yeah, I just fell in love with that book because suddenly I could see my clients, my business partners, you know, in this book, and I just suddenly, it like opened everything to me. I was like, oh. That's what I have to do next.
Right.
So,
Art of Seduction.
Art of Seduction.
Next, favorite sport.
I'm not really into sports, but when I was an athlete.
One.
So track and field was my thing.
You were track and field? Did I know that?
Last runner relay, 100-meter sprints, 1800-meter run, high jump, shot put, and.
This was high school, university.
Yeah, high school till about 20.
Really? I didn't know that. I learned something new. Track and field.
Because my grandfather was like, he ran for Scotland in the Olympics or something.
Okay.
So when I was young, he just kept going, oh, you know, you should do athletics, you should do athletics. So yeah, I just did athletics.
Wow, I would have never guessed track and field. Dope. Last one is favorite place to vacation. This, you know, as you know, can be a place that you've already been or a place that you want to go. But this is a vacation.
Okay,
and
so
I always
this
have to say
Ghana.
It doesn't exclude Ghana.
Okay.
But I just have to say this for people like us because
we don't know how to leave.
Well, we don't know how to vacation sometimes. Right? So this is your favorite place to vacation.
Okay. So the best vacation I've ever had was in Egypt.
Egypt?
Because at first I thought I was going there for the whole find my people, you know, pyramids and stuff. But then we got this amazing driver. He took us to this place. There was 7 pigeon. I was like, who eats pigeon? Okay, but it was interesting. Took us on a long drive to Alexandria. Stopped us off in like a bee farm. We got fresh honey. Got to Alexandria. Wow. Like it was so much.
And
like
it was a true vacation.
It was literally a vacation. I had no laptops, no phone, just me and 2 of my friends, and the best driver. And Egypt became it for me because now even my driver in the UAE is Egyptian. Just Egyptian drivers are just the best. They just seem so enthused. And so he made Egypt like the best holiday ever.
The best place.
Yeah, he took me to meet his family. Took us to meet his family, his friends. He was like, he was doing the most.
Wow.
Yeah, it was really nice.
That's our top 5. As you know, one of the reasons why we do top 5 is we want to get to know each other better. Like I've known this young lady here for a little while, but I've just learned something new about her that I had absolutely no idea existed. Track and field, like really, like word. Okay. Now let's actually get into the interview.
Great things, yeah, around the world.
And we are back. Now let's dive into this interview. I told you I wouldn't tell you this young lady's name, but now I will. Today I'm interviewing Miss Tanisha Tego. Tanisha is someone who's become a really good friend and a business partner. She's actually the co-executive producer of Diaspora Link with me. And you won't normally get a chance to have the host interview the producer, but we different. We different. So today I actually wanted you all to meet her and interview her the way that I've interviewed everybody else, because I'm also inspired by her story, and I wanted her to share her story with you all because I think you'll also be inspired. Tanisha.
Thank you,
the homie. What's up?
I'm good.
All right. So we've done top 5.
We have.
We've done choices. Now, tell me about Tanisha Tego. Tanisha Tego is of Ghanaian descent and heritage. You're a Ghanaian woman.
Yep.
Right? From the first day I've met you, you've been threatening me about the powers of a Ga woman.
Yes.
Right? And that I need to act right and be right. So tell me a little bit about your history. Where were you born? Where were you born? Your family, and a little bit about how you were raised.
Okay. So I was born in Ghana to my parents and my family, and then they traveled extensively. So we lived in Zaria, Nigeria for a while. We went out to Europe, spent time with my grandmother. Then by about age 5, 6, we ended up in Maryland, living on a military base out in Severn. And
who was in the military?
My aunt, my mom's sister. Okay. So my mom has this passion about helping everyone. So I've got 4 brothers from my mom, and she just picked up me and my younger brother and just took us everywhere. If someone needed help, she was like, "I'm gonna come and rescue you, but I'm taking these kids."
Right.
So we did a lot of like moving around. So we went to see my aunt at that particular time, and we were there for a while. But for my 7th birthday, reached up to my 7th birthday, I realized I just didn't like America. And I know that's really bad for me to say to you.
No, it's not. It's
okay,
not
good,
because I know a lot of people
place.
this place. Sometimes I don't like America.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I think as a child, with the amount of countries I'd been to, it was just confusing because the dialogue felt opposite, you know?
What do you mean?
So, like, everywhere else I'd been, it was all about all the things you can do, you can be, you can do da-da-da-da-da. Everything was so positive. But with America, like, the television always had, like, bad news, like, proper bad news.
Okay.
And it wasn't, like, bad news from another country. It was, like, bad news from next door.
Got you.
So, like, as a child, I just felt like, this place is not safe.
Right.
This place is not open. I was in Girl Scout. And the girls were all great and stuff, but they just had like, and for a child, believe me, like I felt like they had an overinflated sense of like themselves because it didn't make sense. Everyone was telling everyone we could all be president one day, and I was like, we can't. We're kids.
Right.
Because like you know me, I'm very literal. So I was like, no, we can't.
And the reality of the situation is that everybody can't be.
Everybody can't be.
The idea that you can be right, but everybody could.
Exactly, and of course I aspire to be president at some point or one day, whether it's president of just a cookie shop or president of Ghana. I want the label, right? So, but yeah, it just felt really off to me as a child, and also TV was weird. So like at that young age, I also had so much different experiences of television, TV in Ghana, Nigeria, UK, Europe, America. So I had different experiences, and American TV was okay, but you know what really worried me was those adverts, right? When they like advertise a thing that's going to save your life, and then like the random guy speaks at the end, he's like, may cause death, your eye to fall out, but you should buy it because only $599. I'm like, no. So as a child, I was like, these adverts are
That's interesting because that's pretty intuitive as a young person, as a child, to catch that.
Yeah.
Right? To catch those disclaimers at the end, like, wait a minute, I thought I was going to save my life, but you said...
Well, my dad's a doctor, so my dad never ever told anyone he was going to do something that might cause death. I mean, he probably warned them that, you know, don't do this because you could die, but he wasn't like giving out paracetamol that's saying it might cause death. And your adverts do that in America. You know, you guys, every
both
advert.
Your dad and your mom of Ga heritage.
Yeah.
Both Ga.
Yeah, both Ga. But my dad's family has a lot of like Nigeria influences and participation.
Okay.
But my mom was born to her parents, who at the time was the paramount chief of I can't remember the word to say it now. Sempe. Sempe is like the grounds within Accra and a bit around. He passed away a little while ago, a couple of years back. So yeah, so anyway, so I was born into that kind of mix. But at age 7, I was in America. My mum was like, what do you want for your birthday? So I said, I want to go live with grandma. She was like...
At 7 years old, you realized that you didn't want to live in, you didn't want to stay in America. So for your birthday, you asked to go to live with your grandmother, who was where?
In London.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'd been to her a few times. And
your mom gave you that wish?
Yeah, she wasn't happy. And at the time, I didn't get it. Like, I felt like she was really mean. But now as an adult, I'm like, oh my God, I was like, probably one of the most horrible thing a child could say to his parent, right?
That I
like,
want to go
live with someone else.
I want to go live with someone
I didn't
else.
even ask her, I wanted us to leave. I was quite specific about the fact that I wanted to do it.
But you probably were very clear from having moved around a bit that you weren't asking your mom to leave where she wanted to be.
No, yeah, because she loved doing that stuff. I just wanted to be where I wanted to be.
Okay.
So she let me have that. I flew on KLM with the air hostess. I remember my Nintendo, like a Nintendo kind of Game Boyish toy. I had a couple of teddy bears, and I had a cute little pull bag. And then my aunts and all my family met me at the airport, and it was all love.
And so from 7 until?
Yeah, till whatever. I just stayed with my grandma. My mum kept flying back and forth, and she eventually joined us when I was a teenager.
Okay.
And then of course I had a child at 16. I got pregnant.
Okay, so you coming from your family in Ghana, you went to the US, you went to the UK. When young women get pregnant at a young age, most of society says it's over for you.
Yeah.
Most of, not only do they say it's over for you, there's a large judgment.
Exactly.
Right? Whatever happened is your fault because you have to carry the baby. So you went out and got pregnant.
Yeah, I got pregnant, yeah.
You went out and got pregnant. The guy didn't do nothing.
No. Yeah, I was just me. Like, Mary, Immaculate Conception.
Right, you didn't get married.
Yeah.
So what was your family's reaction? What was their response to you getting pregnant? And was it something were you ashamed? Did you just, or were you just like, it is what it is, let me tell them?
So first of all, there was, for me personally, I mean, I didn't know I was pregnant for the first 23 weeks. So I had
23 weeks.
So like nearly 5 months pregnant.
Really?
Yeah, I had everything as normal. So I didn't actually know I was pregnant. We only found out I was pregnant because I was very sick at school, and then the teachers took me to the hospital. They did a whole bunch of tests, and eventually one genius said, well, how about pregnancy test? And then it turned out I was pregnant.
Wow.
And I was 23 weeks. And I had to, of course, decide, they were told me that abortions couldn't happen after 25 weeks because it's illegal. So I was like, okay. So I just took a week to think about it. I've always been very strategic. I've always known that I need to figure out what I want to do first before I start announcing myself. Right. Mainly because I've got so many brothers who are quite overbearing. But also just because it's just always important to me that I'm good before I walk into something.
Right.
So I was like, I wanted to make sure. I did a lot of stuff like to research and figure things out or whatever, spoke to my teachers, went to the school counselor. And after a week I was like, yeah, I'm gonna have the baby. So I just waited another week. I told my mum after the deadline, after like the 25 weeks had passed, because what's the difference, a week is a week, isn't it?
Right. So that's when your mom found out.
Yeah, so I told her from school, I called her from the school phone to tell her I had something to tell her, because the journey from my house to school was like an hour 15, hour 20. So by the time she'd get to me, she'd already been
too late. When did you tell your grandmother?
Oh, so no, I mean, come on. I told my mom on the phone, the whole world knew.
So you didn't tell your grandmother, you didn't have like a grandmother or aunt or somebody who you could confide in?
No. I mean, my grandma would have been who I confided in. But the thing is, we're Ghanaian. And so the gossip tree is fast. And strong.
So
it's like a flame.
Okay.
So I called from school, and by the time my mum had arrived, I'm sure everybody knew. In the deepest, darkest villages of any country, they all knew.
They all knew.
She was livid. But of course, we were at school, all these white people around. What are you going to do, Mom? You got to be calm, you got to be easy, Mommy. And like, of course, the school counselor was like, come, let's step into the room, let's have a conversation about this, make sure everything's okay and stuff.
Did she feel like you just ruined your future kind of thing?
No. So that's one of the good things. Okay. So the whole thing about telling her in that whole event was very, like, I orchestrated it to just make sure that the question of abortion couldn't come up, right? As in an option. But after I told everyone, yeah, everyone had different responses, but in the most part, because of the nature of just the people in my family, how they are, how they've built themselves up, how they understand the world, everyone was actually the opposite. So at one point, my grandma said to me, so what are you going to be when you grow up now? And I was just like, a good mom. She was like, a what? So what are you going to do when you grow up? I was like, a big, good adult.
Right.
So I asked this question so many times until one day I actually had a good answer, which was about my job. I was like, I'm going to be an entrepreneur, I'm going to have businesses, I'm going to work in education. And so she said, good, because you don't go around thinking that a mum is a job. Like, that's what you could do that in your sleep.
Say that one more time.
She was like, don't go around thinking being a mum is a job, because you can do that when you're asleep. My grandma.
Your grandmother.
She didn't want me to think that just because I was pregnant and having a child, that was now my occupation. She was like, don't
you
get
can
confused.
Still have a life.
No,
you can still be great. You better. You better. So take me from you being pregnant and your son, whose name is?
Tyreek. He's 20 now.
Tyreek, who's 20, who you talk about a lot, who I know you love very dearly.
Love him to bits.
So how do you get from being in school, pregnant at 16, to being a dean at a university level? Talk me through your educational journey from having the baby. Did you have to like drop out, catch up? Like where, one, tell me about the actual journey.
Okay.
And then just give me, where was your source of encouragement and energy? Where did it come from?
Well, it's just my grandma. It's my grandma.
Okay.
So my grandma was an educator and an entrepreneur.
Okay.
She owns New Hope School in Kolebu.
Okay.
That goes from nursery to senior secondary school. So I always saw her doing that kind of entrepreneurial educator kind of role. So she was my main inspiration. But yeah, so with getting pregnant and being at school, I just went to school like normal. Then one day they turned around and they were like, oh, you know, she can't come to school anymore. She's pregnant. My grandma was like, she's pregnant, she's not stupid. And then these teachers were naive. They didn't understand my grandmother. So they continued to persist. So I don't know how she did it, but she managed to get the government to fund the teachers that teach me to leave school and come to the house to teach me at the house. So everyone at school lost maths teacher in maths class and stuff, like one lesson a week. And then she got me this amazing tutor, this blind guy. And he was teaching me English lit. And I'm dyslexic, right? So it's just my relationship with words is just awkward and different. And this blind man knew every single word in every single book and was telling me when I was reading it wrong. And in the beginning, we had a very difficult relationship because I would get very annoyed with him because my eyes were telling me that's what I was seeing. And I know he can't see it. And he was saying he's not seeing it.
A blind tutor for a dyslexic person is an interesting combination.
So between him and her, my grandma and this guy, I can't remember his name right now, Anthony, but I can't remember his surname. Like between the two of them, I was like, no, I can never complain about being a mum, being disabled, being this, being that. I can complain about nothing. Like it's not even gonna run.
Right.
I did extremely well in my GCSEs. I got all the top grades in every single thing you could. And in maths, I got even 100% and a special certificate from the examination body. I bossed it. And then I had a baby and I continued studying. I did quite a few A-levels. So we have A-levels in the UK, so I did.
So what are A-levels?
So they're the thing before university that you do to get the credits for university.
Okay.
So with high school, secondary school, you get the credits to go to college, or you can stay on like an extra 2 years of a version of college in your secondary school.
Okay.
But because I'd already had a child and I'd left, I was like, I'm not going back there. Like I've grown out of that thing. So I went to college. And I studied psychology, sociology, critical thinking, maths, business, and media as A-levels. 3 of them as A2s, which is only 1 year, and then 3 of them as full.
Got you.
And I went to film school. But along the way, I would always talk to people. You know, I love talking to people, telling them about what I want to do, and asking them what they think I should do to be able to get myself there.
Right.
I think I'm very good at, I think that's the way I should say, I'm very good at making people aware of my shortcomings and where I need their help or where I would like their help. I've been,
and that's the place where a lot of people struggle.
Exactly.
That's the place where a lot of people struggle, is to be able to identify your own shortcomings and areas of improvement and where you need help.
Exactly.
To be better.
Yeah.
We're going to take a small break and then we're going to come back to discussing your educational prowess to becoming a dean of a university, and then let's talk about how you got back to Ghana, because so far you left Ghana at an early age, America, London. Let's talk about what made you actively choose to come back to Ghana.
Perfect.
We're going to be right back. Peace, global African family. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm a co-architect of Ghana's Year of Return 2019, and I'm the president and CEO of the Adinkra Group. For the past 5 years, we've been bringing loads and loads of people to Ghana. Many of them, their first time on the African continent. Their first time putting their toes in the African sand, in the African soil. And so many people have had their life changed. Our birthright journeys are curated cultural immersion journeys centered around reclaiming cultural identity, exploring your ancestral heritage, and celebrating African resilience. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our Birthright Journey Partner Program. It's really simple, and you really don't have to do much, other than email us at info@theadinkragroup.com. Now, what makes a great Birthright Journey partner for our program? Are you a leader? Are you an influencer? Are you that person that your family calls on to organize, or do you automatically know that that's your job? Are you somebody of status in your community? Are you a community leader? Are you that person in your church or in the school? If you are the ideal birthright journey partner. Do you believe that every person of African descent should have an opportunity to touch ground on the continent of Africa? If you are, then you are the ideal birthright journey partner. It's simple. We're going to show you how you can travel to Ghana for free. Not only can you travel to Ghana for free, but you can actually get paid to travel to Ghana. Really simple. Just contact us at info@theadinkagroup.com and set up a discovery call. You'll get to travel with your family and friends, you'll get to travel with your community, and the best part of it is that it'll be free for you. Or you'll even earn money doing it. So again, info@theadinkagroup.com. We look forward to seeing you in Ghana. We look forward to dancing with you in Ghana. We look forward to eating fufu, eating jollof, eating wache. Make sure you contact us now, and we would love for you to become a birthright journey partner. Madasi. Welcome back. We are here with Tanisha Tego. Let's get back into the interview. So, you're obviously one of those people who are naturally talented educationally, right? Not to take away anything from anybody else, any of your teachers, your parents, your DNA, but there was a natural talent in you that allowed you to be able to have a lot of success, absorb information, absorb knowledge, regurgitate it. So eventually you went to school, you got your degree, and then you went to graduate school.
Actually, no.
Okay.
So first I was a film and television producer. I went to film school.
You went to film school?
I worked on quite a lot of film and TV projects. I was the BET UK producer.
So BET UK producer, okay.
So like a lot of the It's My Thing, you know, BET has those It's My Thing segments.
Wait a minute, did you include all of this on your resume when I was interviewing you for producer for this?
No.
So I must have been so in tune and smart that I just knew. Is that what it was?
Yeah, you must have.
Okay.
Because I remember when you asked me, I was like, and I said to you, Diallo, I'm not sure about this, but then I was like, okay, whatever. He doesn't know.
BET UK.
Yeah, BET UK, but also like cinematic films. I've made documentaries like The Story of Lovers Rock. I've worked on massive blockbusters in the UK like Adulthood. There's loads of stuff. Even music videos. For example, everyone loves the Azonto video, right?
Right.
But few people realize it's my video. It's on my channel. When you watch Azonto video, there's a cartoon of me. I produced that.
Really?
Yeah.
I need to go back and check that.
You need to go back and check that. So
that that Azonto YouTube video is on
a
your
channel called Tanisha Tego with the 40-something million views, 30-something million views.
Wow.
Yeah, because there was a point in time where I was moving away from television into the internet space.
Okay.
YouTube had come up, and I hadn't yet, and they didn't have content ID, they didn't have like monetization processes, so it was like super early to the game, and I hadn't figured out exactly what I wanted to do yet. But the partner I was with at the time, he loved dancing, and he had this like these masks in the back of the car all the time. So we already came up with the concept of Afro mask, like I'd pick songs and they'd dance to it and they'd upload it on YouTube, see how it went, and it went viral every time, like hundreds of thousands of views every time.
Right.
And we'd actually planned that particular video to be for Sarkodie, the one that became Azonto. And Sark ended up doing another video somewhere else, and a friend of mine, Ricky Davis, told me about this guy she knew called Michael. Michael, of course, became Fuse, and we'd never met or anything, but he was really eager to have that done with the song, because I think at the time it had been shelved. He'd made it a while back, but nothing had really happened.
Right.
And we all had a whole choreographed dance routine. We had a whole plan.
Right.
So we were like, yeah, cool. And then he jumped on, went along to the shoot with the guys. He also filmed some bits on his camera as well, sent me some shots. Yeah, and put together the video.
Wow.
And that was Azonto. Went viral overnight. The boy lost his mind. He thought I deleted the video for it. But back in the day when YouTube videos went viral, there were a few signifiers, right?
Right.
One, the video looked like it was gone. To you, if you're like a regular viewer, it looked like it was gone. Or two, it was stuck on like 301 views. I think 301 views is the most popular version where you know you're viral now. And it was like this for a couple of days. So he didn't know what was going on. He thought I was like stalling his video, but really the video was blowing. And then one day, a few days later, we look on, finally it just said 1.5 million views or something like that. And I was like, I told you that was the problem. Because I'd seen things go viral so much.
Right. But it's interesting because even from the US, Azonto was probably, And I'm gonna be bold enough to say this without having as much Afrobeat or Afrobeats history, but Azonto was probably the breakout Afrobeat song that really started and pushed this wave of Afrobeats that's happening now. Because of the dance.
Well, it was not just Azonto. So the thing is, it was actually Sarko There You Go Kill Me. And Sark was doing a lot of media work traveling, because we even put he came to the UK, we put him on Tim Westwood, a lot of stuff, put him on Radio 1. So You Go Kill Me was the song that was supposed to be the Azonto video song.
Okay.
But then at the same time, we had this great other song, Azonto, and he already had the video. So it was kind of like both of them, I think.
But
because You Go Kill Me was also big.
You know, from
Sark
the American side, it was the dance.
It was the, yes.
It was the Azonto dance that, and that video of the dance that took people, when people started to say, oh, Afrobeats. Well, what's the difference between Afrobeats and Afrobeat? That's when people kind of started to see, oh, well, Afrobeat is like political, Afrobeats is this.
And it's funny you should mention that. My company was called Afrobeats Limited at the time when I produced that. Exactly.
Okay, so you music videos, documentaries, films, you did that.
Yeah.
So how did you go from there to academia?
Yeah, so my grandma just kept saying, and when will you go to school? I was like, but grandma, you watch my shows, you watch my films, like you see me in places.
Grandparents are older people in your family. They don't care about nothing unless you go to school.
Like school. As I went to film school, I have certificates. No. When we were
you were playing games.
Yeah.
You didn't go to school.
So you didn't. In London, we were in London at the time, and I was in a place called Greenford. I can't remember why I was there, but I remember I was in a place called Greenford, and there was this university there called GSM London, and I was walking past, and I was like, oh, yeah. So I walked in. Oh yeah, I remember, because my friend had lived next door. So I walked in, and I just asked them, what's the most difficult degree program you have here? Because the thing with being dyslexic is that it drove me away from formal studies. It really did, from an emotional kind of confidence perspective, because I always thought I'm not going to be able to do it. So at that point, I just decided, if I'm going to uni, I'm just going to go hard. Just going to do the hardest course they have in the uni, and that's it. I asked them, they said oil and gas management with business. So okay, fine. How do I sign up? I signed up, and that was it. They just started.
And you did well, obviously,
I got
because
first
you're a
class.
dean.
Got a first class in that. So I got a first class because what I used to do is I used to teach my colleagues, because as the dyslexic person, we learn better when we teach something, even if we don't know it.
Okay.
So I would learn, have a class, and then a few of my colleagues would always promise to come and do a study time with me after. We all got firsts together, so that was lovely, like our little study group. But yeah, I did that. Then the university hired me because one of the teachers, Maurice, had seen me teaching.
Prior to you graduating?
Yeah, like literally like a month before the final dissertation deadline, they were already like, yeah, Tanisha, we want you to come and work with us when you finish, which was lovely. And so it became something called a teaching fellow. Now the whole way through, I'd always been teaching, by the way, just so you know, like I'd always had little teaching jobs, the local government, local council, whatever. But this was my first time teaching in higher education in universities, which is very hard to get into. So the teaching fellowship was like the perfect door in, and it was created in this uni by a lady called Christy, who became like my hero / arch nemesis, because we're both very strong personalities, and I'm like the bottom of the food chain and she was the dean. And then we just always found each other like. But yeah, I did that for a while. Did an MBA, specialized in educational leadership and management. And then I began my PhD journey, cybersecurity of smart energy grid systems. And you're currently still on your PhD journey? I'm doing that third year now, yeah. So in the whole kind of academic journey that I was continuing, of course, every new thing I studied, every new time I got better, I just got promoted. So I just got in this thing where I was always promoted in January and August, to the point where my teaching fellow colleagues...
middle of the year, top of the year.
Exactly. And it was just coming at me. And then my teaching fellow colleagues, they weren't really feeling it like I was feeling academia. So after a while, I just thought, let me leave them, because people say, there's not enough black people in academia, there's not enough black deans. But you know what I saw? I saw that people don't really want it. I mean, I wanted the top because my grandma was insistent that I do something that she could recognize. She only recognizes things at the top. So for me, I needed to keep going. So I was like, let me leave them. And that's how the journey to being dean came. Like, I have a rule. I do a job for like 3 to 6 months, and if the 6-month line comes and I'm not like super in love, I just start going for the next job if I haven't already been offered promotion. So there's only so many levels to go through before you get to dean. So literally, it's like teaching fellow, lecturer, module leader, head of the program leader, head of department. Then there'll be some managerial word or something like that, and then this is associate dean, and I'm associate dean. So
I haven't heard you mention or say that you ran into any roadblocks Because you're a woman? I haven't heard you mention racism, white supremacy. There are a lot of things that are valid, and I'm not saying that people are complaining and you're not. These are valid things that that prevent us from being great a lot of times. And it's just interesting that a young African woman from Ghana, U.S., London, child at 16, you're still raising your son as you're doing all of these things, of course, with a strong homeschooled your son, of course, with a strong network and support with your grandmother, your mother, and having this in your family. Did you have those instances, being number one, being a black woman, right? And well, being a black woman, which a lot of times they say is double the challenge. Did you run into any of those things that?
So I think I run into them so often I'm like desensitized. Like I'm always offending someone, putting someone off, making them feel awkward. You know, like I'm over it. Like one thing that I'm really glad about from my upbringing with my grandma was like she didn't really accept when my excuse was someone else made me feel away, or someone else, or it was because of someone else. She was always very insistent that I take ownership, and I'm very much the same with my son. Actually, I think I'm the same with everything. It's all about taking ownership. So criticism of me and the realities of who I am, like it doesn't really bother me. So if someone's like, "Oh my gosh, you're black," I'm like, I really don't get the point that you're making here. Right. Or, "Oh, you can't do that because you're a woman." I literally don't understand the point that you're making here. So I'm just going to continue doing what I'm doing, and eventually I think you'll figure yourself out, and at that point we'll just stay friends.
But how do you maneuver in those situations where it's not just somebody pointing out that you're black or you're a woman, but it's somebody putting a blockade or something in place? Is it just a matter of, oh, it's a block, let me figure out how to get around it, through it, or over it, and that's it?
I'm super unfazed.
Where and how in your history did being a Ghanaian woman mean something to you? And the reason why I say that is because I know when I first met you, we were in our early conversations, and you kept saying, "I'm a Ghana woman." Like, maybe, like you kept reminding me. I'm like, I'm from Trenton, and so, and what's that mean? But you said it with such passion that it means something to you.
It does.
So when along your journey did that like really sink in of what being a Ghana woman means?
So I was literally the first granddaughter born after like I think over 10 grandsons. So when I was born, my dad's mum was first, like my first memory of someone like really overpowering. She was an African traditionalist belief system, so she'd explain to me like all our Ghanaian kind of like mummy water, all of our kind of like bits that are more traditionalist beliefs, quite a lot. She's really into like meditating. She's into like this whole different world of being a person. And we're from Jamestown, right? So, okay, our house is in Mampobi, but we're from Jamestown. So we got family houses in Jamestown. So growing up, something like Jamestown was very normal for me. And just like my people there, they really like, they hustle hard, like they move hard. And I'll meet people from Jamestown anywhere, you know? So I think being from there, having her first was like the first kind of foot in that I could survive most things, because not really much else left when you can already survive on the minimal, right? And that's literally. And then of course going to my mum's world when I was 7 and being with her most often, that gave me the strong Ghana woman mentality, because my grandma, she would always warn someone before she fucked them over. Like she'd be like, "Listen, you're about to annoy me. You're about to."
That's a warning.
Just a warning, okay? Which I always didn't really understand at the time, because I was like, if you're gonna do it, just do it, innit? Like, why would you give someone a warning? But now, as an adult, I really realize that whole kind of, the reason I always go on about being a Ghana woman is because we have a limit, and we're extremely expressive. And I think, you know, all the different tribal groups around the world probably have their stereotypes, but yeah, so like my grandma, she was so strict on the UK side, right, and so serious, very rooted in our culture. And of course her husband was the paramount chief, so I was, you know, I had to do all these like chief and know all this chief and queen mother behaviors and how to behave at this point and that point and what to do this here. So I got a lot of our traditional kind of ways of being Ghans. I got that really gifted to me. And I think along the way it's always been part of every single thing that I do. Like I remember one of my first like proper boyfriends, when I actually realized what I was supposed to be, like what a boyfriend was supposed to be. He was a Jamaican guy called Jason. We're still good friends now. And I was so into being an African woman. I'd always tell guys if they wanted to date me, like, listen, I'm African woman. I listen to African music in my house. As the African music in my house was just the first thing, just so you're aware. And I made this man fall in love with "Allow Me to Kiss Your Hand." You know that one? He would blast that thing in the car, the Jamaican guy, you know. So he'd play Bashment, then the next track would be, and all his friends would be like, where are you getting all this African music? But I was so into just the fact that I'm African. Like, I don't know everything about what it means, but I know that if you don't appreciate or like that, then you've got no space with me. And so back to the whole thing about roadblocks, I just feel like there is this a lovely kind of sense of self-assurance and black privilege that combined were gifted to me. So from the position of self-assurance, like, I am, like, child or no child, I still have a learning disability. I do have a learning disability. So that kind of self-assurance plus the black privilege has just never really allowed me to let anything not go the way I want. It's
there to be gone through, over or around.
Exactly, and I'm a strategist. So all of those things just offer me opportunities to be more strategic.
So so now you're in Ghana, right? I know that your company Apples and Pears, you have an office in the UK, you have an office in Dubai, UAE, and you've done a lot of work in terms of helping other entrepreneurs. You have a lady entrepreneurship camp.
And camp.
You have a lady entrepreneurship club. You have a boot camp for entrepreneurs. You've been in Forbes, CNN, like you know, and so I think it was really important for us to go through the early part of your life to land here, right? Because right now you're in Ghana by choice. You could be in the UK, you could be in the UAE. If you want, you could probably leave tomorrow, right? Why are you in Ghana? Like, why now are you coming back here? And is it like, you know what? Well, why was it important, or was it important for you to come back here?
So so my father passed away February last year, and
rest in peace.
So, exactly, he's good. I know he's good because he keeps meddling in some stuff. Like the other day, we need to have a meeting. He's one of the ancestors now, using his powers. But he passed away last February. So I came back around March, April time to support and sort out funeral things, and that was really emotionally taxing. And then I just ended up staying longer. And I actually left the last associate dean job I was at the time there, around that time. So I just came, and I was just here till like May. And then I went back to the UAE because I needed to sort out bits for my bank account and just things, you know, because now I live there. I did that for, I think, a month, and I came back. And then I was invited to speak out again in the UAE. So I flew out for a week, and I came back. Like in August, and I was like, why am I keeping coming back? Like, I don't even live here. The country I keep flying to for a week is where I'm resident. Like, I'm going back to fix bills and fix things. I'm supposed to go home.
And then coming back to Ghana.
I keep coming back to Ghana. And of course in Ghana I'm homeless. Well, I was homeless at the time because, you know. So I was like, okay, I need to fix this. Of course we got working. I met a lot of really amazing people. And I think what Ghana offered me from August till about December was a lot of therapy that I really needed. I was definitely a daddy's girl, and really strongly rooted in my grandma, my grandfather, and my dad, who all passed away like within a year or two of each other, with my dad being the last, over the last 5 years. And I was just losing reasons to be here, you know. So I was never going to choose to go to Ghana because it felt like every reason I had to go to Ghana was like going every year. But the new relationships I built here, they just did things, you know. They just made me feel so good or so solid. They challenged me, they questioned me, and eventually I just felt like actually Ghana has every single thing I like in a place. Sun, sea, good people, plantain. It just has everything I like. Why would I leave?
Right.
So I just started winding down what I was doing in the UAE, building up a new kind of infrastructure for the company. So it just had a global approach, because of course it started as a UK company. I never had intentions for it to be international. And then I just started working from that position, and that position, once you find your lane, everything just fits.
Right. So and Ghana is the center of the world.
Ghana is the center.
Ghana is the gateway to Africa.
Seriously.
So now is the perfect time for us to play Africa in 60, since Ghana is the gateway.
Yes, it is.
Since Ghana is the gateway to the rest of the African continent. You know Africa in 60. You have 60 seconds to name as many African countries as possible. 3, 2, 1, go.
Ghana, Lesotho, Togo, Abidjan, Sierra Leone, Nigeria, Mali, Morocco, Somalia, Sudan, South Sudan, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Rwanda, and Burundi, to be fair. Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Cote d'Ivoire. Did I say Cote d'Ivoire?
No, you said Abidjan. You said Abidjan. I let it slide because, but go ahead. But now you said the country.
But now also thinking about the islands, our little islands. I'll remember them in a second. Okay, where am I? Then we have something central. So DRC. Is Swaziland still called Swaziland? There you go.
Take it.
South Africa. I'm good.
We got more time.
Oh, I thought you were saying I thought you were nodding out. Okay. I don't know why I can't think of anything else.
Okay, done. You got about 25. That was good. You got about 25. You got about 25. You was ready to stop. Like, okay, that's not. What you talking about? We got 10 more seconds here. We gonna finish this out. We gonna finish this out. Okay.
But also, I don't want to. I'm glad I only got 25 because I think our winners were so good that if I beat our winners, I'd be able to.
Yeah, no. But.
So I'm glad I got a good, respectable number.
You know what? I've thought about. I was like, somebody is going to pull up on me one day and be like, Africa in 60. How many can you name? Like,
actually,
I'm gonna start studying. No, I'm not doing. We ain't doing that. That's what we're not doing. So, okay, so you're in Ghana.
Yes.
Right. You kept coming back here. Ghana has everything that you want in a place to be. Is it important? Is Africa important? Is Africa important to you? Is Africa important to entrepreneurs in your life, your lessons, your world affairs?
Yeah.
Or is it just another place?
No. Africa, like literally, it's all about Africa. In fact, from the UK, from the position of when they started to Brexit, we knew they were going to need to look to Africa for a lot of their agricultural needs. We knew that Europe was going to come towards Africa more. China's already been trying to come towards Africa. In fact, China's the biggest beneficiary of AFTA, which most people don't even consider. The West, the Americas, whatever, they've always been into Africa. And everyone that's not into Africa, they're just not into Africa because the marketing tells them to stay away. And that marketing is done by their own people, just who are too greedy and don't want everybody joining.
Right.
So Africa is it, right? I don't see my place in me being in Ghana as me being only in Ghana. I do see it as me being in Africa on the continent.
Okay.
I wish that there was a lot more free travel across without having to stop at places like Kenya. I wish we could just go where we want to go, but it's fine for now. I do also wish that the travel expenses weren't so expensive for Africans to go to Africa, but it's okay. We'll do good for now.
Inter-Africa travel, we already know. We talk about this. To go to neighboring countries, tickets are $1,000, $800 for a 2-3 hour flight.
Well, someone was saying to me that I think either it's Ghana and Nigeria or Ghana or Nigeria is like one of the most valuable routes for like BA. So, a lot of these airlines are just making money off of us because we do have money. They just make it look like we're in poverty, but the prices they be charging us.
They make
you could go from New York to, I don't know, LA on $54 or Nevada at least on $54.
Yeah, less than $100, maybe on average $200-300.
And I can't get from here to Togo for that price.
No, here to Togo is about or about the same price, which is an hour away. Definitely here to Senegal, here to Sierra Leone, here to, and you can probably get from here to East Africa for less than you can get from here to other West African countries. We got to find out what's up with ECOWAS. They need to get their act together. They definitely do.
So, that's why I'm here. I'm here because I definitely want to be in the African continent. Of course, I'm really proud to be in Ghana. I'm proud as a Ghanaian, but I love a lot of African places. I love Zimbabwe. I love Mozambique. I love South Africa. Not sure whether Egypt has decided whether or not they're with us, but I'm loving my Egyptians.
Egypt is a part of Africa.
It's
people on the outside who keep trying to take Egypt from us. You know why? Because they want to say that we didn't create the pyramids. So they want to take Egypt away to continue the narrative that some aliens came down and built the pyramids and Africans are not great. These idiots.
That's why we stay unfazed.
The day I meet a smart racist, I'll shut up. But most racists just aren't smart. You guys are stupid. Like, the things you say and do don't even make any sense. Like,
It's true. It's true. But yeah, so Egypt is another one. But yeah, and I'm really curious about a lot of places: Sierra Leone, Senegal,
right.
Congo. I really want to go to.
Right.
So yeah, I'm just happy to be here. The continent is where it is, and for entrepreneurs, this is a very good place to be because, in one sense, it's fertile ground, but in another sense, it's actually very advanced.
Yes.
And if we just look at how China has managed to benefit so much from the free trade agreements, that alone tells you that there is an advanced level of business that we need to get into in terms of import, export, packaging. In terms of even like pricing strategy.
It's all here.
It's all here. It's all ready, and there's so many, and also, of course, as well, our transaction processes, like our payment processes, like Momo and stuff, give us that exclusivity from Visa and MasterCard that we don't really need them for.
Exactly.
So there's a lot to be done. There's a lot to be done. Once the tech people get their act in order and start figuring out how we can do all of those things, the financial transactions, you know, from here to Kenya, and I'm paying in cedis, they're receiving it in theirs, we're good.
Have you made the solid commitment to be a part of this future of Africa to the world?
Yeah.
You're here. Like, this is you've because I know, because even though you might still go back to UAE, you still might go back to UK, but now that you've been, you found you coming back, didn't know why you was coming back, and you're here, do you see that I'm probably going to be in Ghana? Like, I'm going to be in Ghana. I'm going to be in Africa.
Yeah. I mean, so with Apples and Pears, our mission is to support 30,000 businesses by 2030.
Okay.
And what we do is we help people to start, build, grow, and sell businesses. So any of those methods is fine. I'm definitely focusing us more. We've got clients across 18 countries, but I'm definitely trying to focus more on the African continent and boosting the number of countries from Africa. I would love to be able to say in 10 years that the majority of our portfolio is African grown or started businesses, but that they are internationally trading, that they're internationally known, you know, a few IPOs. Like, that's what the goal is for me now, and I want that to happen from the African continent. Because I think with age, I'm just getting a little bit more kind of overprotective of Africa and Africans. You know, I don't want to say patriotic, because you can't be patriotic to the continent.
I got you.
But you know,
you
like,
can.
You can? I don't want to confuse people and make them think Africa's a country. You
know?
No.
So the reason why I say you can, because being from the U.S., somebody like me who traced my DNA to find myself, I always say I am a child of all of Africa.
Okay, exactly.
I mean, which is,
same.
you know, I'm a child of all of Africa. Like, even though I've been able to trace here, and you know that you are Ghanaian, but you can still decide for no other reason other than because you have decided that you are a child of all of Africa, and you're patriotic for all of Africa.
Yeah, and I am.
Right.
And the older I grow, the more I am. I mean, I started off, I studied Black history like ages ago, Robin Walker, and I was really into this whole like Black everything. I met Black Panther members. I did the whole thing, but yeah, just as I've grown, I've just realized actually I probably will retire in Africa. I mean, look, my son's 20, so I'm an empty nester. So if I'm going to be an empty nester anywhere in the world, why would I not do that in the African continent?
Right.
So that was kind of like the first reason why I was like, Africa, like, it's just all about that. But secondly, because the most potential is here, right? So
youngest continent.
It's the youngest
all
continent.
the natural resources, the best weather,
the best minds,
the best energy, the best vibe, Charlie.
All of it.
Ghana enjoyment capital of the world, Charlie.
And you know, I'm trainee chief enjoyment officer. So until I get my full badge. No, but like, for real, like, I love soft life in the day, enjoyment in the night. Like, Ghana and the African continent gives it all to me safely.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
With respect. Like, I feel like I can do anything and achieve anything from the continent. So those are the reasons why, yeah, I'm rooting myself here, and I definitely think entrepreneurs should as well.
So this is our final episode of Diaspora Link.
It is.
Right? We have successfully done all 20, and we saved you. I said to save the best for last.
Thank you.
So why don't you tell everybody, on a scale of 10 to 20, with 10 being incredible and 20 being unexplainable, just how good has it been working with me on this show?
So if 10 is incredible and 20 is inexplainable.
Right, if 10 is incredible, like, how just...
I mean, in the most part, working with Diallo has been pure perfection, and I'll say that because I like variety, I like a bit of spice, I like comedy, I like joking around, but I also love travel, I love meeting new people, seeing new things, hearing new things, and we do that.
Right.
So actually working with you is probably like more like a 30.
Hey, look at you.
You're welcome.
Look at you.
You're welcome.
Look at you.
It is probably more like
say 30 one more time. No, I'm joking. No,
it really is, because the thing with being a producer and producing content is technically it's very technical.
Right.
Like it doesn't matter. It doesn't need to matter to me who you are, who's behind the camera. Who's,
I want to shout
how
out
it
2
works.
people. Kevin Swain, Chris White. These are 2 gentlemen who showed me what it means to have a technical team and what it means to be an executive producer, right? These are 2 people who I listened to, experts in their field, who told me, shut up, go do your job as an executive producer. I'm the director, film, I know what I'm doing. I'm the sound guy, I know what I'm doing. You go, get out our way, like you're in our way. Yeah. When I met you, and I asked, who are you? You said, what did you tell me, fairy?
I'm a fairy. I'm a psychic fairy.
You're a psychic fairy.
But I am a psychic fairy,
right.
you know that.
You told me you were a psychic fairy, and I was like, okay, but when I met you and I saw you, it's interesting because I looked and I just said, like, you weren't dressed particularly spectacular, or it was an average day, you know, and I was like, who is her? Who is this? Like, I felt that you were different, and I felt that we were kindred spirits. And I came up to you and I asked you, who are you? And you said, psychic fairy. And I love that response. And then one of the other things that really attracted me to work with you and find out more about who you are is you said something very clear and open about, I talk to my shrines all the time or something. And I haven't found a lot of people who openly speak about ancestral veneration, communication, even in a joking somebody who you just met, because it scares a lot of people away. It's spooky. And I'll say that I'm very happy that I've had an opportunity to meet you and work with you here, as well as to learn more about apples and pears. I will say that you have helped me to step my game up professionally in a number of ways, and I absolutely enjoy working with you. And as much as I absolutely enjoy working with you. But I'm sure you enjoy working with me more, because I just have to say that.
I was like, what's he gonna? Is he gonna cry? Is he gonna say something silly? That's what
I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry. But no. But no, seriously. So let's end this. We've gone a little longer than all of the other interviews. I mean, I asked you to join me on a journey that we were beginning with GhanaWeb, and this is the end of our first season. What made you say this is the project I want to work on? Or because people come to you all the time, right? And you have other opportunities, but you like, you know what? I'm gonna take my time to do this. I believe in this. Yeah. I mean, outside of the obvious, what? like he's a trick. Yeah. I mean, so now y'all actually get to see how we are off camera. This is the real Diallo. Well, no, seriously. Like, what made you? What made you say this is important?
Well, firstly, from a production perspective, the day that, of course, we were talking about this, we happened to already be around the crew who's now actually our crew. Right. And I could feel their competence. It was very obvious that they knew what they were doing. When the concept of the show was shared, it was instantly like, Diallo has to do that. Like, you have to do that. That makes so much sense. It's perfect for you. And I think it's just a combination of like the GhanaWeb team are clearly very competent in everything that they do. You're extremely competent in everything that you do. And I'm competent in everything I do. Sometimes
perfect formula. Perfect
it's
formula,
a perfect,
right?
So
everything works together.
It was kind of like, Diallo should have a show. It should be on GhanaWeb. Right. And of course, then you remember I went into how it should look, and I obsessed about that for like a month or two.
Right.
And production values and stuff, remember? But once we got there, it was just so obvious this is what the world needed. And the moment we launched and released the first episode, like the feedback, right? Perfect. It's exactly what I could feel when I thought about the combination of things. And that's why it was easy to pick this. There are, of course, other projects where people might have more budget or more this or more that. But getting that energy right, I think after all my different experiences as a producer, that I can tell straight away when something's the right thing to do, whether or not it's high ticket.
And we actually, like, I get a lot of feedback from people who are like, thank you.
Exactly.
Right? A lot of it is just gratitude, like, I need this.
Yeah.
You know, and I know that by the time people get a chance to view this episode, they would have seen all 19. And for me, it was really important that people get to hear your story too.
Thank you.
So not just a producer, but for people to be able to see that it's not just me sitting up here hosting. You know what I'm saying?
There's a
Being
whole
from the
team.
diaspora, but our team is people of the diaspora who believe in this and what we're doing.
Yeah.
I want to say thank you for joining me on this journey.
Thank you.
We want to tell everybody that season 2 is coming. Season 2 is going to be amazing. We will be continuing to bring you Diaspora Link with different looks, feels, and flavors.
Getting out of the studio a little bit.
Getting out of the studio. You know today was special because I wore my. I had to give y'all this for the last one for Tanisha. So, thank you, Tanisha.
Thank you. It's been really good.
We're gonna be right back. We're just gonna do like a little flash thing, and then we're gonna bring the whole team up because we want you all to see the team that's worked with us from GhanaWeb. We want to put everybody on camera. It's a little bit different. I wish I had a bottle of champagne to pop, just because it's significant that we completed our first season, and we want you to see everybody who's helped to make this happen, so you can see their face and we can thank them on camera too. So.
You're doing great things around the world.
From all of us here at the Diaspora Link team at GhanaWeb, we wanted you to see that there are real human beings behind the cameras and in the offices working together. This is our whole team. We wanted you to see everybody's face. We want to personally say from Tanisha and I, thank you to everybody here for a successful first season of Diaspora Link. We look forward to season 2. And, you know, what do we all say together? Do we like say Madasi? Do we all say hamburger, cheeseburger?
Should say plantain.
Should we say plantain? Okay, so we're going to say plantain since which absolutely makes no sense, but we'll do it. On the count of 3, we'll all say plantain. Then we'll say Madasi. Is there a GhanaWeb theme song or something we do? Okay. 1, we're going to say plantain, y'all. People need to know that we really crazy. 1, 2, 3. Plantain. You see how this? Hey, Madasi, everybody. We don't have a proverb for today. However, we will end this show by saying we know what unity and teamwork looks like, and this is what it is. So we hope that you've enjoyed this first season of GhanaWeb, all 20 episodes. Please go back, replay, rewatch, share your favorite moments, and we will see you on season 2. Peace, everybody. Boza!
You're doing great things around the world. Great things, yeah. Great things, yeah. Around the world. Great things, yeah.
The Ghana Water Company from Sunday, October 2nd, 2022 commenced spilling of excess water in its dam at Weja. 2 days down the line, this has resulted in flooding in various communities in the Weja municipality. Currently, this is a bridge serving one of the areas in Weja called Away. The bridge serves as one of the parts that leads to the area, and currently the excess water or the flood water is threatening to cut this place off. We understand that a lot of people are currently in their homes and have been left stranded. Those who have been able to brace the flood waters are making their way out of the community. We speak to some of the community members to find out their plight.
It is the main one that serves the community and the new Weja. It links old Weja and new Weja.
And now it is being cut off.
Yeah, and it's the first time, honestly. You know, we had a catchment area. We had a catchment area that was some pits that keeps the water, and then they've come to dump boiler waste in it. And because of that, that is what you are seeing. Everywhere is flooded.
You just came from there.
Yeah, I live across.
What's the situation?
extra worse. People are having to relocate. In fact, for so many years I have lived here, I've never witnessed anything like this. It is precarious. Lives might be lost. Yes, I do. I do.
I understand some people have been caught up in their rooms and killed.
Yes, I mean, it's more trouble. You can't even move your car, you know, and that is what it is. So I decided to check what is happening around this area too, and this is what I see. For about 2 days now, people have not been able to get out of their houses, and it is getting worse. You know, that is the situation. No. It's not waterways. We don't have people building in waterways. We used to have pits where the Chinese dug soil from there. I had to build the National Theatre. You know, and so the waters were collecting there whenever they spilled the dam. But they've come to put boiler in it. It's become a dumping site. They want to reclaim the land and sell it. So once they put waste in it, the water has nowhere to hold than to come into the houses. That is the problem.
And a bridge weapon a point
and your bridge no so a biwa. Yet to me for her. And round corner any then I am massa. Sunday no mubuye. About 3 years.
3 years now. It's so now about the sign affected.
Miss Yamina Cadem. Yentmin. Yamina Caho.
Yama any day.
So far, me fancy a fridge. Yantare, your bag. Near maybe as I say, what them be out. Yentmin Remugu.
Much it was
about trying. About trying. And this year, your baby, I saw them be. They with them. Now they be able to alcohol side. Me ban say be a memnedano. And no na so enti. Kwasiala no bi enhwe na e masa. Eti ye no dane enne na isa. Eti obi kwa hyedem onum say ebi ebeba sa.
Mohanu say enso ni be mo no ebi mo say Mohanu enso ni tinkense say mo si dan wa kense say mo han dan wa.
Say wo ya hwo sa na wo ba. The way I sit na enkyira wo say ye bia ebe ye de ebeba abeto ho. Eti wonya sidan nso awu. Wo ya no hwe enye. Yes, I say they are to Mobia be our pass or Baboy Biano. Or no, I'm a boy, a panitawala. You go to Jeso Panito, yes, then almost you Mukakran, the whole tree, almost yasne.
So, for residents of New Weja, this bridge that links them to the various parts of the Weja and its environs, the furthest this water has risen to is about 6 feet, but now it has gotten to the bridge level, threatening to come over the bridge. We understand that some or several residents have been locked up in their homes, and some residents say this is most likely to lead to the loss of lives. Reporting from the Weja municipality in the Greater Accra region for GhanaWeb TV, George AC.
Give 50 minutes to know how I am. It is so no sudden and cost you know. You because no more say move a call house. Who because one? I got check gauge no. As I call, who should not good gauge no about slower. I was also just on more. Nanko. Well, and Botiano, baby, and sooner edit for no ebeno. A honsu anua esiwo. Until so and to me call. Impone baby a joining no also anwa apack wo and na you what nti also so omu dia mamre na ya bue hono na so no enya kwanko so no nya kwanko nti so no ya bue na eba na chi o say ya yi impone ene river etembo ya yi ho na so no pa no to oh ya paka go okidipia ni na nya obi no oh, who the fuck we done around? We done around here.
You are the latest president in town.
Oh, not just the latest president, but I'm the most important person in Ghana today.
Really? Hello and welcome to another edition of Sports Check with me, Perez Ezwakal. Today I'm speaking to a man who has transitioned from sports journalism to sports administration. He's doing incredibly well. He is currently the Vice President of the World Arm Wrestling Federation, the President of the African Arm Wrestling Federation, and the President of the Ghana Arm Wrestling Federation. Charles Osiasibe is my guest on today's edition of Sports Check. And once we come back from this break, we start a conversation on arm wrestling. Welcome back from the break. Today I'm speaking to Mr. Charles Osiasibe, the Vice President of the World Arm Wrestling Federation and the President of the African Arm Wrestling Federation. Mr. Charles, congrats.
Thank you very much.
You say you are the latest president in town.
Oh, not just the latest president, but I'm the most important person in Ghana today.
Really?
By virtue of the fact that I am the only Ghanaian who serves as Vice President on a global federation, and the fact that I'm the president for Africa Arm Wrestling Federation, I feel that I'm the most important person today in Ghana, and I expect Ghanaians to take advantage of my new community. I expect Ghanaians to appreciate that and give me that support that I need to bring glory to Ghana. I need to work to bring glory to Ghana.
Do you think people will recognize what you've achieved as, I mean, you're tagging yourself as the most important Ghanaian now. Do you think people recognize what you've achieved, within this period?
Well, people do appreciate what has happened in the last few days. People do call to congratulate. But I don't think they have paid attention to the fact that I am the most important Ghanaian today. About some few days ago, an elderly person called me and drew my attention to the fact that he thinks I'm the most important Ghanaian today, and that I need that attention, I need that support, I need that guidance. But we have done this with little or no support. So we are not discouraged. We will continue to build that sports brand that has brought us this far. We would continue to give hope to people. We would continue to encourage people to play sports. This is my passion and this is me. So nothing discourages me.
But what are some of the opportunities? I mean, being the most important Ghana obviously means that there are some leverage, there are some opportunities that Ghana as a country, or even Ghanaian businesses or sports people or academics can get from your accomplishment. What are some of the opportunities that your ascension to the throne of maybe the vice president of the World Arm Wrestling Federation brings to the country?
Well, I'm sure people don't understand what networking means. If we do appreciate what networking means, then I feel this is the time people must run to President Charles Osei-Sibe. The simple reason is that I have a bigger constituency today, both continental and global. I tell businessmen that you want to do business in Turkey, Russia, USA, and stuff. Unfortunately, you have no contacts. Because of my network, I should be able to link you. You want to get in touch or do some business in Cameroon, in Nigeria, in Senegal, you have no contacts. Because of my constituency, I should be able to call somebody in these countries. The other way around, people want to do business in Ghana. I'm sure I will be the link, because if people want to do oil business, banking, pharmaceutical and stuff, and they do not have contacts in this country, because I travel around, because I engage, I would become the link person. It is why I feel that people should take advantage of the new opportunities coming to Ghana by virtue of the fact that I have a new constituency, so that we can link businesses and individuals. People just don't understand what networking is. People also don't understand what sports can do. We have often said that sports is tourism, sports is business, sports creates employment. How do we connect? How do we actualize these things? And these are some of the ways to, actualize them.
We'll come to your plans for the sport, but on your personal level, what are some of the things that you have in mind to do to help the country? Basically, use your connections, use your contacts to help the country apart from sports.
As I sit here, I'm supposed to travel to about 9 countries before October. Unfortunately, there is no support. Africa Arm Wrestling has no money, so it has to come from my pocket. Ghana Arm Wrestling, there's no money. It has to come from my pocket. Why am I traveling? I need to go around and patch up differences. I need to build families. I need to build bonds. As we speak, in 2023, Ghana will be hosting the Africa Games. Arm wrestling is supposed to feature prominently. I need to travel around and be an ambassador for the sport, an ambassador for the Africa Games. It is why I have to travel, unfortunately. So Osei-Sibe has brought this. Osei-Sibe must do it. But personally, I feel that this is the time Osei-Sibe should become an ambassador for Ghana. I mean, if you mention arm wrestling, or if we go to any global event and I am introduced as a Ghanaian. Yes. So it is important that Ghana sees it this way, so that as I move, I confidently move as an ambassador of the country, so I'll be able to connect. If there's any good thing somewhere, if I see, I'll say, look, bring it to Ghana.
Now let's come to the sports. I mean, Ghana arm wrestling president, Africa arm wrestling president, and now the world vice. You know, you are the vice at the world level. At the world level, what are some of the things that you are going to introduce to, you know, propel the growth of the sport at the global level?
There are 6 things I told Congress or the delegates that I would do, the reason for which they voted for me. I remember some few years ago, about 3 years ago, I started engaging the board of Africa Arm Wrestling and the general family that, look, Ghana is going to host the Africa Games. We need to push and make sure that Ghana is arm wrestling becomes part of the games. Some thought I was joking, but we did some good work. We had a quality presentation. We convinced the committee that worked on the sports code, and arm wrestling was in there. Beyond that, I had also said that we do not even have $1 in the coffers of Africa arm wrestling. I would push, I would fight to create content. Once I create content, it attracts more viewership or following. Yes. Once that happens, it attracts sponsorship. So we must find money. How do we find it? If we don't create content, we can't make money. So I want to create content. I have told them, currently I've zoned Africa into 5.
Okay.
So there will be competitions in all the regions. Aside the competitions in the regions, I have ordered that every country mandatorily must have a national championship. I have also said that every country before the end of the year should begin to form clubs. Once we get these things done, it will encourage participation, it will get attraction, sponsorship will come in. I've said that I'm going to look for sponsorship for Africa Arm Wrestling. I've said that I'm going to put Africa Arm Wrestling on TV. It is why it is not getting popular.
Sure.
Certain sporting disciplines have come up and they are gaining mileage on TV. Arm wrestling is easy to play. It's less expensive. The only way we can make it a sport of choice is to put it on TV. I've said that I am going to, build capacities. We will train our referees. We have something we call the training of the trainer program. We'll train our referees. We'll train our coaches to also train a number of athletes to be able to play. We want to train administrators because you reckon that my background as a marketing person and as an events person, I am able to create content. I feel that we should teach the whole of Africa how to package arm wrestling.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Charles Osiasibe. We are going for a short break. When we come back, we are going to talk a bit more on arm wrestling as well as athletics. This is Sports Check. My name is Perez Ezwako. Welcome back from the break. This is Sports Check. I'm Perez Ezwako. Today, I'm speaking to the man who tags himself as the most important Ghanaian right now. We've delved a lot about the, world arm wrestling. We've done Africa. Now let's come to Ghana, the place where you sowed the seed and now you seem to be reaping the benefits at the global level. I have been following arm wrestling for a while now, and to be honest, I'm really, really impressed from where you took it to where it is now. What has been the motivation for you?
The motivation. So I served Ghana basketball under Peter Podogbe. I served Ghana athletics under Mr. N.A. Ajintete. I served Ghana boxing under Moses Fuamonim. I served Ghana weightlifting under Benunu Mensah. And my background was events. So it got to a point, I asked myself, how can you influence the change you always advocate for? It's not just about sitting on radio and TV and then preaching an advocacy. Sometimes you must put your hands to it. A number of ideas came into mind, but I picked up arm wrestling. And, people can confirm that we have done some good work within the period. Gradually, we are becoming a sport of choice. Gradually, Ghanaians are loving their traditional sport. So, the motivation is the fact that I wanted to influence a certain change. The motivation is the fact that I wanted people to know that, look, this is the way to go. And arm wrestling has shown the way. So I am motivated by the agenda to make things better, the agenda to set records straight, the agenda to have a benchmark. Primarily, I'm motivated by the young men and women who have decided to play the sport of arm wrestling. Sometimes it gets to a point you want to give up because you have invested so much, because it is difficult to raise money. But you look at these young men and women and, you cannot leave them halfway. You need to continue to fight for them. You need to continue to push so that, what they have decided to do, they would be able to, they would realize their dreams of playing arm wrestling. So the motivation comes from them. The motivation also comes from trying to set standards. And I know that we have achieved what we wanted to do. People are happy playing arm wrestling, even though it doesn't bring so much into their pockets. But people are also happy that today we are serving the global body and we will be able to influence change.
You spoke about the pullers, and on some of the events that I've attended, you always, at the end of the program, make or announcement and appeal to the corporate world or the various government agencies to recruit some of these things. How difficult is it to manage a group of people who are heavily talented, but for some reasons do not have the job that will feed them and make sure that at least they have some life?
Well, sports is a job. Sports creates employment. That's why we feel that people must not just take advantage of them, but people must, associate themselves with these sports talents. I've said that the young guys who play arm wrestling are brilliant, they are smart, they are strong, and they are fit for any job in this country. Fortunately, we coach them. We have decided to be their coaches. So apart from the jobs they do, we coach them to be able to manage their brands and to even be able to become brand ambassadors for products. And by the grace of God, a few of them have begun representing brands. A few of them have gotten some deals out of playing arm wrestling. But we're saying that corporate Ghana should employ them. Corporate Ghana, remember, if you employ them, it's an investment into arm wrestling. Because, you would have reasons for which you want to employ a puller. You would have reasons for which you want to have a relationship with an arm wrestler. What we are saying is that invest in them. Because if you invest in Ezwa and he becomes a world champion, it goes with your brand.
Sure.
If you invest in Charles Osei and Charles Osei becomes the vice president or president for Africa, it goes with your brand. That's why we're encouraging corporate Ghana, because people find it so elated to have an association. Oh, Didayu is my brother or friend, Asamoah is my friend, Joshua Clotte is my friend. That alone. Why? Because these guys have become public personalities or state icons. That's why they want to have an association. Don't wait for these guys to be super big. Otherwise, you pay more. I feel this is the time where brands and corporate Ghana can grow with my talented and strong arm wrestlers. It is important to have that association.
So if a brand wants to invest in one athlete, pick him from the bottom and take him to the world level, any idea how much it will cost such a brand?
Well, let's look at the model of Nigeria. Recently, Nigeria went to the Commonwealth Games and the whole of West Africa or Africa is praising Nigeria for, you know, the good work they have done. How did they do it? They got government and corporate institutions to manage or support individual athletes. So corporate institutions were paying between $10,000 and $20,000 a month towards the training of one athlete. I'm saying that if you want, if you want to invest in one puller, you can invest about, you know, $30,000 a year, and you would get that athlete at that level. 30,000 is good money to get the athlete to train, to get the athlete to eat the right food, to get the athlete to use the right equipment. And that athlete will get to the top and probably become a quality brand ambassador for your businesses. It is important Ghanaians consider this and invest in these athletes.
I mean, you've been doing this for years. What has been the highlights of your quote-unquote arm wrestling career?
So normally when these young men and women go to the championship and they win medals, it makes me happy. But the biggest today are just two. One, fighting to make arm wrestling a sports code for the Africa Games, for me, is the biggest highlights. Arm wrestling is now part of the Africa Games. And so long as I continue to be the president for the Arm Wrestling Federation of Africa, we would work hard to maintain our status as part of the Africa Games. The second, somebody, you know, people may think, but that is personal. The fact that I have become the president for Africa and the vice president of the world. But frankly, the fact that we're playing in the Africa Games is the biggest highlight since I started doing arm wrestling.
And what has been the most challenging? The day that you were like, I want to give up.
Oh, it's happened severally. When you need money to get things done and you're unable to raise resources, sometimes you want to give up. But at this point, where I have gotten to, the pullers in Ghana and Africa are my priority. If I give up, the future and the hope of a number of athletes is dashed or dwindled. So I have no option but to hold on to this and work harder than what I have done in the past.
Now, we're going to talk a bit of athletics. We've done a lot of arm wrestling now. He's the I think the second vice president of the Ghana Athletics Association. We went for the Commonwealth Games with over 100 athletes and we came back with 5 medals. I mean, what do you make of our performance in Birmingham?
Well, our performance is as a result of what we invested. I often say that if you invest X, you won't get Y, you will get X.
Sure.
So because we didn't pay attention to the Commonwealth Games, just as we've done to previous international games, we didn't get what other countries were able to achieve. But personally, based on what we invested and what we had, I think that we overachieved. Wow. And kudos to the Ghana Boxing Authority and the Amateur Boxing, Ghana Amateur Boxing Federation, and then my own Ghana Athletics Federation. I feel that we have overachieved based on what we invested. Commonwealth Games performance, I don't expect anybody to condemn any athlete or any federation. We have overachieved.
I've always had the view that you guys at the Ghana Athletics Association are either misunderstood or you don't tell your story now, because we now celebrate the likes of Azamati, Joe Paul, and other, but a lot of the work to get these guys to the other parts of the world where they are now, say, global stars, were done by the GAA. What's the problem? Is it that you don't communicate well to the public, or?
It is time that we invest in other sporting disciplines, because football is not sports. I do not see any sportsman in Ghana today who does so well than Azamati, Joe Paul Amwa, or Deborah Akwa. I stand for correction, but not even a footballer. Nobody. As far as performance is concerned. Because these guys meet all the best guys globally, and they are able to match them.
Yeah.
So what are we talking about?
You mentioned...
If we go to Commonwealth Games, and Joe Paul Amwa wins bronze, with all the top athletes within the Commonwealth nations, you don't think he stands taller than all the footballers who mention their names in this country? If Deborah Akwa wins bronze at the Commonwealth level, you don't think she should better be taken care of than, you know, all these sports personalities we talk about? It's just unfortunate. Maybe some quality packaging should be done. Maybe Ghanaians must have a different orientation. Sports is not football. We create the impression that if you don't play football, then you cannot do sports. Please, the mother of all sports is athletics. And I feel that it is important people begin to pay attention to athletics, boxing, badminton, tennis, table tennis, taekwondo, and all. Because these sporting disciplines we do not respect are the same disciplines that win medals for Ghana during international competitions. Because Usain Bolt, Manny Pacman, or even Anthony Joshua in boxing, Serena Williams in tennis, Michael Phelps in swimming, their net worth alone is so huge.
Sure.
And I say that if we understand that sports is business, we will invest in athletes so that we'll be able to get the likes of Usain Bolt, Manny Pacman, and the rest in this country. Because if they want to keep their net worth in Ghana here, we will not run to IMF for loans. Usain Bolt is net worth over 300 million. Serena Williams over $400 million. Name them. Tiger Woods and the rest. Assuming we have such personalities in Ghana, we will not run to IMF for loans. So I want to challenge the businessmen in this country. I want to challenge government. Invest in sports. Invest in sports athletes. Invest in sports equipment. And we will reap big.
Sure.
The sports economy can be equal to or bigger than any other sector of the economy. Look at what football can do. Assuming Ghana decides to host Africa Cup of Nations, you have no idea the boost this will bring to the economy. Assuming Ghana decides to host World Athletics Championship or World Arm Wrestling Championship, you have no idea. Tourism. Because remember, if we are hosting World Championship, the airline business will be boosted. In fact, transport business. It includes airline and normal transport, ground transport, hotels, people who deal in replica stuff.
Tourism.
A lot of things.
Yeah.
Why can't we consider these things?
On that sporting note, let's veer into a part that we are going to the World Cup in Qatar. We missed out on the 2018 edition. We are back now. What do you make of our chances? I mean, vis-a-vis all the players we have and all the issues at the Black Stars.
I just wish Black Stars well. I pray they're able to perform. If they're unable to perform, I won't begrudge them. I have said that we had no business pressing the panic button. What we need to do, and I repeat, what we need to do, we should begin a team building process. It's not, we shouldn't just be result oriented. We should understand that there are cycles in football. Our peak has dwindled. The performance has dwindled. It is a time for us to rebuild another generation of the Black Stars. The current generation is over-pampered. The current generation have nothing to offer. But there are a few young guys in the team.
Do you think
let's keep the squad and give them matches. Let's give them time. Even if they go to the World Cup and they don't perform, we know that it's a work in progress.
Do you think the solution to the problems you listed lies in, bringing guys from abroad, Ghanaians born abroad, and integrating them into the team?
Well, it's a continental or it's a global platform. And what is important is that we don't go to the global platform to disgrace ourselves. Assuming we don't have these guys, then we would have made do with what we have. But once you're going to the global platform and you're investing so much, I mean, I see nothing wrong if Perez in Norway, with Norwegian or Ghanaian parents, can play better than Charles Osesibe, who was involved in the qualifiers. I see nothing wrong. The most important thing is the impression out there. So any quality Ghanaian player anywhere who can give us that A performance, emphasis on A performance, I see nothing wrong if such a person is invited or decides to switch nationality. But we must understand that it is work in progress. We should begin to build a new team.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Charles Osiesibe. We have been speaking to the president of the African Arm Wrestling Federation, the vice president of the World Arm Wrestling Federation, and the president of the Ghana Arm Wrestling Federation, Mr. Charles Osiesibe, a renowned journalist, one who created the path and led the road for some of us. He's been our guest. This is Sports Check. My name is Perez Ezwakao. So come your way with another edition. Japon. Give 50 minutes to know I am. It is so no send any cost you know. You the class no say move for house. Who be call someone. I go check gauge no. As I call. Who say na go gauge no e ba slow. I say so just so no na enko. Well, na Botiano baby a enso no e de funu ebe no. E ho nso anwa esi wo. Nti enso no so entumi ko ho. Impone baby a wo join no. E ho nso anwa apake wo ho. And now you what also wo dia mamre na ye bue hono na so no enya kwanko. So no nya kwanko ti so no ye bue na eba na chi o say ye yi impone ene riba no tembo ye yi ho na so no pa no to. Oh ya paka go ya. Okiti ni na nya obi no.
Oh, who before we done around? We done around.